Welcome, everybody, to Athens, Georgia. Gorgeous weather on a Tuesday evening. It is Foley Field. It is an SEC ACC showdown between the Georgia Bulldogs and the Clemson Tigers. Hi, folks. Thanks for joining us. Mike Morgan alongside the former LSU All-American Todd Walker. And, Todd, we love the conference matchups every weekend in both these leagues, really. But the midweek games can be a mixed bag. We've got a great one tonight, SEC, ACC, two quality teams.
Well, Georgia needs this one. Dropped 2 of 3 at Knoxville this past weekend. I've always thought Georgia had the toughest non-conference schedule. They play Clemson twice. They play Georgia Tech twice. So tonight ought to be a good one. They beat them on April the 2nd, did Georgia. So another good one tonight.
Speaking of good, the SEC has seen an incredible performance by this Georgia pitching staff. They're not electric on offense, but they are electric on the mound. Well,
they've got that typical formula of pitching and defense, but it's really all about pitching. If the pitching's good, it makes the defense easy. You don't have to bang out 15 hits a game. Scott Strickland knows that. You just have to get the timely hits. Georgia's done a good job of that this year.
A guy that's been timely throughout his career is the All-American shortstop Logan Davidson.
This guy's a stud. Dad played in the big leagues. Logan Davidson will be a first-round pick. Remember that name. Offensive pop both from the right side and the left side. And, oh, by the way, he plays shortstop, 6'3", big boy for Clemson.
Meanwhile, Tim Elliott, we were just saying this is not your typical midweek game. This is not your typical midweek pitcher. Tim Elliott could be a weekend starter for just about anybody in the country.
Well, they can't here at Georgia. Emerson Hancock's throwing too well on Fridays. Tony Losey throws 96 on Sundays, and C.J. Smith, the lefty, in the middle. So they've got right-handed junior Tim Elliott here on the weekdays, 6'1", 200 from Loganville, Georgia. Good numbers, sub-2 ERA, 4-1 strikeout-to-walk ratio. You're going to see 88-91 with a slider and a plus change.
Elliott's going to go to work against a Clemson lineup that'll have 4 going from the left side. Chock full of freshmen and sophomore, the bottom 5 hitters, freshmen and sophomores. And some other significant note about that lineup, you see 3 through 7, all from the state of Georgia. So you got a lot of players wearing a Clemson uniform with ties to the Peach State here against the Georgia Bulldogs. A lot of legacies in this Clemson lineup as well. It all starts with the sophomore second baseman Sam Hall, a sophomore out of Hampstead, North Carolina. Takes the first pitch upstairs for ball 1. We're underway here from Foley Field. Feels like baseball weather finally.
Tim Elliott threw against Clemson back on April the 2nd in that win for Georgia. Pitched into the 8th inning, struck out 7, didn't walk anybody, so he was dominant against this Clemson team the first time out.
Pop-up short right field. King coming on, calling for it, and puts the squeeze on it in short right for out number 1. Well, you mentioned that game. That was back on April the 2nd, a 5-3 Georgia victory. Again, these two teams, they've been playing each other since 1900. They play 2 to 4 times every year. It's one of the better midweek rivalries we have in college baseball. They met in the postseason back in 2004 in a regional. Georgia won that one and eventually made it to Omaha as we check in with Logan Davidson. The junior out of Charlotte, North Carolina, takes strike 1. Of course, his dad, Mark, played at Clemson in 1982. Played 6 years in the big leagues with the Astros and Twins and was part of that 1987 World Championship team. Tom Kelly and company won the World Series. Kirby Puckett, among others. As a longtime St. Louis Cardinal fan, that team broke my heart back in '87. You were a member of the Twins. You know what it was like to play in the old Metrodome.
Well, and I was going to say that fly ball you saw to King in the first inning. I mean, the shadows play a part. The ball changes colors. It's tough to see.
Well, Davidson goes down quickly. Impressive start to the game for Tim Elliott. Tim Elliott is a guy who his first 2 years, as you see the pitch here.
Great location on the outside corner to Logan Davidson. Remember, he started him out with a curveball, so now Logan Davidson sitting back, and he just blows that strike 3 by him.
2 gone for Grayson Bird, another legacy. The son of Paul Bird. Paul actually pitched at LSU, and this one roped into center field for a base hit, so a 2-out single for the senior Grayson Bird.
Yeah, Paul Bird, the ace, the 1991 national champion LSU Tigers. Behind Chad Ojay, who pitched for Cleveland for all those years, pitched in the World Series with Cleveland. They had quite a club. Baton Rouge back then.
Paul doing some fine work now on the television side on the Atlanta Braves TV network. As Kyle Wilkie, the junior, will dig in. More on Tim Elliott real quick is that Elliott's a guy that had rather pedestrian numbers his first couple of years, and asking Coach Scott Strickland what's been the difference. It finally came together, just experience. Everybody's got a different learning curve. The stuff has been there, and now he knows how to use it a little bit better, a lot more polish on his game. He's a guy that, if he stays around, would certainly be a weekend guy next year, but Tim Elliott's going to be drafted somewhere, just a matter of how high. Wilkie, the junior from Cumming, Georgia. Wilkie has struggled in the month of April, just 4 for 27. Last year he hit 324. This year 264 on the season.
Well, they hope they get anything offensively from Wilkie, but this dude can some kind of throw him out behind the plate. You see him defensively. He's thrown out 11 of 19 runners. That's pretty good. Anytime you're over 50%, you're throwing guys out regularly.
Bird off the bag at first. 2 gone and a 1-1 pitch. Clemson coming fresh off their worst series of the year by far. They hadn't lost more than 2 in a row all year, and then they go to Tallahassee against a Florida State team that's been up and down, and they get swept by the Seminoles. And Monty Lee said, yeah, that was probably our worst series of the year. We just did not play well at all. Wilkie ready for the 1-2. Sharply hit, but right at Shepard, who is automatic. Just 2 errors all year at shortstop. And the side is retired. 10-pitch inning for Tim Elliott. Plenty of Clemson fans making the short trip from Clemson, South Carolina to Athens, Georgia. No score, bottom of the first. Jacob Hennessy, the lefty, getting the start for the Clemson Tigers, the junior out of Moore, South Carolina.
Jacob's 6 foot 230. Coach Mike Lee says he's got pitchability, which means he's smart on the mound. He can command 3 pitches, the fastball, the changeup, and the curve. The fastball is not very hard. It's 84 to 87. He might bump 88 early, but he's going to live in the 85 range, which means he has to have impeccable command with all 3 pitches, because if he has to rely on that 85-mile-an-hour fastball, it gets whacked around a little bit.
He'll go to work against a Georgia lineup with 3 lefties in it. Several veterans, including L.J. Talley, by far and away having his best year in a Bulldogs uniform. The junior out of Folkestone, Georgia, hitting .368 on the year. Tucker Maxwell has provided plenty of pop this season at the top of the lineup with 7 home runs. Takes the first pitch upstairs for ball 1.
And a lot of swing and misses from Tucker Maxwell. 35 strikeouts on the year already, but he has stole 17 bags, and that's why he's up there in the leadoff spot.
Slow roller to second, gobbled up by Hall. This Georgia team, much like Clemson, coming off a less than great weekend. They actually only gave up 6 runs all weekend to the Tennessee Volunteers, but Tennessee winds up taking 2 out of 3 because the Volunteers matched them on the mound.
Well, I just came from Missouri, where it's pretty cold, and I'm sure in Knoxville it wasn't like it is tonight here in Athens. You know, and when it's cold and you're not necessarily used to it, it's difficult to swing a bat.
Soft fly to left. Ferry circles under it. And makes the grab for out number 2. So 2 up, 2 down for the lefty Jacob Hennessy as we get a season recap for the Georgia Bulldogs. Again, there were good expectations coming in. They were a national seed a year ago, but I don't think anybody expected them to be in first place. 10-5, best start since 2009. They lost their first SEC series of the weekend at Tennessee. And look at that team ERA, 2.83, on pace to set a school record.
Yeah, Georgia has big-time depth, not only in the starting roles but also in the bullpen. That's why I think they're the favorite to win the SEC tournament for the first time in their history. But I tell you, Emerson Hancock has really stepped up. You talked about last year. I mean, they lost their Friday night guy, Chase Adkins. They lost their 2 best hitters, Michael Curry and Keegan McGovern.
Right.
So you wouldn't expect them to be 29-8 this year. Yet Scott Strickland hasn't playing well. LJ Talley, like you already said, has picked up the offense. And, wow, those starters on the weekend are really dynamic.
And here's a guy who's extremely valuable not only as a hitter but also the closer, Aaron Shunk. 10 saves on the mound and a .336 batting average at the plate. He's one of the few guys that did produce against Tennessee last week, and he hit .462 for the series. Got a 7-game hitting streak on the line here tonight. 3 balls and a strike to the junior from Atlanta.
You see that shot right there. You see a lot of shrapnel flying around between the hitter and the pitcher. That can distract you a little bit. You know, you're focused completely on the guy on the mound, yet you see these little white things flying around, including the baseball, and kind of tough to focus sometimes.
Coaxes a 2-out walk that time from the left-hander. So Shunk aboard with LJ Talley coming in. Are we looking at moths there? What type of insect are we dealing with?
We don't get them up here in the booth, so I don't know what that is. I get a lot of mosquitoes in Louisiana, so I know that's not it.
Let's hope they don't venture up here to the booth.
Well, it depends on what kind of cologne you're wearing.
Hi, karate. But I did forget the deep woods off, so we're in trouble if they do make their way up here as Talley scored just 1 foul. This guy's been huge for this Georgia offense. You mentioned, Todd, what they lost from a year ago, and then they had some injuries earlier in the season. The question was, okay, you lose McGovern and Curry, then Tucker Bradley goes out with a torn labrum. That happened very early in the season, and so a lot of people are wondering who's going to kind of fill the gaps here. This has been the guy, LJ Talley, who's never produced like this before, saving his best for last. Cuts and misses, strike 3, so an impressive start for both pitchers. We go to the second, no score. I mentioned 2 weeks ago, back on April the 2nd, these two teams met at Doug Kingsmore Stadium. It was Aaron Shunk with a 2-run bomb to left. That would give Georgia a 2-0 lead. And then Cam Shepard, who has struggled at the plate this year, but a big 2-run double to make it 4-0. Tim Elliott, the pitcher tonight, was masterful in his performance on the mound. Shunk would get the save, and Georgia would win it by a score of 5-3. Georgia was ranked 7th then. Clemson 19. You see the current rankings, so still a top 20 matchup between these two rather historic programs. Tim Elliott, a guy that has come a long way, as I mentioned, since his first 2 years. You see Hawkins starting things off for the Tigers. Freshman, and sophomore. Hawkins, Sharp, and Mikowski due up here in the road half of the second. Hawkins, another one of those Georgia kids, 5 in the lineup for the Tigers. He's out of Cumming, Georgia. He's 19 years of age. Elliott is one of those guys. He's soft-spoken, very bright, the kind of guy when you're like at the bar, not that he would necessarily be at a bar, but hypothetically, if they were like serving up O'Doul's or something.
That's where you're sporting that high karate. Right?
No comment. But he's the guy that you don't want to mess with, because while he's quiet and soft-spoken, not very assuming, a black belt in Taekwondo. So you don't want to charge the mound on this guy.
Yeah, that's the stuff you research before the game. So if he does hit you, you know better than to take a step forward.
Yeah, just wear it and walk to first.
And say thank you.
Because typically baseball guys are not very good fighters to begin with. You're trying to charge the mound with a black belt, going up against a black belt in Taekwondo. That's a losing proposition.
Well, I've just never understood as a hitter why you throw the helmet down and the bat down and run it with nothing. I mean, I've got full gear if I'm going out there.
That one catches the inside corner of the backward K, and the second punch out for Elliott.
Watch Tim Elliott here. He's setting up all his fastballs with that off speed, and right there on the inside corner just freezes up Hawkins looking for that off speed.
Now another freshman. There are 3 freshmen in the lineup. This is Davis Sharp, the designated hitter. Sharp and Deculia, Georgia.
You know, I've always thought the more a hitter faces a pitcher, the more it becomes a hitter's advantage, because now you've seen his stuff, you know what he's got. They faced Tim Elliott, we said a few weeks ago, and ideally you would think as the game went on, Clemson would have a little bit of an advantage, but Tim Elliott's still pretty much picking up where he left off.
The guy he's going up against at the plate and Sharp is kind of Clemson's version of Aaron Schunk. He's a great pitcher, 5-2 on the year with a 2.06 ERA. So when he's not doing damage at the plate, he's been pivotal for Clemson this year on the bump. Two-one and a beautiful breaking ball for strike two.
To me, that's the best pitch a pitcher can have, is that inside fastball, because as a hitter, when you see that in your mind, or like right there where he takes it, you feel like you have to cheat to get the head to that ball, and it just sets up all of Tim Elliott's off-speed stuff.
Comes back with the fastball, sky deep right, King tracking, and now will make the grab on the lip of the warning track.
Fastball's away, I can sit back on the off speed and still hit a fastball away. But when you prove to me that you can throw a fastball on the inside corner, it starts to make me think differently as a hitter.
Now Bo Makowski, the sophomore from Johns Creek, Georgia. Bo, a lefty, obviously a baseball player. Pops, a righty, and a former quarterback. You might remember one Magic Man, Don Makowski, the former Green Bay Packer, right before the whole Brett Favre era started in Green Bay. That's pretty cool on one hand. On the other hand, it makes me feel a little bit old to say that we're now looking at the son of Don Makowski playing in college.
Talented family for sure. You know, he played quarterback in high school as well, and here he is in a baseball uniform at the next level.
Father Don was a quarterback for 10 years in the NFL after starring at the University of Virginia.
And again, you can see why Tim Elliott has so much success. He is in command of that fastball on the inside corner. Even though he missed for a ball, he's showing Makowski that he's got it.
Wow.
And that's a strike.
That looked like a pretty good pitch from here.
So now Elliott's going to walk a little bit off the mound, because, you know, every pitch matters, and when you don't get the call, it's tough. I mean, if that split the plate, it's just a matter of if it was a little bit low, but it certainly looked like it went over his right knee.
Three-one up the middle and bobbled by the second baseman. Talley could not get it in the glove, and that'll be a rare error on a Georgia team that has been terrific fielding this year.
This is a play as a second baseman where you know it's hit hard enough. You don't have to charge it. You can set your feet and make a nice, easy play. L.J. Talley just tries to run in and make it on the run and ends up losing sight of the baseball. But that's certainly a play. It's hard as a second baseman. You got to move to your right. But he certainly could have set his feet, made it play a little easier.
Now Teodosio, the sophomore center fielder, a right-handed batter, and the infield will play to the left side for the pull-happy Teodosio. You see this a lot more trickle down to the college game.
Well, the problem with this is you got to pitch to it. So in other words, if Teodosio gets in at a 1-2 count, for example, and he throws a fastball in, he is going to hit it to the right side. So you have to pitch to the shift in order to make it work. Because on a 1-2 count, Bryce is sitting back, and he gets that fastball in. He is going to get jammed, and he's going to hit it to the right side. So it kind of eliminates that pitch for Tim Elliott.
Teodosio, a sophomore from Simpsonville, South Carolina. He's got some pop, 8 home runs on the year, but 0 for 11 in his last 4 games. Swing and a miss. Off speed, and another Clemson hitter on the front foot of that off-speed delivery from Elliott.
You can see why they've got the shift on and way out in front of that off speed, and you can reasonably assume he's going to get a lot of that in this at bat.
Did you see a lot of this when you played?
No, they didn't shift much 20 years ago, but that's certainly become a big part of the game now. And like I said, it works. I mean, you look at the spray charts and you say, all right, you see most of the balls hit to the left side. All right, we need to shift them over. But I know as a pitcher, if you deliver the pitch and that ball is hit right to where the second baseman should be standing and he's not there, I know it frustrates the pitchers too. So it works, but, you know, there's a lot more factors that go in, which is the reason I really don't love it. There's very few players that I would shift on, but they do it a lot more than they should.
They didn't do it a lot when you played, but let's put Todd Walker in a time warp, which I'm sure you wouldn't mind. Let's say you are a 20-year-old playing back at LSU. Would this play any mind games with you if you saw it?
Yeah, and that's part of why they do it. They want you to kind of be thinking too much at the plate, and so they'll shift on you. But none of that really went on back then. And, of course, if you can hit it to all parts of the field, they won't do that to you. But Rice is certainly a pull guy.
Meadows, who has a cannon of an arm, but that one gets away to the point where he can't make the play in time. Good to see Mason Meadows behind home plate, period. He's an exceptional defensive catcher and had the scary injury about a month ago and was out for some time, but he's back now. Will be a wild pitch officially. Deuce is wild to the Tigers center fielder, and that is all she wrote. Elliott works around the error. Another strikeout. He's got 3. We're scoreless, middle of the second. Mike Morgan, Todd Walker back with you at Foley Field in Athens, Georgia. Scoreless game as we get ready for the bottom of the second inning. Clemson Tigers led by that man, Monty Lee, the former slugger from the College of Charleston. Again, a good season overall for a very young Clemson team. They've won 4 out of the 6 ACC series they have taken part in. They were swept by the Seminoles last weekend. 43 home runs. Remember, they hit 96 last year. Probably not going to match that pace. However, they certainly have some power in the lineup to go along with some speed. They're running more, Monty said, because of less power this year. Said they haven't changed their approach at all. Just got to do it without as many home runs. Georgia hoping to get some power from Austin Bigar, who's in the starting lineup today. They've been going with John Cable a lot, the transfer from New Orleans, but he has struggled somewhat against lefties. So against Jacob Hennessy today, they go with the righty Austin Bigar, junior from Lilburn, Georgia. One thing that Monty Lee told us about Jacob Hennessy, again, your stereotypical crafty lefty, he's not going to overpower you, but when he's mixing his off-speed pitch as well and he's locating, he can be a problem. If not, he's going to get hit. He gets hit right here. A leadoff single for Bigar.
A little elevated with that fastball and a plus count for Austin Bigar. Does get it in on him just a hair, but Bigar's able to pull the bat through and get a base hit in the left field to get something started for Georgia.
Now the shortstop, Cam Shepard. Mentioned how good defensively Cam Shepard is. His reputation goes without saying now in 3 years in a Bulldog uniform. And he smokes one to right field here, and that'll be flagged down by Mikowski in right. Cam Shepard's got to be saying, what do I got to do? He comes in with a 222 clip, hits that one well to the opposite field, and Mikowski had it positioned perfectly.
And that's what I think when you see Cam Shepard. He can really swing the bat, only hitting 222, and you will have in the short term seasons like that where you just nothing goes right.
Yeah.
You know, you're gonna get your fair share of bad calls, and then you finally get all the positive vibes coming into this game. You get your first at bat, and then you hit a bullet at somebody, and all of a sudden you just drop, man. And it's just a tough emotional game, and it's a failure sport, man. You got to stick with it. But I've been there where it's just it takes everything just to get positive, and then you get up and do something like that, and it just brings you back down. Now you got to get up for your next at bat.
You saw him slam the helmet in frustration. Cam Shepard, I mean, you know it's in there. You know that. Go back to his freshman year as a freshman. Hits .307, hits .310 in league play. But last year the average goes from .307 to .244, and now we're in the 220s. He didn't forget how to hit. Here's another hard hit ball to the right fielder, and this time Mikowski does not have a play. So 2 aboard as Patrick Sullivan, another welcome back addition for Georgia, another guy who was hurt earlier in the year, the first baseman.
This is a part of the game that's unfair. Austin Biggar gets one jammed a little bit, gets a base hit. Cam Shepard hits it right on the screws, but right to right field. He's out. And then Patrick Sullivan right here hits it off the end of the bat. Right fielder Mikowski kind of took a sidestep before he came in. The ball drops in.
Mason Meadows, we mentioned that scary injury earlier this season. Sophomore out of Roswell, Georgia. Elite defensive catcher. You see the helmet there, more like a softball look. That's to protect the face. He took a foul ball in the orbital bone. It's one of those just unorthodox plays. This will be a rather orthodox out at second base. Well, Meadows is retired. Georgia will have, hits into the force. Georgia will have him at the corners now.
Davidson knows he can't turn this double play. Nice job of just staying under control and getting at least one out. That's not easy. You got to flip that ball kind of behind you, and the momentum has to take it to second base. But if you try to do too much and try to turn that on your own, bad things can happen. Logan Davidson showing a little bit of smarts right there just by getting one out.
9-hole hitter is the freshman Jernigan. Georgia's got him at the corners here. 2 gone in the second. Jernigan out of Brunswick, Georgia. All-state honors in high school in both baseball and football at Glenn Academy. Ground ball to the right side. Hall gloves, guns to first, and he got him on a bang-bang play to retire the side. Georgia threatens, but another goose egg on the board. We are scoreless here in Athens. Interesting series. Florida, obviously, I don't think anybody would have thought they'd be 6-9 up to this point, despite the fact they lost a lot from last year's team. LSU in a very crowded field in the Western Division. I mean, 1 through 6 is separated by just 2 games total. Mississippi State at first. Auburn is in 6th at 8 and 7. So that is a division that is very much up for grabs as we've made the turn, if you will, in conference play. 15 in the books and 15 to go. As Chad Ferry, the freshman left fielder for the Tigers, digs in. 9-hole hitter. And here's a guy, I must admit, when we first saw the lineup, you see Chad Ferry, freshman, 0 for 22 on the year. But when you talk to Monty Lee about him, he says, no, this guy's going to be a dude. Incredible plate discipline, not necessarily displayed on that hack, but a guy that has drawn 8 walks already this season, has an elite eye, walked a ton in high school, and eventually Monty Lee, who knows a thing or two about hitting, believes this guy is going to be a force to be reckoned with in the ACC. Not that time as he strikes out. It's the 4th punch out for Tim Elliott. Going back to the SEC, there you see Georgia, of course, in great shape in the East. I think that's a 2-team race, although I love the stories of Missouri and Tennessee. Great job by Coach Vitello in Knoxville. And then there's the West. And Todd, there's LSU. What do you think? Who's going to win that thing?
Throw a dart at the West. You got 6 teams right there within 2 games. But back to Georgia. Look at Missouri, 2.5 back. They come into Athens on Thursday, does Missouri, to play Georgia, so we'll find out a lot about them. Georgia's already beaten Vanderbilt 2 out of 3 this year. So
you just came from Missouri, and I know every time you travel to Como, things go very smoothly.
Very smoothly, yeah. Yeah, spent the night in Springfield. noon game. Got up at 9, drove 3 hours, barely made it.
You should start your own blog and just life as Todd Walker traveling to Columbia, Missouri.
Well, now I had the brilliant idea to fly into St. Louis and drive to Columbia, so I told you the story. You and I talked in the lobby before I left for my flight, and I took off north instead of east and ended up in Iowa or Idaho or whatever's up there. And I had to backtrack, missed the flight. Yeah, it's been a lot of fun for me in Missouri.
Hall, bullet to shortstop. Shepard delivers a strike to Sullivan for the second out. So Tim Elliott working fast here in this game thus far. Both pitchers have looked sharp here in the early going. In all seriousness, Missouri is a good story. I don't think they had the highest of expectations coming in. I think Missouri and Tennessee. Tennessee to me is an even bigger story because it's well chronicled just how much that program has been underwater under multiple coaches over the last 15 years or so. Very little expectations this year, but their pitching has been lights out, and as you point out time after time, if you got good pitching and defense, you're going to win about half the games anyway.
Yeah, Garrett Stallings at the top of that. He's going to be a high draft pick. Lingenfelter has a live arm, really good. Will Neely, the senior, knows how to pitch. Yeah, Tennessee's going to be tough, man. They've got a good offense. Larry is hitting out of the 4-hole for him. He's a JUCO guy. He's hitting, last time we saw him, he was around 400. They got a lot of speed up top. Charleston, their 1 and 2 guys, already stole 25 bags.
Logan Davidson is 0 for 2, an economical 10-pitch inning for Tim Elliott. Looking awfully good in a scoreless game, middle of the third. Series started back in 1897, and yes, Georgia leads all time. So glad to see that rivalry back on the schedule. There's no reason why Georgia and Clemson should not face each other, really in every sport, I think. I think the fans would certainly be on board with that. I know, talking to both these coaches, Monty Lee and Scott Strickland, while it's never perfect the way it falls on the schedule, the SEC doesn't have a weekend off from conference play. They go 10 straight, the ACC does. But somehow they both want to make it work because these are the kind of games, Todd, that not only give you a good challenge, they're resume builders. They help your RPI.
Well, and Coach Monty Lee talked to us about finding a weekend where he can play somebody when they have an off weekend, and that's kind of a tough thing for the ACC and for his ball club to find somebody worth playing on a weekend that doesn't have a conference game.
This has maybe been the most pleasant surprise of the year. Riley King, who leads the team in runs batted in. I mentioned the injury to Tucker Bradley at the beginning of the year. They didn't know where they were going to turn. They landed on Riley King, a redshirt sophomore out of Lawrenceville, Georgia. And King has been an awfully pleasant surprise. He only played 8 games in his career. He was 1 for 6 lifetime. So, I mean, there was no track record with this guy, but he was next man up, and boy, has he answered the bell. Riley King in the 2-hole. He's just moved his way up week by week. He's become a run producer. I think they were looking to just kind of plug the gap as best they can. When you lose a guy like Tucker Bradley, that's a huge loss for this lineup.
Well, they lost Tucker Bradley, and they had hoped Cam Shepard would hit up at the top of the lineup like he's done in the past, but the numbers aren't good for Cam Shepard. And again, we've talked about that. I think a lot of that's just bad luck, but either way, they've moved Cam down in the 6-hole.
Meanwhile, Jacob Hennessy having a fine performance thus far. Remember, he was a starter last year during the weekend. He was a weekend guy, swing and a miss for another strikeout. 2 up, 2 down here in the home half of the third inning. Well, we were talking college football earlier. That's what we're going to bring you on Saturday. How about the G-Day game at 2 Eastern here on the SEC Network from Sanford Stadium here in Athens? We know one thing. there's not a quarterback controversy between the hedges. It's going to be Jake Fromm, who, incidentally, is the roommate, the guy we're going to be talking to later on, Sunday starter Tony Losey. It'll be the next half inning. We'll get a chance to chat with Tony, the pride of Columbus, Georgia.
Jacob Hennessy's done a really good job tonight showing his pitchability with his command of all three pitches, his sliders, changeup, and the fastball. And again, the reason that velocity is so important, because if you can throw 96 and you got off speed, now I have to pick one or the other. But if you throw 86, I can sit back on your off speed and still react to your fastball, and that's the difference. And that's why Hennessy has to be so accurate with every pitch he throws. And if he doesn't, he gets beat around again like we saw in the last inning.
And he now in his junior season at Moore, South Carolina. Comes from a sports family. His brother Jack is an outfielder for USC Upstate. His sister Melissa plays volleyball at Francis Marion. Sky to right. Makowski's been busy out there. He'll put it away. How about a quick 1-2-3 inning for Jacob Hennessy? Tony Losey will join us when we come back. With Todd Walker, I'm Mike Morgan, set to go on the top of the fourth inning. A scoreless game here at Foley Field in Athens. Pleased to be joined by the Sunday starter, Tony Losey, one of the top Sunday starters in America. I think it's safe to say that. Also one of the best interviews. I'm going to say that right now. Tony, how are you?
Doing well. How are you?
Doing very well. Tony, just talk about this season thus far, not just for you, but for this team and what it has meant to maybe surpass some expectations. Obviously, last year did a lot for your guys as a team for a confidence standpoint, but what about this season? How have you felt?
We're all feeling really good. I mean, coming off of 3 years ago, my freshman year, it's easy to come off a bad year to have a good year. It's really hard to come off a good year to have a great year, and I mean that's just what we're having so far. We have a veteran team, a lot of juniors and seniors on the field right now. Even our Tuesday starter, probably the best Tuesday starter in the country. He's a junior and just knows like the struggles that we've been through here. My 3 years that we all been through, and our draft class coming in was 3 in the country. We knew we had to get to the point where we just got to gel and play well together, and it's working out well so far.
Well, I love that statement that you made. It's more difficult to go from good to great. So, here you are, and you've been around for the lean years and a resurgence year last season. Have you taken it upon yourself as one of the many veterans on this team to be more of a vocal leader?
Yes, sir, I have. I mean, it just hit all of us last year against Duke. We just had that chip on our shoulder coming back, and we know that feeling. And, I mean, we're probably one pitch away against Duke to go host the Super Regional at home, and we're just hoping to get back there.
Well, you're certainly going to be a national seed this year, and I wanted to ask you about that. Yeah, you're in the driver's seat, end up losing 2 in a row to Duke. How much motivation comes out of last year, and what makes this team different? You probably don't even have to be different because, like you said, you were very good last year. But what's the difference this year from last year and the motivation, with what happened at the end?
The difference between this year and last year is, everybody got older, everybody got more experience, everybody got better. And we got Emerson Hancock coming back his sophomore year. He was really good his freshman year, and now he's talking to be the 1-1 pick next year on a Friday night. And he gives us a chance every time he pitches on Friday night. We got C.J. Smith that came back. He's got a lot more innings this year than he had last year. He's been tremendous for us on Saturdays. We got Tim Elliott that stepped up in a huge role. Last year, we don't know if we had a set Tuesday starter. Now we have Tim Elliott that's just been outstanding on every Tuesday and gives us a chance to win.
Tony, I mentioned, as this one finds.
All right, so I got to make a point right here.
Here we go. Hold on. Todd Walker, hot button right here.
So, Tony Losey, do you like the shift, or do you, as a pitcher, or do you not like the shift?
I mean, it's hard to say. There's so many at bats now with college baseball that, stats show that he's going to pull, but at the same time, that's probably out for not in shift. But it works out in favor. It works both ways. So.
Well, if it's all things being equal, I assume that you're a pitcher and you deliver the ball and you turn around and nobody's where they should be. That would kind of make you mad. So in that situation right there, Grayson Berg gets a fastball in. That's what we talked about earlier. He gets jammed and beats the shift the other way. You have to pitch to it, right, Tony?
Yes, you do. I mean, you got to tip your hat to him right there. I mean, he hit it where we're not.
Tony, I mentioned you might be one of the best Sunday starters in the country. Tim Elliott has to be one of the best midweek starters in the country. Tell us a little bit more about him as a teammate and what impresses you about him on the mound.
No, Tim, he's a great teammate. Very smart guy. A lot of people might not know it, but came in here as an engineering major, very smart guy. And those 3 pitches for a strike, he was in the mix for a weekend starter this fall. and it just happened to fall on Tuesdays, and he's really good.
I hear he's a guy you don't want to mess with either, a black belt in Taekwondo.
That's right. We hear it from him all the time, but it's in a loving way.
He's not afraid to remind everybody just in case, right?
That's right.
Just in case. Hey, I read where your father, Anthony, played college baseball at Columbus State, not too far from here, and then later in the pros with the Chicago Cubs organization. How much did you learn from the old man?
Learned a lot. He's been my coach. Well, he was my coach all the way up to my freshman year in high school, and still talk to him about baseball every day, still work with him on things every day to get better.
So, Tony, you're a hunter, right?
Yes, sir.
So what kind of things do you hunt?
Well, Thursday morning I'll be hunting turkeys and hopefully tigers that afternoon.
Nice.
I like how you did that. Very nice. You're a pig hunter, too, because we talked to Chase Atkins last year, and he was a big pig hunter. Hog hunter, I should say.
That's right. Me and Chase been hog hunting a couple of times last year.
So what goes into that? Like, what's the process of hunting a hog?
Well, there's two different ways to do it. One, you can run dogs, and dogs trap them, and you go over there and tie them up. And or other way is just use a gun and night vision thermals.
That's Fortnite stuff right there.
That's next level breakdown right there. That's what that is. Tony, on top of living a charmed life as a baseball pitcher for a top 10 program, you got a pretty cool roommate too in the starting quarterback for the Georgia Bulldogs, Jake Fromm. But how does that relationship work out, and who's drawing more attention? I'm guessing it's pretty hard to outdo Jake Fromm, huh?
It's pretty hard to outdo him right there.
What is he like as a roommate?
No, he's awesome. He's a competitor. We butt heads a lot. Playing pool every night, ping pong, different things like that. But he's a competitor just like myself, so we get after a little bit, but it's in a loving way.
What do you beat him in?
I beat him about everything.
Would he say the same thing?
Probably not.
Yeah, I was going to say, we've got the spring game this Saturday. If we do a Jake Fromm interview, is he going to say, yeah, Tony Losi beats me in everything?
He'd be lying if he didn't.
So during football season, Tony, you give him any advice?
No, I just let him do his thing. He lets me do my thing in season.
Very good. Well, Tony, we're going to let you do your thing right now and get back, focus on the dugout, focus on this game. Thank you much for the time. Good luck on Sunday.
Yes, sir. I appreciate it.
You got it. Tony Losi out of Houston County High School in Columbus, Georgia. Columbus, a powerhouse for baseball talent over the years. Tim Hudson, Frank Thomas. You never forgot the first place you played pro ball, right? Where was it?
Pro ball or big leagues?
Minor leagues, pro ball.
In the minor leagues, it was the Florida State League in Fort Myers, Florida.
Okay. As an announcer, I never forgot where I called my first pro ball minor leagues, Columbus, Georgia, the Columbus Red Sticks.
The Red Sticks.
Former single-A affiliate of the Cleveland Indians. Topper to third. Shunk on a charge. Shunk throws on the run and delivers a perfect strike. Great play to retire Hawkins.
That's nasty. Now for Bird at second base, he could have made it to third base with Shunk coming in. He elects to stay put, but what a play by Aaron Shunk coming in and just making a rifle of a shot. That's why he's the closer also on this Georgia team, but you got to aim that ball up the right field line, have it come back to first base. A lot of things have to go right for that play to happen. Keep his eye on the ball, not try to do too much. Otherwise, you lose the handle on the baseball. And nice play.
He's cleaned some things up at the hot corner, struggled with some errors early in the season, but lately has been very strong and very precise. So 2 gone now for Davis Sharp, the freshman designated hitter. Again, Sharp, the dual threat, one of the best pitchers this year for the Tigers, and also solid at the plate.
Speaking of Tigers, I like what Tony Losi said. Hunting turkeys on Thursday morning and Tigers Thursday afternoon. Of course, they host the Missouri Tigers here in Athens Thursday.
I feel the vibe.
Very nice. Well said.
Pretty eloquent, Tony Losi.
Absolutely.
And he's
to go along with that 95.
Yeah, you're throwing 95, and then you're beating the starting quarterback, potential Heisman Trophy candidate Jake Fromm. You're beating him at everything he plays.
I want some of him in ping pong. I don't do much good, but I can play some ping pong.
Yeah. Well, you could beat him in Fortnite. I know that.
That's Dari Noka. Wore him out.
Is that back in Charlotte?
That was in the SEC tournament. They've got a ping pong table out back, in that entertainment area.
Cool.
We go back there and play ping pong.
I like it. Takes the glove off the hand of Elliott. Going to make the barehanded play anyway. No glove. No problem. Tim Elliott makes the play in a 14-pitch inning. He continues to cruise.
Tim Elliott, with the cat-like reflexes, gets the ball. They tell him to get out of the way. He doesn't do it. Makes a nice play for out number 3 for Georgia.
We are scoreless. Mike Morgan, Todd Walker back with you in Athens. And Todd had a chance to catch up with Clemson's All-American shortstop Logan Davidson before the game.
I'm here with junior All-American shortstop from Clemson, Logan Davidson. And Logan, you've played every game of your career here at Clemson, but I want to take you back to high school. I'm sure you were highly recruited. What was that process like, and why did you choose Clemson?
It wasn't that hard of a decision for me. Honestly, it was kind of a bit of a legacy. My dad went there back in the early 80s, back when they won the first football national championship. So it's pretty cool that I was there when they won the second and the third, I guess that would be.
Yeah, you mentioned your dad, Mark, played in the big leagues, played in college here at Clemson, won a World Series with the Minnesota Twins in 1987. What's it like having a dad with that type of experience, and what have you learned from him?
I mean, it's awesome. I mean, he's what I tell people is he's my biggest asset. I mean, he loves me more than anybody, and he's always there for me to work with me. And that's honestly, I contribute my success, to a lot of it, to him. I mean, we work together. That's kind of how I learn as a player. I like to work one-on-one with him, and that's kind of how I've gotten to get where I am today. And it's truly a blessing to have someone like that with that type of experience in the family, and someone that loves you that much and that worked that hard with you.
Absolutely. All right, so I know you've thought at least a little bit about the June draft coming up. I know I was in that position not too long ago. All the pressures, all the emotions that go into that. How have you handled that type of pressure and emotion this year?
I think I've handled it pretty well. I mean, guys like Seth Beer from last year, be able to take stuff from them. Really what it comes down to is if you do it out there. That's all you got to worry about is between the lines. That's some of the stuff I picked up from Seth. I mean, if you do what you need to do, you know what you need to do, and you do that. I mean, you keep it very simplified, keep it within the team. Everything's about Clemson. That's what we're here to do. We're here to win a national championship, make it to Omaha, and that's what we're going to stick to. That's all it's about, really.
Yeah, absolutely. I think people would like to know a little bit about your personal life. So I'm going to ask you about your girlfriend. No, we're not going to do that. But I would like to know, what do you do in your spare time when you're not playing baseball or you're not in school?
So the very little bit of spare time that we do get, I like to fish. Like to hunt, like to shoot guns. We got a mountain property up in North Carolina. I love to go up there and do some trout fishing, ride four-wheelers, do whatever. Like I said, there's not much time, but that's what I like to do when we get it.
There he is, Logan Davidson, All-American, lover of fish.
Todd Walker, I can't think of a better way to cap an interview than with those 3 simple yet elegant words. Lover of fish. Nicely done.
Dude's a stud. Shortstop. He's a big boy, 6'3". Dad played in the big leagues. He's going to play in the big leagues. He's going to be a first rounder. Logan Davidson.
Up the middle. And there is Hall for the play. 2 guys. When you think of Logan Davidson, I love the comp our own Kyle Peterson gave the other day during the Florida State series. So you need a shortstop in the bigs who's tall, kind of rangy. And the fact that they're both in the state of North Carolina doesn't hurt. How about Corey Seager?
Yeah,
I can see a little bit of that.
Lines there. Yeah, I can see him do about the same thing you see Corey Seager doing in the big leagues right now.
Logan's going to put on some LBs, no doubt, once he continues to grow into that kind of rangy frame of his.
Well, switch hitting still alive. We got Adley Rutschman up at Oregon State, going to probably be the first pick in the draft this year. And Logan Davidson, also a switch hitter, 10 home runs this year, 10 doubles, triple, 21 extra base hits, plays shortstop.
You see the ACC players on the Golden Spikes Award list. We finally reached the mid-season list. Several SEC players on the list as well. One slap foul and out of play off the bat of Cam Shepard.
And we can talk good and bad about the shift, and we didn't say it, but right there, Austin Big R hits it up the middle, and the shift works. In that case, they had the second baseman playing right behind second base. They're a little shifted a little more right here to Cam Shepard, but they were really on the left side to Austin Big R, who grounds out up the middle.
Shepard again stings one, but again it's going to be flagged down by Mikowski in right. A 1-2-3 12-pitch inning for Hennessy. Pitcher stool at Foley Field. Now the story has been both pitchers in this game, including Tim Elliott of Georgia. He has been cruising thus far. Clemson trying to figure out his mix of pitches, fastball, and the low to mid-90s. Great breaking stuff to mix in as well. 4 strikeouts so far for the right-hander. And again, the numbers on Elliott, for the year, very strong. He defeated Clemson earlier this season. That was back on April the 2nd. There's so many advantages this, Todd. When you have this quality of a midweek guy, think of what it does for you. Okay, let's talk regular season first. The obvious is you got a great chance of winning your midweek games. And remember, now they all count. They all count in terms of getting in the tournament, what your seed is going to be. Are you going to get a national seed? So when you're knocking off teams like a top 20 team like a Clemson, that is a quality win that helps your resume. Number 2, because he's able to go deep in games, a lot of midweek guys, you're just happy if you can get them to 5. He routinely goes around 7. That means you don't tax your bullpen much for the upcoming weekend, so you keep them fresh. Up the middle. Talley is there. And swings it over to first for the out to retire Mikowski.
Very good points, Mike. You've done this before.
Thank you, Todd. I'm going to double down on this. Think about postseason, SEC tournament. Typically, teams don't want to disrupt the rotation, right? The rest of your starters. So you don't start your ace on day 1 in Hoover. You very often you'll start somebody else. You'll pitch off. So a guy like Elliott could start the first game for you if you wanted to in Hoover. And then, of course, when you get to a regional, and if you're fortunate enough to get to Omaha, you want to be 4 deep. You don't want to just rely on 3 starters and hold your breath when you have to go to that number 4 guy. What a luxury this guy is.
Keep in mind, in the SEC tournament, the top 4 seeds get a bye on day 1. So that's huge in terms of winning it. But I think Georgia has a real shot of winning that SEC tournament this year based on what you just said. I mean, they've got 4 starters that can go. Most SEC, and we know SEC is probably one of the best conferences in the country. Most SEC schools have a tough time finding that 3rd guy on a Sunday.
Right.
And Georgia has 4, and Tim Elliott is as good as any of them.
Losey could start on Friday night for almost anybody. This guy could start on the weekend for almost anybody. Their bullpen's been rocked by injuries a little bit. Scott Strickland telling us that he expects C.J. Smith to be back soon. He's likely going to be on the 27-man roster this weekend for the Bulldogs. They expect to have him back. So you combine that with Christofac, and oh, by the way, you got a freshman by the name of Cole Wilcox. He can hit triple digits on the gun. So this is a staff that Scott Strickland has not had this kind of depth that since he arrived in Athens. That's the 5th punch out now for Elliott.
Well, I love Zach Christofac. I don't care what his numbers are. Watch this fastball from Tim Elliott elevated. This was what made Tim Elliott so good tonight. He's established the fastball in. He can elevate it when he wants. He's got that secondary slider working. And just like you said, I mean, just having these Clemson hitters just guessing all night. But, yeah, I mean, you're right. I mean, their bullpen, even without Proctor, he's out for the year. Some of these other guys, Ryan Webb's going to come back for too long. But, I mean, overall, they're stacked. And you, like you mentioned, you need pitching depth as you go through the postseason, and especially in that, that condensed SEC tournament, which if you lose a game, you might have to play 5 or 6 games in that tournament. If you win and go on through like Ole Miss did last year, you only have to play 4. Either way, it's 4 games within a week.
Right. Pitching depth so key come postseason time. 0-2 the count, and another one upstairs. Ferry can't catch up to it. A half a dozen strikeouts now for the junior right-hander, Tim Elliott.
This is just straight heat come from Tim Elliott. Elevating fastballs, inside fastballs, either way, he's getting a lot of swing and misses tonight.
Well documented that the Georgia program had hit a bit of a lull. Really started before Scott Strickland ever arrived in Athens, but in his first 4 years, 4 losing seasons. Not a great start to his era, but to his credit and the administration's credit, they stayed with it. Last year, a national seed. This year, the best start since 2009. And all of a sudden now you look at this Georgia team, I would say don't just put them under a microscope for 2019. Look at all the guys they've got coming back next year, including the potential number 1 pick in the draft. There's a lot to like about this program. I think many people, and again, as someone who resides in Atlanta, Todd, I can tell you many people in this state thought Georgia was underachieving for a while. There's so much great talent in this program. You got great facilities, good fan support. And now they're reaping the benefits of being patient with Scott Strickland, who's turned it around.
Well, and I think that kind of identifies how long it takes for a head coach to kind of put his stamp on a program. Scott Strickland's in year 6 right now. They had a great year last year, like we've already talked about, and then again this year. So Scott Strickland knew what he was doing. Tucker Maxwell's now a junior, freshman 2 years ago. You know, Austin Big R, Cam Shepard, all these guys, Patrick Sullivan playing first base tonight, all these guys were freshmen 2 years ago. Now, you're right. He's reaping the benefits of giving these guys opportunities to play as a freshman at the expense of losing some of those games.
Of course, the player I was alluding to was Emerson Hancock, who next year could very well be the #1 overall pick in the draft. He's going to be back for his junior season. A lot of these young arms will be back next year, and one thing Georgia can do is recruit. And I think now they didn't take the shortcut. They could have just gone up with a bunch of JUCOs and tried to win more games in the short term, but that's not the way you build a program if you want to do it for a sustained amount of time. And that was the goal all along from Scott Strickland. Keep it going for not just a couple of years, but long term.
And, you know, even Scott had to be doubting himself 2 years ago, his 4th year, like you said. I mean, there were a lot of people, you know, kind of trying to run him out, and he knew what he was doing. He stuck with his plan, and you're right. Now he's seeing all the rewards. Again, you don't just have them on the team, you let them play. And so all these freshmen 2 years ago that we listed are now juniors and getting, you know, all that experience over the last couple of years. It's paying off.
Scott Strickland, the 2-time All-MAC catcher at Kent State before playing at the AAA level for the Minnesota Twins.
Yeah, Kent State came to our regional. Back then we didn't have super regionals, but Kent State came to our regional in Baton Rouge and played against him. Played with Scott Strickland in the minor leagues and in camp with the Minnesota Twins. Former catcher.
Meadows dribbles one to second. Hall charges and tosses to first for the second out. It's the 6 degrees of Todd Walker. I always say you can link any player that's played the game in the last 30 years to Todd Walker.
Me and Kevin Bacon. We have that in common.
Were you in Footloose? It would be
as far as you know.
It'd be quite ironic if you were. You see Scott Strickland. Also, of course, his signature year as a head coach was taking Kent State to Omaha. After playing there, he went back to his alma mater and led the Golden Flashes to their first and only World Series appearance. Did have some experience coaching as an assistant at Georgia Tech, but overall not a quote-unquote Southern guy. But you don't have to be. If you know how to coach, you figure out how to recruit the area. And good results will snowball into more good results. I think that's what you see going on here at Georgia. I think both these coaches have their respective programs in great shape. Love what Monty Lee has done in a short amount of time at Clemson. Not easy to take over for a guy like Jack Leggett, who had several great years and several trips to the College World Series.
Well, you got history with Monty Lee. You talked about him, like constantly reading, overworking, you know, doing a lot of things that most people wouldn't do.
I'll just say Monty Lee is one of the most astute guys I've ever come across, and I knew him back in his days as an assistant coach at South Carolina. And you want to talk about a guy who studies the science of hitting? I've never seen anybody more meticulous when it comes to that. Reading books, breaking down tape. You and I had this great conversation of what they do in terms of making sure guys are hitting between 10 and 15 degrees in the loft and launch angles and all this stuff. He's always had his own ideas of what hitting is all about, and it's worked for him as a player and as a coach.
Well, and we got 2 outs here. I'm probably going to get long-winded on what he was talking about, but what he basically was saying is, I asked him about the launch angles and the exit velocities. They don't put too much impact on anything except that 10 to 15 degree. Now, ideally, at the home run, you're looking at a launch angle about 25 degrees, but he likes the 10 to 15. That's a line drive base hit in the outfield. So typically when the pitcher releases the ball, he's at 6 to 7 feet. And we'll finish this in the next inning, but he loves the launch angle. You can go in there and work on that in the cage by yourself. A lot of good things from Clemson.
Hennessy loves the angle of that curveball. A strike 3. He's retired 11 straight. We're still scoreless. Monty Lee, you see, after being an assistant coach at South Carolina, 4 NCAA tournaments as the head coach of the College of Charleston, including 1 super regional, 2 wins away from the College World Series. Did a great job there, and that, along with his time already in the Palmetto State with the Gamecocks, he was certainly on the radar for Clemson when they had an opening as the head coach of that program, and he has taken that job like a duck to water. He's in his home state, grew up in the state of South Carolina, played there, coached there, was a heck of a hitter. He had 3 home runs in one game when he was an outfielder for Charleston. That came against South Carolina. Kip Balknight gave up 2 of them. He's a former Golden Spikes winner. And then he hit a 3rd one off the bullpen. He was actually a 39th round draft pick of the St. Louis Cardinals. I'll tell you what's significant about that in a moment as the leadoff man Sam Hall takes high. He's 0 for 2. That was the same draft class where the Cardinals in the 13th round took a guy out of a junior college by the name of Albert Pujols. So Pujols, this was not the Pujols we now know that's going to the Hall of Fame. He was not quite a name yet. That's why he went in the 13th round, unlike the guy sitting to my right who went in the 1st. So then they go to spring training in Florida, and everybody's taking BP, and all of a sudden all the folks affiliated with the Cardinals organization go to the other batter's box to see Albert Pujols, who's just hitting bomb after bomb after bomb. And at that point, Monty Lee, as well as several other players that were drafted that year, realized, yeah, we're not quite in the category of that guy, Albert Pujols.
Are you saying Pujols had a lot to do with Monty Lee's downfall in professional baseball?
That's exactly what I'm saying. Albert Pujols caused the destruction of Monty Lee's playing career, but he's parlayed it nevertheless into a great coaching career.
So again, to continue the conversation we were talking about with Monty Lee, I asked him about launch angle, and he said the only thing they really focus on is his 10 to 15 degree launch angle, which basically puts the ball on a line into the outfield. If you think about a pitcher standing on that 10-inch mound, the ball is released at about 7 feet. So you've got a negative 10 degree or some odd angle coming down from the pitch. So the idea is to keep that bat on the same plane as that baseball all the way through in order to be consistent. And if you can do that, you're going to hit for a high average. You're going to pop some home runs. See, when I grew up, they were telling us chop down,
right,
get backspin, or now with the launch angle, really swing up. But the reality of it is, I love what he said. If you get that thing right at about 10 or 15, that's the way you're going to be the most consistent, because you're on that path of the baseball all the way through.
Sam Hall with a seeing eye single against the shift.
There's the beat shift. And again, the papers dictate it, the spray charts, but just too often you see it beat. And I know as a pitcher, it's got to frustrate you to turn around. That ball's hit right to the second baseman ordinarily, and it's through the hole. So I think it's just overused. I think there are times when you can use it, and there's some benefits. Like you mentioned, mentality as a hitter. You see the shift, you're going to try to beat it, and that's what you want the hitter to do, is think about something different than what he's best at. But right there, it's beat.
And in a game like this, where runs are coming at a premium, watch out for Sam Hall at first, because he's one of the faster players in the ACC. 21 for 24 in stolen bags this year. You've got Davidson, of course, at the plate. Davidson has not seen it well from Tim Elliott. A strikeout and hit a weak ground ball to first base. He's 0 for 2. Sizable lead for Hall at first.
Well, with the first baseman Sullivan holding the runner on, Talley in double play depth, huge hole for the switch hitting Logan Davidson, hit from the left side. It's a good spot for Clemson in this inning.
Strike call. Davidson can't believe it. He thought that one was off the plate.
He's probably got an argument. Again, they've got the shift on him a little bit. So now LJ Talley's moved out of double play spot, more over to the right. Watch this pitch on the outside corner. Probably a few inches on the outside. Gets it called on him for strike 2, but there's not really anything he's going to do with that baseball to try to pull it. And they've got him shifted to the right side. So when we talk about pitching to it, really the only thing, if Logan Davidson decides, all right, I'm going to stay on that ball and hit it to left, there's all kind of hits on that side because Georgia's got the shift on him.
Davidson, whose father Mark played at Clemson back in 1982 before major league career with the Astros and the Twins, part of that 87 World Series championship squad. Swing and a miss. Logan Davidson has not been able to get to Tim Elliott, and that's 7 strikeouts now for the junior righty.
That shows you the moxie of Tim Elliott. My goodness, I mean, Clemson has him on the ropes. Leadoff guy Sam Hall gets on first, and the best hitter in Clemson's lineup, Logan Davidson, up, and he just flips a curveball on him for strike 3. Big out for Tim Elliott.
I got to say, this is ridiculous that Georgia gets to have Tim Elliott on a Tuesday night. I mean,
you don't see that often. Like I said, a lot of teams struggle just to get a Sunday guy.
Yeah.
Number 3. This is Georgia's hypothetical number 4. And he can just some kind of throw it by you.
This is the only guy who's really had much success. Grayson Bird, the senior, with a couple of singles. That's some serious facial hair right there.
He's got incredible command with that elevated fastball, putting it right above their waist. And as a hitter, when you see that, it's so hard to lay off. Even if you tell yourself he's going to throw it, it just looks too good because it's closer to your eyes. And he's getting a lot of swing and misses on that ball up in the zone.
You know, it snuck up on me as you watch this throw to first. A little precarious. That one hauled in on an athletic play by Patrick Sullivan at first.
Yeah, Sullivan's only made 1 error in the last 500 chances over at first base. He's a real asset for Georgia over there.
I didn't realize until I had to kind of go deeper on Grayson's father, Paul Bird. Paul Bird pitched 14 years in the bigs. I mean, I knew he was there for a while. I didn't know it was 14 years.
Stud. Again, won a national championship in 1991 with LSU. And could really pitch. Not a guy who's going to blow you away, but again, when they use the term pitchability, Paul Bird was just very smart on the mound, knew exactly how to pitch and where to pitch, and was really accurate.
Hit on the screws, but at the second baseman, Talley, who pivots and fires to first for out number 2. Sam Hall advances to second on the play. Saturday at noon Eastern Time here on the SEC Network, we'll have the second game of a big 3-game softball series between 8th-ranked Tennessee and number 22 Georgia from Jack Turner Stadium right here in Athens.
There's an example where the shift actually worked. LJ Talley's over in that hole where nobody would be in a double play situation and makes the play. Didn't get the double play, but does get the out. That ball's through the hole if they're in normal defense.
Now Wilkie, the junior catcher, 0 for 2. Clemson with a runner in scoring position for a rare time tonight. If you're just joining us, Tim Elliott and Jacob Hennessy have put on a clinic. Only had 5 hits in this game.
Well, we talked to Monty Lee. They were hoping to just get 3 or 4.
Right.
Jacob Hennessy, and he has really pitched well tonight.
Up the middle, base hit again. Hall runs extremely well. There'll be no play at home. He can trot home, and the Tigers are on the board. An RBI single by the junior catcher, Kyle Wilkie.
Clemson finally gets a fastball from Tim Elliott that they can handle. Kind of a modified shift right here, but nobody's playing up the middle on Wilkie, who just bats it straight up into center field to score Clemson's first run.
And you know that feels good for Wilkie, one of those 5 starters for the Tigers who hail from the state of Georgia. In fact, you have several Clemson fans that have made their way to Foley Field. No doubt several family members of the many players on this Clemson roster from Georgia. This ball is rocketed to deep center field. Maxwell looked like he might have lost it. They're going to have to play it off the wall. This will score a run. Digging for third is Hawkins, and he'll be there with an RBI triple. That ball just kept going and going. I'm not sure if Maxwell just let up on it, or maybe he thought maybe he just couldn't see it in the lights late. You see the Clemson fans excited about what they've seen. Finally, the Tigers have gotten to Tim Elliott.
Well, Tim Elliott's gotten away from that fastball inside, so these hitters are starting to feel a little more comfortable. That was a little cutter on the outside corner. A nice job by Hawkins just to go with it and hit it in that gap. There's no wind tonight, so that ball was blasted out to right center, and 2-out triple for Clemson. You know, again, I think that fastball inside has been so effective for Elliott, but when you stop throwing it, now all of a sudden as a hitter, you're not really thinking about that pitch, and you can look out over the zone, and that's when you start getting those balls hit the other way.
Well, isn't it amazing how the game can change? I mean, here's Elliott just coasting, 7 strikeouts, 2 outs in the inning. Gives up an RBI single to Wilkie, who came in just 4 for his last 27. And then Hawkins, the freshman, with an RBI triple. He was hitting .207 in the month of April, so 2 guys that have been laboring at the plate finally get to Tim Elliott here in the top of the 6th.
And I think it shows you just how hard pitching is. I mean, he's been so dominant through 5, and like you said, even 2 outs in this 6th inning. I think we're not robots. So I think part of him kind of sets down a little bit, shuts down, and thinks, you know, I only need 1 more out. And then all of a sudden, bang, bang, and you've given up 2 runs.
Got to look at Sean Kenny, the pitching coach there. Came over last year, and what an addition he has been for this Georgia staff. Davis Sharp now the batter, runner at third, 2 gone, a 2-0 Clemson lead. I mentioned Sean Kenny. Sean Kenny was courted by Scott Strickland. Sean Kenny was coaching the Michigan Wolverines and was quite happy there and doing a fine job with that program. It's been on the rise. But here's the connection. Sean Kenny played at Eastern Michigan. Scott Strickland played at Kent State. They played against each other in the MAC. Then they played against each other in the minor leagues. So they stayed in touch, and finally Scott called him up last year and said, hey man, I need you. I know you're happy at Michigan, but we could really use you in Athens. So he had to do a little sales pitch, but he got him to come, and since he has, it's been to the benefit of this Georgia program because Sean Kenny's done a terrific job the last couple of years.
2nd in the powerful SEC in team ERA for Georgia. Shows the job that Sean Kenny does. And again, Scott Strickland's a former catcher. He knows pitching too.
Justin Glover heating up in the Georgia pen. 2-1 is the count on Davis Sharp. There's Wilcox also down there. He of the serious upper 90s fastball. .84 pitches under the belt of Elliott. Again, he's used to going deep in games. This is not, sometimes you'll, to go back to our point on the midweek guys, sometimes you'll have a guy that's not used to going more than 5 anyway, and then he starts to fatigue. That's not the case with Tim Elliott.
And we see that, and the coaches know that, or he'd already be out of the game.
Right.
They know he has longevity. And again, like you said, that's a huge plus because you can save your bullpen for the weekends.
Three and one. Davis Sharp, in a loss Sunday against Florida State, had his 9th multi-hit game of the year. And they're not even going to mess around, just go ahead and give the old intentional walk without actually throwing it now. That rule trickling down from the pro game to the college game. We also eliminated the old bluff throw to third then first. I don't think anybody's going to miss that, do you?
No. The only one you stay on the mound and feign a throw is what the terminology is. But
no. Tim Elliott was in control for most of this game. But in the end, he's going to have to exit stage right, trailing 2-0 here in the 6th. Should be a lot of fun between those two teams, LSU and Florida. Gators struggling. LSU in a log jam in the Western Division right now. Georgia Bulldogs tapping out of the bullpen first. It'll be the junior Justin Glover, the lefty, on the bump out of Buford, Georgia.
6'1" junior making his 16th appearance. Closed over the top left-handed delivery from Justin Glover. Only 13 and a third innings pitched this year, but he has held guys down to 167 batting average. Really effective against left-handed hitters. Which we have. Bo Mikowski coming up.
Mikowski, the son of the Magic Man, Don Mikowski, former 10-year NFL quarterback. Green Bay Packers. Bo looks a lot more subdued than his father. Don was quite animated back in the day. Mikowski, the sophomore, from Johns Creek, Georgia.
Left-handed pitchers will close that right leg off a little bit against left-handers. He does it against righties too, but it's really difficult as a left-handed hitter facing a guy like Glover because he hides the ball so well. He's closed off with his right shoulder and his right side and then just delivers that fastball right down the middle. But you see Mikowski was late on that pitch. He just can't pick it up.
Snap throw to first. What I love about this game and these two teams, this doesn't feel like a typical Tuesday night game. This has got like a Friday night feel to it. Hot shot to second, and Talley will play it and record the third out of the inning, but the Tigers on the board, an RBI single by Wilkie. Well, we had ourselves a good old-fashioned pitcher's duel, something rare on a Tuesday night, but Jacob Hennessy was more than up to the task to match Tim Elliott. In fact, he surpassed him 5 scoreless innings, 4 strikeouts, and Hennessy would stand to win this game, exiting with a 2-0 lead. That'll pave the way for the junior out of Aiken, South Carolina, Owen Griffith.
6'1", 195 junior from the right side. Yeah, Jacob Hennessy gave them everything they wanted tonight. I mean, again, Monty Lee told us they were hoping to just get 3, maybe 4 out of Hennessy. Gives them 5. Now gives way to Owen Griffin, 89-92. Nice little slurve, changeup.
Got a new left fielder, that's Elijah Henderson. So Chad Ferry is out of the game in the 9-hole. Looks like a straight-up switch for the Tigers. So Hennessy, who had retired 11 straight, gives way to the bullpen. Top of the order due up for the Dogs here in the 6th. Clemson on the strength of a Kyle Wilkie RBI single and a Briar Hawkins RBI triple lead this game 2-0. The second meeting between these two teams 2 weeks ago, it was Georgia defeating Clemson at Doug Kingsmore Stadium. Mike Morgan, Todd Walker, great to be with you on a Tuesday night, a beautiful night weather-wise. Actually feels like baseball weather here in the South. Maxwell 0 for 2, followed by King and Shunk.
Tucker Maxwell's doing exactly what you would want to do. They're down by 2, starting to get late in the game in the 6th inning. You want to take a lot of pitches. Of course, Griffin just got in the game. Even more reason to be a little bit hesitant to swing early. Let him try to dig himself a hole if he's going to do that, and it looks like he is at 3-1. But good job by Maxwell not going up there just hacking away. If you're ahead in the game, then you'd be a little more aggressive offensively. But when you're behind, you need base runners.
And a leadoff walk. Now Griffith is a guy that started off the season very dominating in his first 7 appearances. He only allowed 1 earned run, but in his last 5 appearances, 7 innings pitched and 6 earned runs. So he's trying to gain some confidence back. That won't be a good way to do it. A leadoff walk to Maxwell. The Clemson bullpen stirring as we speak with Riley King at the dish for the Bulldogs. He's 0 for 2.
And then Riley King follows suit. You saw a great at-bat by Tucker Maxwell. There'd be no reason to swing early in this at-bat. And that's why you see him taking strike one. Of course, that was an off-speed from Griffin, but be patient. Let him dig himself a hole if he's going to. But, of course, what goes along with that is the ability to swing with 2 strikes and not be afraid to strike out. But you got to take a lot of pitches and let this inning develop. There'd be no reason to steal right here. You're down by 2. That was just a show-me pick. Just to show him he's paying a little attention to him. And oh, by the way, the dude behind the plate will gun you in a second. 11 for 19.
Yeah.
Wilkie's very good for Clemson.
Maxwell does have good wheels, 17 of 18 this year in stolen bases. Did go 0-2. And like you said, this would not be the spot. You really want to gamble here.
No, you don't want to get him blown up at second base for the first out, and then, you know, all of a sudden what you had a little bit of momentum going just trashed by just a steal. Even though, like you mentioned, he's got 17. That's a lot of bases already in this season, but wouldn't be any reason to steal right here, especially considering you got your 2, 3, 4 guys coming up.
Georgia's only had 2 hits on the night. This is the first time they've had a base runner since the second inning. Riley King, really the biggest surprise on this Georgia roster this year. Goes down swinging here.
Good curveball right here from Griffin. Just a 12-6 heavy curveball, drops out of the zone, and Riley King with a little bit of a long swing tonight, just not able to handle it.
Three-hole hitter is the junior Aaron Shunk, who has walked. He has flied out to right. Runner goes, pitches a strike, throw to second. He is meat. We just told you how good the arm of Wilkie is behind home plate, and he showed it off right there.
Tucker Maxwell is their steal guy, and I'm sure Strickland's a little upset. He probably got crossed in the signals. I'm sure he wanted him to go right there. Still a bullet down to second base from Wilkie. The numbers just don't add up. I mean, if you can clock the pitcher at being 1-5, 1-6, a little longer to the plate, you may want to go. But again, it just doesn't make sense down by 2 to get thrown out at second base. The risk is not worth the reward right there.
And Shunk would have been represented the tying run, and he has power, 6 home runs on the year.
And that, in addition to what I just said, you got your 3-hole up, and based on the look that Scott Strickland's giving you right there, that was a missed sign.
Yes.
And that's a deal too, where I'm sure that Tucker Maxwell has the green light. Like, he can go when he wants to go, but that would be a situation where you'd shut him down. That's the rare case where Scott Strickland would say, look, you got the red light now. We're not going. We're going to go station to station until we get something happening here in this inning.
Last year, Aaron Shunk, a third-team All-American. 2 years ago, he suffered a season-ending thumb injury after starting 37 games. He was one of the heroes in that win over Clemson a couple weeks ago when he hit a home run. Chases here low and away. All of a sudden, Griffith, after the leadoff walk, strikes out a pair. That combined with the caught stealing, side retired, 2-0 Clemson. Let's take it to the nation, shall we? Some national headlines. Pac-12 holding 3 of the top 4 spots in the coaches poll. Been a while since we've seen that. Louisville takes over the top spot in the ACC. A log jam of the Big 12. 5 teams ranked, but none in the top 15. I love that Baylor squad, by the way. Had a chance to see them earlier in Waco. And the Gauchos, UC Santa Barbara, up to 11th after sweeping number 20, UC Irvine. Anybody know what a Gaucho is? You know what a Gaucho is, Todd Walker?
Yeah, it's the team in Santa Barbara.
I had to learn this because I had them in the Super Regional 3 years ago, Mike Rooney and I. Gaucho is an Argentine cowboy. That's one for the water cooler tomorrow. And that Argentine cowboy 3 years ago against the number 2 national seed Louisville in Game 2 of a best-of-3 Super Regional, with the bases loaded, trailing 3-0, and a freshman backup with 26 at-bats all year. Sam Cohen came up to the plate and hit a walk-off grand slam off Nick Birdie, who throws about 100 miles an hour. He decided to throw a 90-mile-an-hour changeup, and Cohen turned on it, and the Gauchos made history.
You being from Atlanta will remember that whole deal with Jim Leyritz and Mark Wohlers. They always talked about him throwing 100, yet he threw him a slider. And he took it out. Don't get beat by your second or third best pitch.
Boy, that still gives people the cringes here in the state of Georgia.
Talk about UC Santa Barbara. The Big West made some runs in Omaha. I mean, they had Fullerton there in 2017. UC Santa Barbara, like you just mentioned, 2016. Fullerton was there in 2015, and then UC Irvine made an appearance in Omaha in 2014.
Yeah, they made it 4 straight years. The Big West had a different team in the College World Series.
You know what's interesting to me in Omaha? There's been only 5 conferences represented in Omaha over the last 5 years. Only 5.
Wow, that's very interesting. I did not know that.
The Pac-12, the SEC, the ACC, the Big 12, and the Big West. And 1 mid-major, which I still think is the greatest story in the history of college baseball. Coastal Carolina wins the national championship in 2016.
Coach Gilmore and company.
Wow.
There you see the USA Today top 25. The SEC top to bottom, the deepest conference in the league. But again, you look at the top of the Pac-12, and they've got a chance to have a historic year in Omaha this season.
SEC's had 3 teams in Omaha last year and the year before.
Pinch hitter for the Tigers here. No, that's the left fielder Henderson, who already came in the game in left field. Henderson, a freshman out of Greer, South Carolina. That Coastal Carolina team, you and I had them.
Very first game I ever did.
I think the first game you ever did.
That's the first game I ever called 4 years ago.
You've come a long way, Todd Walker. It's been fun to watch the maturation of your broadcasting career.
The growth from a kid to a man in 4 years. Yeah, Coastal played South Carolina, and they competed with them for 4 or 5 innings.
Right.
And then
lost. It was like a 3-1 game. And you and I are like, okay, Coastal, nice story. And Coach Gilmore's always got them competitive and blah, blah, blah. And next thing you know, a couple months later, they're winning a national championship.
Unbelievable.
Which goes to show you what you think you know in mid-April is what you don't know in mid-June.
And they're somewhat back. That's that recruiting class when they win the national championship that's come in now at Coastal Carolina. They were in the top 25, just dropped out. But they can compete with you again this year.
Yeah.
Pretty incredible when you think of all the powerhouses in Division I
and
in the nation. And you got a team like Coastal Carolina running in there and just beating up on everybody.
Well, I mean, around here, Georgia baseball fans still have nightmares about a number 4 seed that wound up winning a national championship in Fresno State. Now, people will tell you that was not your typical number 4 seed because they had a lot of injuries that cost them some wins in the regular season. That team did have a lot of talent, but still, that'll go down as the only number 4 seed. Number 4 seed from a regional to go on to win a national championship. And you think how the complexion of the Georgia program changed after that, because Georgia was on a roll there under former head coach Dave Perno. They went to Omaha in 04, 06, and that year 2008. And the program was on pretty solid footing. They're a victory away from winning a national championship here, which would have been their second. They won it in 1990, the first SEC program to ever win in Omaha, the title. You see the SEC championship as well in 2008. As the battle continues here with Elijah Henderson, 2-2 pitch fouled back our way. And so you lose that and you figure, well, okay, yeah, it's heartbreaking, but we'll be back in maybe 2010. And Georgia was on the pace of winning every even year. Well, not only did they not get back, they just took kind of a precipitous fall and eventually hit a stretch there where they didn't go to the postseason for a while. We mentioned Scott Strickland's struggles in his first 4 years.
Well, for a reason, though. We've talked about that. I mean,
sure.
The struggles were for a reason, and it's for this year. It's for last year and this year.
Right.
Putting the young guys in, letting them play, going through that struggle, knowing that this time would come when they've got the experience and they would be one of the better teams in the country.
Teodosio leads from first. Henderson waiting on another 2-2 pitch and a lengthy at-bat, which will continue after this timeout.
And your concern with Georgia was the offense, and rightfully so. They hit 240 in conference so far after 15 games. That's below average in the conference, but if we learned anything from the Florida Gators winning it a couple years ago, hit 258 as a team. They win the national championship. It takes great pitching and great defense, and Georgia is really good at both.
It took 7 pitches, but Henderson is finally disposed of for the first out of the inning. Yeah, you were making an interesting point during the commercial break about that Florida team and maybe how they could be a good comp to this year's Georgia squad. Pitching and defense. That Florida team was not a lethal lineup for much of the year, looked very pedestrian offensively. At times this year, Georgia has looked pedestrian offensively. They're coming off a series against Tennessee where they barely scratched the surface offensively.
Getting hot at the right time, having the key hits, especially with 2 outs, getting that key hit. We're mainly playing good defense. It's all about pitching. I term it more so it's all about pitching because I played behind Pedro Martinez. And when he's on, the defense is pretty easy. It's not pitching and defense necessarily. It's the guys you've got on the mound. And, again, we've already talked about Emerson Hancock and Tony Losey and C.J. Smith and the guy that started tonight, Tim Elliott, and all the bullpen guys they have here at Georgia.
Georgia didn't have a runner reach third base in the first 2 games of that Tennessee series. I mean, that offense, and again, give all the credit in the world to Tennessee, but every now and then this offense will just fail to show up to the point where you would expect maybe out of a top 10 team. But you don't have to have gaudy numbers offensively to win a national title. We've seen that before from other teams. And one thing is for sure, they've got plenty of arms here in Athens. Runner at first, 1 gone for the leadoff man, Sam Hall, who got that whole 6th inning started with a leadoff single. Hits this one to right. King is there. He'll make the play. So Sam Hall is retired. Hall, who started 5 different positions this year. And tonight he's playing second base. There's more spring football this Saturday at 2 Eastern right here in Athens, as a matter of fact. It's the Georgia G-Day game right here on the SEC Network at Sanford Stadium. Now, you folks love to yell at officials and zebras. Make sure you give it good to Sean McDonough, Marty Smith, Dusty Dvorak, Molly McGrath, and Todd Blackledge, because they'll have officiating duties in this one, so you can blame them for all the bad calls. You ever do any umpiring?
No, I except on the show last week, they put me in an umpire uniform.
Oh, they did?
Yeah, we did a top 3 something or other, and here I am in an umpire. But I will tell you, as a head coach, I always had respect for those guys, and they're human too, man. I mean, we always want them to be perfect, and they're not. And I always in the big leagues, I always tried to get to know them, because the more you get to know them, less likely they're gonna get you.
Todd Walker wearing props on the set, performing color duties tonight. Clemson leading it 2-0. I mean, this is what I'm talking about. This is how it should be on a Tuesday night. Pretty close to capacity crowd here. Not just Georgia fans. Got a lot of Clemson fans as well, dressed in orange and purple on the third base side. Good environment, good game, 2-0. Tigers leading it. Mike Morgan, Todd Walker here at Foley Field, and Clemson has tapped into the bullpen as Sam Weatherly, the 6'3 sophomore out of the state of Michigan, will toe the rubber.
11th appearance for Sam Weatherly out of the pen. Good numbers, 25 strikeouts in only 15 innings. Got this wipeout slider to go along with a high 80s, low 90s fastball cutter.
Just got word the attendance tonight, a season high, 3,419.
Good crowd. Good weather Tuesday night.
Yeah. Talley looks at a breaking ball strike. LJ Talley will not miss seeing Tim Elliott. Struck out against him twice. He's 0 for 2. One ball, one strike, the count on the senior second baseman, LJ Talley, who's picked a great time to have a career year.
Perfect setup for Sam Weatherly. Those two sliders to LJ Talley, the best hitter in Georgia's lineup, the 4-hole. And as a hitter, you have to respect that slider, so you have to keep your right shoulder buried in there, and that's when he comes inside with a fastball. It's tough to get the head out on that fastball when you're protecting against that slider.
Swing and a miss. And the throw to first to finish him off. So Talley goes down. That's 3 consecutive strikeouts of Georgia batters.
And then if you do try to get the head out on a fastball and he drops the slider on you, that's what happens. You swing right through it and you're out in front. So again, for me as a hitter, especially lefty on lefty, and if you're behind in the count, I eliminated the right side of the field, get jammed, do whatever you have to do to put that ball in play. But the only way to hit that slider is to look to left.
Austin Bigard got the start tonight in favor of John Cable, with a lefty starting for Clemson. Another lefty on the mound now in Weatherly. Bigard, the junior from Lilburn, Georgia. Georgia's offense has been held in check tonight, just 2 hits.
This is why I like staggered lineups. In other words, lefty, righty, lefty, instead of just stacking them left, left, or right, 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 because you saw he was dead on with LJ Talley, the left-handed hitter. Now you give him a different look on the right side from Austin Bigard. He's having a tough time finding the plate.
There's strike one. Bigard, a graduate of Parkview High School in Lilburn. Rated the top catcher in the state coming out of high school, number 9 nationally among catchers. Inside, ball 4, a 1-out walk. Second time Bigard has reached tonight. And now Cam Shepard had a big hit in the win over Clemson a couple weeks ago. They could use a big hit out of the junior shortstop right here.
And he could use a big hit.
Yeah.
Again, remember, in the second inning, comes up, hits a bullet to right field. He's out. And as tough of a year as Cam Shepard has, when you put the ball in play and do everything you're supposed to do, you want that to turn out positive for you. But when you line out, again, it takes so much positivity coming into each baseball game to get yourself up for it. And then when you line out, it's just such a blow. And you've got to recover. He flew out to right field in the 4th. He's got a real chance here.
Stephen Minter, the pinch runner at first base for Georgia. 1 on, 1 gone for the Bulldogs, who trail at 2-0. We're in the bottom of the 7th. Shepard, who was a 29th round draft pick of the Boston Red Sox out of high school. His father, Mike, played for Georgia Southern and was drafted by the Cincinnati Reds. The defense is elite and has been since he arrived on campus. 2 errors this year. The first one came in the opening game. The second one was another early game out of conference on a rare throwing error. Other than that, this guy has been perfect, just absolutely flawless in the field. And again, he's not just a glove guy. He's shown he can hit. Hit .310 in league play as a freshman, .307 overall. And trying to find the magic back at the plate.
Well, I asked Logan Davidson in the interview earlier about the draft and how it affects you. For Shepard, he's supposed to be a high draft pick too, and you know a lot of times that can overcome you trying to do a little too much. In baseball, you overswing, try to put the weight of shoulders on yourself. It can have a negative effect.
Beautiful pitch. Takes a bite out of the inside corner for strike one. Would not be uncommon to see these two teams again in the postseason playing one another. Again, I mentioned the 2004 regional that was played here in Athens. Georgia would go on to win it. Good chance Georgia, if they can continue on the pace they're on, grab a national seed if Clemson does not host. They like to match up those SEC, ACC teams. Geographically, it makes sense. Natural rivalries very often. And of course, last year was Georgia being bounced out of the postseason by another ACC team, the Duke Blue Devils. Griffin Conine put on a home run display, the son of the former major leaguer Jeff Conine.
And the national seed means your top 8 in the country get to host a super regional if in fact you win your regional.
Just foul. Oh, Shepard sizzled one down the line.
And that's what's happening. You know, when you're scuffling, you know, you have some bad calls on you. You certainly have some bad at bats, but also nothing seems to go your way. Shepard with a bullet to right in the second inning, and now just barely misses the left field line.
One thing Shepard has done to keep himself valuable at the plate, I know that the batting average is hardly impressive, but he draws a lot of walks. Leads the team with 29 walks, so the on-base percentage is actually pretty solid.
And it'll be interesting to see if he sends Mentor in motion. He's not trying to steal the bag, but that's the hope that Cam Shepard doesn't strike out.
There's a bullet, and it gets by Bird at third. Minter will motor to third, and now it gets by the left fielder Henderson. A run will score. Rounding third and coming home is Shepard. Here's the throw. He's safe.
Well, average or no average for Cam Shepard. He's a leader on this team, and he shows why right here. A bullet down the left field line. Mentor rounds third and heading to home. Gets away from the left fielder Henderson, who just got put in the game. And Cam Shepard looks like he's going to be thrown out right there. Logan Davidson had the ball in his hand right when he passed third. Nice slide into home plate. And the left fielder Henderson, again, just came in the game for the freshman Ferry. Just the ball slips out of his hands, and Georgia's tied.
Oh, that'll give the official scorers something to think about on that play.
Not to mention whether or not it gives him an error, but that was hit too hot. That's got to be at least a double for Cam Shepard.
I would think so. I mean, that was an absolute bullet. And yep, it's going to be a hit. And an error on Henderson. An unbelievable hustle by Cam Shepard. I know it's just one hit, but I think that whole play meant a lot for the confidence of one Cam Shepard.
No question.
Watch again. I'm trying to say, this is not a wet day. We haven't had a drop of rain, but watch Henderson. The ball just slips out of the throwing hand.
He didn't even know where it went. But again, Cam Shepard's dead to rights, rounding third. Logan Davidson, the shortstop, has the ball in his hand. Just hustle right there, and the slide on the outside part of the plate to elude the catcher Wilkie at home plate.
8-hole hitter is Mason Meadows, the catcher.
And that's something you wouldn't necessarily want to risk with only one out. With 2 outs, you're going to go ahead and send him. If he gets thrown out, the likeliness of the next guy getting a base hit wasn't great anyway. So, but with 1 out, you'd have a tendency to stay there because now all the next guy has to do is put in the outfield. But Cam Shepard ran through everything and willed that second run.
Double and E7 again officially scored. I think correctly so. So Cam Shepard gets the hit of the game for Georgia. Then the error on Henderson in left paves the way for a 2-2 tie here in the bottom of the 7th. Meadows 2-2. When you saw the pictures of Mason Meadows' face after fouling that ball right near his eye, you wondered if you'd see him play again this year. It's a scary play and a scary looking aftermath. Looked like Rocky at the end. Meadows bounces out for the 3rd out, but how about the hit by Cam Shepard?
Cam Shepard running around third. He's losing some steam, but gets in there for Georgia's 2nd run. We're tied at 2.
On Sunday here on the SEC Network, we'll have the women's golf and also men's and women's tennis championships starting at 8:30 a.m. Eastern from Greystone Golf and Country Club with match play format to determine the SEC women's golf champion. Then at 2, we'll be in Gainesville for the men's tennis championship matches, followed at 4:30 by the women's championship matches from Texas A&M. All 3 will also stream live on the ESPN app. And after all that, we mentioned Zach Christofak on the mound out of the bullpen for the Georgia Bulldogs. Had a feeling we might see young Christofak tonight.
The 5'9" junior throws 90 to 93 curveball, fastball, and changeup. His last 4 outings, he's got 3 saves, 7 innings over that span with 10 strikeouts. He's had a phenomenal career. Seems like he's been here forever.
It does.
And he's only a junior.
He'll be going up against the heart of the order for Clemson: Bird, Wilkie, and Hawkins. Understand Grayson's father, Paul Bird, not here, probably working some TV back in Atlanta for the Braves series. I wouldn't be surprised if Paul maybe has the old ESPN app right now on, checking out how his son's doing at the plate. Bird, a senior out of Milton, Georgia. Bird 2 for 3 tonight. 1 ball, 2 strikes the count. Roped into right field, a base hit. How about a 3-hit day for Grayson Bird? 1 up the middle, 1 to left, 1 to right.
Interesting, your dad is a great pitcher, and you're the 3-hole for Clemson. Grayson Bird goes down and gets that fastball and pops it into right field. Like you said, nice night. 3 hits for Grayson Bird.
The leadoff man is aboard. Third time tonight the leadoff man has reached for Clemson. Wilkie 1 for 3 with a run batted in. Wilkie, the junior from Cumming, Georgia. It is pretty incredible to see a Clemson lineup, and of course Clemson's not that far away, but they are in a talent-rich state of South Carolina, and 5 straight players in this lineup from the state of Georgia.
Interesting where Aaron Shunk is playing Wilkie right here. Look at him just hugging the bag and in. Certainly with no outs, you wouldn't expect the 4-hole to bunt, but Chunk's in and right next to that bag, creating a big hole in that 5.5 Tony Gwynn hole between short and third.
Wilkie's not exactly a burner either.
Well, he's moved back a little bit now, has Shunk, but at one point he was even with the bag. No doubles.
Two one. Close pitch, but it goes the way of Kyle Wilkie. Ball 4, so a single and a walk. Kristofak has been rudely greeted here in the top of the 8th.
And now you could fully expect the freshman Hawkins with first and second, nobody out, to be bunting right here.
He's had the biggest hit of the night for Clemson, the RBI triple his last time up.
Georgia putting on a bunt defense. This is a situation where Shunk has to read it. Shunk can't come flying in with the square around because that would leave third base open. He's got to read it. Well-placed bunt down the third base line. Kristofak has to go over and make that play.
There's the flame-throwing Cole Wilcox heating up in the Georgia pen. Two on, nobody out here in the road half of the 8th. Hawkins takes strike 1. Briar Hawkins, talk about starting your career off in memorable fashion. In his first career plate appearance back on February the 23rd, he hit a 3-run homer. That was against VMI.
So right there, George is checking to see if he'll square around or show you any indication that he's going to bunt. Coach Monty Lee looks like he's going to go ahead and let him hit. He hit the triple in the 6th inning, last inning, out of right center. Give him a chance to blow this game away right here.
Chased. 0-2.
Most teams would bunt right here, but again, Monty Lee playing for the win on the road. Doesn't want to give up an out. Got a real chance to put a crooked number up in this inning.
He went. Big strikeout for Kristofak.
Just a steady diet of sliders from Kristofak to Briar Hawkins, and just can't lay off of any of them. Well placed.
Now the two-way standout, Davis Sharp. Another freshman on this young Clemson lineup. And again, a chase pitch and a chase result.
And by now you know exactly what you're going to get from Kristofak. He may show you a fastball inside or down the middle, but almost everything's going to be that slider on the outside corner. So if you're seeing that both on deck or even at the plate, You got to look to go the opposite way. That's the only way you're going to hit it. Give up the fastball. And also the only way you'll lay off of it, because that allows you to let the ball travel a little further into the zone by looking to go the other way. If he makes a mistake up and in, you just hope you're quick enough to react to it inside. But you want to have the mindset that I'm going to stay on that slider on the outside corner and bust it through that hole on the right side of the infield.
1 ball, 2 strikes. The count on the freshman designated hitter, Davis Sharp.
So now it's 1-2 on Sharp. You've seen a handful of sliders. You still have to stay on it. Now, he might throw that fastball, but again, if you got it too much percentage-wise in your mind he's going to throw a fastball, you'll swing right through that slider. So I'm going 100% slider if I'm the hitter and just trying as hard as I can to stay back for as long as possible. And if he throws it inside with a fastball, again, quick doesn't necessarily mean you're going to pull it. You might get jammed, but at least you've got a chance. But if you're looking any percentage of fastball, especially middle in right here, you'll swing right through that slider.
To shortstop. They will go to second for 1. That's all they'll be able to get. 2 slowly hit to turn 2, but you get a big second out. They're at the corners now, and what becomes the biggest at bat of the game thus far, Bo Makowski will trot into the batter's box.
We saw Logan Davidson do it earlier in the game, where you just get an out. In a double play situation, the first out's massively important. Good job by Cam Shepard, taking his time, just making sure a 1 out. The ball will dictate the double play, but if we try to force it, that's when bad things happen.
Kristofak is no stranger to these kind of situations. 71st career appearance. And so many of those in situations just like this, late inning, close game, a lot on the line. So you're not going to worry about this young man being rattled. Makowski, the sophomore, 0 for 3. Tardy on that offering. Wouldn't think there's any chance this pitch is in the strike zone, would you?
No, you've got to stay out of the zone. Now you got to trust your catcher. If you bounce it, you got to make sure that Meadows makes sure that he keeps it out in front of him. You've got to trust your catcher to throw that ball in the dirt. I like elevated fastball. See if you get a fish. An inside fastball well placed will freeze him up for sure. And he's already proven he swings right through that curveball. But
swing and a miss, strike 3. Throw to first, side retired. Kristofak clutch here in the 8th. Still tied at 2. Bottom of the 8th coming your way. Beautiful Athens, Georgia on a Tuesday night. Weather conditions perfect. Well played game. Great to be at the ballpark. Mike Morgan, Todd Walker checking in with some other SEC headlines. Tennessee back in the top 25. I mean, to me, that's as surprising a story as any. We knew J.J. Bleday is good, and he continues to lead the league in home runs. Talked about that log jam in the Western Division. And Jake Mangum, already with 1 hit tonight, inching closer and closer to the all-time SEC record. Mangum in his senior campaign not too long ago surpassed my partner tonight, Todd Walker. I will point out Todd played 3 years. Mangum and Duplantis played 4. Just something parenthetically to put it all in perspective. See Georgia's remaining SEC series. Hey, that Missouri one looks a lot different than it did a couple months ago. Missouri's playing some good baseball. And then in Starkville, Florida, at Auburn, and then they'll finish right here at the friendly confines of Foley Field with Alabama coming to town. Carson Spires, who has been so valuable for this Clemson team out of the bullpen. 9 saves on the year. A 1-2 record, 21 of the third innings pitched, 19 strikeouts, 6 walks. And you want to talk about a legacy. Uncle Bill played 13 years in the major leagues. Dad Michael and Grandpa Bud also played at Clemson. The Spires family has deep roots with this program, so there wasn't a whole lot of question where he was going to attend and pitch in college. And he's been so valuable to this Clemson bullpen this year. Jernigan, and then back to the top of the order with Maxwell and King here in the home half of the 8th. And we have a pinch hitter. That's actually going to be Rogers, Cheney Rogers, the freshman. Home run cut comes up empty. 0-2 now on the freshman Rogers.
That's why you see the third baseman Bird playing over in the shortstop position. Davidson up the middle. Second baseman Hall in normal play depth, and then Hawkins back.
Strike 3 called. Spires carving up the pinch hitter for the first out here in the bottom of the 8th.
Well, I'm all about patience, but what they tell you as a pinch hitter is you got to be aggressive. Go up there ready to swing the bat from the first pitch. If you swing and miss by 10 feet, that's okay. We're going to be aggressive, but we don't want to freeze up.
One out and back to the top of the lineup. And Tucker Maxwell.
And that is a tough job. You come off the bench after sitting for 2.5, 3 hours and expected to get a base hit. That is, you don't have anywhere really to take some swings, and even then, it doesn't simulate the actual game situation. You've got to have done that a long time to be any good at pinch hitting.
And you speak from experience. You did some of that in the bigs.
Did some of that, and again, it was a totally different approach for me. So at that point, if I got thrown in the game, I'm going up hacking. But generally, as a left-handed hitter in the American League, I was facing closers. And so they were strikeout pitchers for a reason. I never wanted to get to 2 strikes, so I'm going early.
Spires the closer for Clemson. And you can see he's got swing and miss stuff. Spires' father, Michael Spires, at 301 with 16 homers, 110 RBIs, and 32 steals in his 4 years at Clemson, 1988 to 1991. Mentioned Uncle Bill, 13 years in the big leagues from 1989 to 2001. He played for Clemson in the mid-'80s. And you can tell this version of the Spires family has some serious stuff.
That was heat right by Tucker Maxwell for the second out. But that's all set up by the off speed that he threw him the pitch before on the changeup. Now all of a sudden he's got the hitter sitting back. And when you blow that fastball in as a hitter, if you're sitting back, it's hard to catch up to.
10 strikeouts for the Clemson pitching staff today. I don't know who's going to win this game, and obviously a win always makes you feel better about things. But Georgia's offense is not going to feel great after struggling against Tennessee staff this weekend. They've been struggling to get base runners tonight. I think it's worth repeating, with so many other things that are big about this game compared to your traditional midweek game, is the fact that both these teams come into this game coming off series in which they lost. Clemson got swept by Florida State. Tennessee loses 2 out of 3 to Tennessee. And so from a momentum standpoint, you want to pick up a win here tonight.
Yeah, we talked about that with Georgia in the Open. This is more important than it would be otherwise because, again, Georgia just lost 2 of 3 in Knoxville against Tennessee, and Clemson gets swept. So for both teams, this is massively important just to get a win and start feeling good about yourself. Because Georgia has to turn around 2 nights from now and play Missouri.
A hot Missouri team coming off a series victory over LSU. Hit on the screws, but at the center fielder, Teodosio. Oh, Spires gets the job done. A 1-2-3 inning. We head to the 9th, all tied.
Well, in the 6th inning, Briar Hawkins got the scoring going with a triple down into right center deep to the deepest part of the ballpark. That puts Clemson up 2-0 at that point. The struggling Cam Shepard comes up in the 7th inning and hits a missile down the third baseline. The left fielder for Clemson, Henderson, tries to track it down, and as he's going to throw, he loses it. And Cam Shepard digs it all the way to home. Nice slide at the plate, and we're tied at 2 here in Athens.
Two, 6-1 for the Tigers. 2, 3-1 for the Bulldogs as we enter the 9th. And Clemson has already rolled their closer out. Now it's time to see the top reliever for the Georgia Bulldogs. Aaron Schunk, 10 saves. That's tied for 4th in all of college baseball. A 1-1 record, a 2.65 ERA. Guy that was so reliable for the Dogs last year and comes into the game here in a big spot. A 2-2 game in the 9th. Of course, Schunk is the regular third baseman. He's on the mound, so that means Cole Tate will come out and play third. The sophomore will man the hot corner for Georgia. Teodosio will start things off here in the top of the 9th. A couple strikeouts and a walk to the Clemson center fielder, the sophomore. 8 home runs on the year. Rogers staying in the game in right field for Georgia.
Talented kid on the mound right here for Georgia. They ask him to do a lot. Aaron Schunk plays third base, hit .336 on the year with 6 home runs, and also, like you mentioned, the closer with already 10 saves. A lot of throws from this kid every time there's a baseball game. If he's not pitching, he's playing third. Really take care of your arm if you're this guy.
Ground ball. That's going to be the second baseman making the play on the left side of the infield with that shift. So it's actually Talley playing over there near shortstop to make the play.
It's because it's players that aren't in the lineup. He's in the lineup, so he's not on the reserve.
A pinch hitter for Henderson. And that's Jordan Green, the senior.
And yet another shift for Georgia. All 3 infielders on the left side. And my deal with this is you're a pinch hitter. Even Green would tell you, I don't know where I'm going to hit it. I'm not warm.
You're just happy to put it in play,
I'm just happy to put it in play anywhere. So they were playing no doubles earlier last inning was Georgia, and they still kind of are, with Tate now hugging the bag at third base, but the first baseman is really off the bag. And the outfield is in normal spots.
If I'm catching your vibe, Todd Walker, and I think I am, you're not a huge fan of the shift.
It just doesn't. Now, again, the spray charts would tell you that's what you're supposed to do, but too often you see it busted, and there's just a lot more that goes into it than just spray charts. And I think it's overused. I think there is times when you want to do it. Jason Giambi's at the plate. All right, we're going to move to the right side. Mark McGuire, who never hit a ground ball. Jose Canseco did. I played third base. I almost ate a few from him, but it's just overused, the shift.
1-2 upstairs. The shift helped contribute to Baltimore Orioles' Chris Davis, who went 0 for 54 before he finally got a couple of hits. But again, that's a guy that's just ridiculously dead pull.
And all air balls.
Yeah.
Doesn't hit much on the ground.
That's a good point.
And that was, again, Mark McGuire. I played third base against those guys. Mark McGuire came to the plate. It didn't bother me too much. He wasn't going to hit it to me. But
Right.
Jose Canseco, with that open stance, was staring you down. And he would hit it at you hard.
That ball's ripped down the left field line, just fouled by about 1.5 feet.
So I think tonight, when you're talking about the shift, I think we've seen it busted twice. And I think we've seen it benefit them twice. And we had North Carolina in the Super Regional. They're huge on all of that, the shifts and all the, dynamics that go along with it. And that was the same, if I remember, the Super Regional last year. There were 2 that went against them and 2 that went for them. So it always kind of just seems to just even out.
Payoff pitch lofted high and deep to left field. King backing up, and it's going to be off the wall. Green off the bench with a pinch hit double. And Jordan Green gives one a ride.
The first thing we talked about in pinch hitting is you want to be aggressive. If you come off the bench as a hitter, you're swinging the bat. But the second thing is you got to be real careful when you throw an off-speed pitch to a pinch hitter, because he's not really warm. All he's really trying to do is see the ball. And when you slow the speed down, it gives him more of a chance. And right there, Green got a pitch he can handle, hit it off the wall.
Last pitch was 84 miles an hour, so you speed the bat up of Green. He turns on one, and now he represents the go-ahead run here in the 9th inning.
If you're a starter, you got this educated guess thing going on, so you can look fastball, you can look curve, whatever. But if you're a pinch hitter, you're going to be aggressive. But the second thing is I'm just letting the ball travel and really see it. I'm not trying to do too much. Whereas a starter, you got to, most of the time you probably are trying to do too much. And that's why I've always thought it should be predominantly fastballs coming in at pinch hitters, because all it does, like you said, is speed their bat up, and they're just trying to see it.
Sam Hall has been the leadoff man all 37 games this year. The sophomore from Hampstead, North Carolina. Hall got that 2-run 6th inning for the Tigers started with a leadoff single. His one hit of the night. 1 for 4. The ever-dangerous Logan Davidson waiting on deck for the Tigers.
Who hasn't had a hit tonight, 0 for 4, so it's a sleeping giant coming on deck.
He's really only hit one ball remotely hard in his 4 trips to the plate. Well, Clemson in a good spot here in the 9th inning. Tigers play to the pair in the 6th. Georgia responded with 2 of their own in the 7th. Rematch from 2 weeks ago when the Bulldogs beat Clemson at Doug Kingsmore Stadium. Hit on the screws, but right at Maxwell. Okay, so here's my question here. Logan Davidson's 0 for 4. We're talking about an All-American, potential first-round draft pick. We know how good a hitter he is. You got first base open, but the guy on deck, Grayson Bird, has 3 hits.
That's why I'm up here and they're coaching down there.
That decision was made before I could even complete the sentence.
But I understand your point, and that's could go either way, and we're about to find out if it was the right call or the wrong call. But you're walking the 2-hole to get to the 3-hole. Grayson Bird, who's also, by the way, hot right now.
See, if you're going to be able to play the strategy game with me and play manager, you've got to be rapid, quick now with these new rules, and you just make a signal when it's an intentional walk.
Yeah.
We don't have a chance to ponder these things like we used to.
Well, ponder or no ponder, this is going to be interesting because not a lot of teams would walk the 2 to get to the 3, but it is respect to Logan Davidson. This is Grayson Bird tonight against the shift. You see the right side is loaded by infielders. Base hit up the middle. There's a busted shift right there to the left side for Grayson Bird, which would give me reason to not do it anymore. And there's just a base hit regardless of if they move on him or not. But you saw that second base hit to the left side. My deal with the shift also is if they got any chance to do what you just saw Grayson Bird do in that second at bat, you can't do it anymore.
Right.
You've got to straighten back up. And now you're in a situation where if that happens again, that scores the go-ahead run for Clemson.
Grayson Bird started his career at LSU, transferred to Clemson, a senior from Milton, Georgia, not too far away from the campus here in Athens. He's got 15 multi-hit games this year, including 3 singles tonight. And somewhere, Dad Paul Bird, if he's not breaking down the Braves game tonight, has got to be checking in on the ESPN app to see how his son's doing in a key spot of the ninth.
And now they do have Cam Shepard back on the left side of the bag. So now they're playing a little more straight up because of that base hit to Grayson Bird to the left side in the fourth.
One and one. Now, what more could you ask? SEC, ACC, top 20 matchup. Both teams with their closers on here in the ninth inning.
2-2 tie. Perfect night tonight here in Athens.
This is great all around. Record crowd for this season here at Foley Field. Most of them have stayed in their seats. As we're 2 hours and 40 minutes into the action, this one hit hard to right, but coming on and making the catch is Rogers. Side retired. Shunk works well with a little traffic on the diamond as we head to the bottom of the ninth. 2-2 our score. And that'll be a fun one to watch less than 48 hours from now on the SEC Network. The Gators and the Bayou Bengals doing battle. It's been a fun one tonight from Athens. 2-2 game. Well played on both sides. Clemson and Georgia, 2 teams coming off rocky series this past weekend, but 2 teams ranked in the top 20 for a reason. They've won a lot of games like this one. And it'll be the heart of the order due up for Georgia here in the home half of the ninth. Green staying in the game at second base for Clemson. Shunk, who we just saw on the bump, now at the plate. Keep in mind, Aaron Shunk hit a home run against Clemson in the win 2 weeks ago. Walk-off in play here in the ninth. 2-2 game in Athens. Shunk has walked, flied out to right, and struck out. Hall now the new left fielder for the Tigers. Slapped foul and out of play, 1-1. So you have closer versus closer.
How often do you see that?
I mean, hardly ever. Really.
Mariano Rivera didn't have any at-bats?
Not against the closer, I don't think. Unless it was like a 18 inning game. Everybody else was already used up. Shunk versus Carson Spires, the junior. Fastball roped to left, but Hall is there. Takes a few steps back and makes a grab for the first out. stung it.
Yeah, Spires didn't miss any barrel right there from Aaron Shunk, who blasted it out to left field, but bad placement. Now Clemson will shift over to the right side. The left-hander L.J. Talley coming to the plate. Still protecting against that bunt. Birds up close to the grass.
Off the plate outside. L.J. Talley has improved dramatically the last few years. He started off his career with a .230 batting average as a freshman. Been hitting well over 300 as a senior. Came in with a .358 clip. 0 for 3. He's yet to put the ball in play. 3 strikeouts. Very un-Talley-like. In the air to center field. Long run rather for Teodosio, and he'll haul it in for the second out of the inning. So 2 noisy outs off of Spires, but still outs nonetheless. And now Georgia's going to go back to the bench, and a dangerous hitter in John Cable, the grad transfer from the University of New Orleans. He's from Roswell, Georgia, but went to UNO. He actually went to Darton State his first 2 years, then transferred to UNO, and now back closer to home in Athens.
John Cable with 4 home runs this year and only 93 at bats.
Of those 4 home runs, 2 have been grand slams. He would be more than happy to settle for a solo shot here. The shift stays on against another lefty. If this game does go extra innings, middle of the lineup would be up for Clemson in the 10th. Not looking for a single on that one.
No, that was a lift and separate. Try to win the game right here. For Cable now behind in the count 1 and 2. Now you got to be protecting. And this is the exact situation I was talking about. Now you got the shift on. If he throws a fastball inside, Cable's going to get jammed. He has to sit back on the off speed, and there's a huge hole on the left side.
Lays off that one 2 and 2.
So he has to keep throwing pitches that would make John Cable pull it, if he pulls it at all. Certainly doesn't want him to pull it hard enough to hit it out of the ballpark. So he's got to keep it low.
A homer would win it. A 2-2 count. And a breaking ball catches the back door for strike 3. Buckled him. One day I hope to live long enough to see a weekend where SEC and ACC go head-to-head. In the meantime, we'll settle for it on a Tuesday night. Georgia Tech leading Auburn 10-6. Louisville topping Kentucky 12-6 in the 7th. And South Carolina trying to pull off an upset in Chapel Hill, 5-2 the score. And the top of the 9th of that ball game. Mike Morgan, Todd Walker with you here with another SEC-ACC matchup. The Dogs and the Tigers. Free baseball here from Foley Field. Wilkie will start things off. Kyle Wilkie, 1 for 3 with an RBI single and a walk. Shunk delivers low. 2 balls and a strike, the count on the Clemson catcher. Three and one.
That 2-1 was one I really focused on because just like you saw right there, if you can get by it, now you're in a predictable fastball count at 3-1. I might even be tempted to take for strike 2 because 3-2 is going to be a fastball as well with nobody on. Shunk doesn't want to walk him.
Upstairs, ball 4, the dreaded leadoff walk here in the 10th. So naturally now with Shunk no longer at third, you've got a new third baseman. That is Riley King. He moves from right field to third. In left field, you've got Rogers. And in right field, you've got Tate. So my scorebook's starting to look like a spring training game if this continues. Hawkins squaring. I think he had an intention. He just missed the bunt.
This might be why they didn't bunt him in the 8th. Sometimes, look, all these guys were high school studs, so they didn't bunt in high school.
Sure.
Now all of a sudden you get put in the college program in a situation like this and you're expected to bunt. You just haven't done it a lot, and it's not that easy.
It's a great point. He's only a freshman, so he's still new to the craft. He's swinging there.
Anytime I got the bunt and I didn't get the job done early in the count, it messed me up, man. All of a sudden now you're thinking about a million different things, and none of which is what you're supposed to be thinking about, and that's what pitch is coming next.
And the other thing is, Hawkins hasn't sacrificed all year long.
Yeah, now the 8th inning makes a little more sense because that was a perfect spot for a bunt, and they didn't do it.
1 ball, 2 strikes on the freshman first baseman, Briar Hawkins.
I mean, I didn't get asked to bunt until I was in the big leagues. And at that point, I told Dusty Baker, look, with a guy on second, nobody out, let me just swing. I'll roll over to the right side with the best of them, get him over to third with less than 2 outs. But I'm just not a great bunter. Never practiced it, never had to.
Popped him up near first. Sullivan makes the catch, 1 away. So when you were hitting 400 in Baton Rouge, they didn't say, hey, Walker, go drop one down.
There's a lot more bunts go on nowadays than back then. That was in the age of the 3-run homer for Skip Bertman. We weren't playing for 1 run. We were playing for 4.
I was going to say, did anybody bunt for Bertman back in those days?
There wasn't too many bunting going on, and it's carried over. With LSU, there was a big situation. I remember a few years ago, LSU with Rafe Rhymes at the plate. You remember him hitting 500 for most of the year. They had first and second in Omaha with nobody out late in the game, and I want to say they were playing UCLA, but. Certainly a bunt situation. They elected to hit. Rafe Rhymes hits a bullet to third. It's a double play. But, a lot of teams just would rather not give you an out and play for a lot of runs in the inning instead of just playing for 1 run, which is what you're doing when you're bunting.
Davis Sharp takes a fastball right down Broadway at 89 miles an hour. Where is Rafe Rhymes these days?
I don't know. I looked him up actually the other day. I thought he was still playing in the minor leagues. If not, he's roaming around Louisiana somewhere, but that dude sure could hit.
Oh, man, he was a lot of fun to watch.
You hit 500 for most of the season. I think he ended up, ended up 420, 430. You're doing something in the SEC.
Came out of his cleats on that one, Sharp did. Quickly down on the count, no balls, 2 strikes. Of course, Clemson had one of the best offensive years put up by a college player years ago, Khalil Green. Remember him? Shortstop.
Yeah, played with Khalil in San Diego.
Yeah, back on that 2002 World Series team. Gaudy numbers. 0-2, popped up, slicing, and that will reach the bullpen.
So you know what Khalil Green liked to do is he had a turntable in his room when we'd be on the road, and he liked to make up rap songs.
Oh, nice.
That was what Khalil Green, who could flat out pick it at shortstop, came from Clemson, like you said. That's what he did.
Khalil was from Key West, Florida. He was a chill dude. I remember
Very
talking
chill,
to him at the World Series. Yeah.
Very nice guy. Could really, like I said, really pick it on the left side, but turntable guy.
What else do you need other than 2 turntables and a microphone? 0-2 hit in the air to right center. It's going to be a long run for Maxwell. Actually, it's going to be the right fielder Tate coming on to make the catch. And off the bat, that looked like it could be a lot more trouble than it actually was.
Still no air flowing out here in the field, but now it's nighttime. The air gets a little more dense, a little thicker, harder to get it out.
That's been the way it's been all night.
And as a hitter, when you get in this situation, for me, it reminds me of the West Coast, like Los Angeles or, even San Francisco, where as a hitter now you feel like you got to help the ball, and so you start over swinging, and a lot of the bad habits start happening when you feel like you got to really make an effort to get the ball out of the ballpark, and you don't get any help from the weather or the wind.
2 gone for Mikowski, and that ball squirts away from Meadows. Throw to second, not in time. So the go-ahead run in scoring position. Big break for Clemson.
Wilkie sees that ball in the dirt, and he just takes off immediately. Buddy Bell in Colorado always used to tell us, even in the big leagues, look, you see that ball bounce, take off, because it's too difficult for that catcher to find the baseball and then make an accurate throw to second base, all under duress and under panic. Nice job by Wilkie seeing that ball in the dirt and getting to second base.
Mikowski in search of his first hit of the night. Ground ball to first. Sullivan will take it to the bag himself. So Shunk works out of a little mini jam, and the 10th still tied at 2. This will be a good game. It's been a great game. 2-2 our score here in the 10th inning. 2-7-1 for the Tigers, 2-3-1 for the Georgia Bulldogs. Both starting pitchers fared well. Battle of the bullpen since then, both teams flexing their bullpen muscles here of late. He's Todd Walker, the All-American. I'm Mike Morgan. Great to be with you here from Foley Field. And Todd, this is the kind of game, again, we talked about at the top. Both these teams would love to pick up a quality out-of-conference win, get some confidence going heading into the weekend, and it's going to come down to the wire as we thought it might.
Well, they're both battling in this game, so I think they've gained a little confidence from the weekend, like you mentioned. And they got the spark plug right now, Cam Shepard, coming to the plate that made it all happen back in the 7th inning.
Shepard, without Shepard's double in the 7th, this game is long over. As Georgia's really struggled to hit the baseball tonight, just 3 hits overall, none bigger than the one provided by the shortstop Cam Shepard.
And now Clemson absolutely playing no doubles. Got the center fielder actually shading to the right, but third baseman Bird is right on that line, and now he's back. Earlier he was even with the bag, which would defeat the purpose, but now they're playing no doubles on the left side.
Just the 26th pitch by Spires. He's one of those guys, again, the closers in college are of a different mold than what you see in the bigs. The bigs have basically turned into one-inning specialists. And in college, it's not uncommon to see a closer go 2 to 3 innings. When you see it in the postseason all the time. Right now, Spires asked to do that here. I think it shows again the magnitude of this game for both coaches, as they're not pulling back any punches.
No, both of them want to win. This is a big RPI game for both teams, and you just got to be careful with your bullpen. They're both going to need them on the weekends, and as this game keeps going, you don't want to overwork anybody.
Hitters count here for Shepard. Ground ball. There's Green. Makes the play. And Shepard making good contact tonight. Does have the double 1 for 4 thus far, and now Patrick Sullivan, the first baseman, will dig in.
And that's how you have to look at it if you're Cam Shepard. We talked about his low average, but again, a lot of bad luck, especially what we've seen tonight. But you just have to take each at bat as a quality at bat, meaning you hit the ball hard somewhere. You saw a few pitches, and for Cam Shepard, he's done that tonight. Only has 1 hit, and you've got to have some results. Otherwise, you start to get frustrated. But he's had a good night.
Sullivan 1 for 3 with a single. That came back in his first at bat in the second inning. Out of Sandy Springs, Georgia. Way ahead of that changeup at 81 miles an hour.
Good spot to put it at 1-0. That's usually when the fastball's coming. When Spire releases that ball, it looks like a fastball out of his hand. That's why you saw the early swing from Sullivan.
Inside.
That's the changeup fastball in combo that you'll generally see. That's why when you start talking about educated guessing, when I got that changeup 1-0, I was looking fastball in on the next pitch because that's what he's set up for.
Sullivan, not your typical first baseman pop, just 2 home runs on the year. Challenged him with a fastball.
There's an example. The shift to the right side. You're pitching inside. You're going to jam the hitter, and he's going to get a base hit to left field. So you've got to pitch to the shift. That would be fastballs away and off speed. You throw a fastball in, you better be careful. Now, if you're Sullivan, you got to protect against that changeup.
Soft fly to left. Hall did a little scramble there for making the catch. So 2 gone now for Mason Meadows. We talked about Scott Strickland making it to Omaha as the head coach of Kent State. Monty Lee, obviously that's the job for him to get Clemson back to the World Series now in his 4th year. As an assistant coach at South Carolina, he was part of 2 World Series teams back in 03 and 2004, and then of course was 2 wins away from going back as the head coach of the College of Charleston. Took him to a super regional in 2014. But Clemson is a program, you know, that's one of those things when you take one of those jobs, you understand the expectations are not just to go to postseasons. Your fans expect Omaha at least once every few years. That's the pressure that comes along with taking a job that has history, tradition, resources, and certainly Clemson has all of that.
Well, but you talked about it earlier on this game, and they're still young. Hawkins, Sharp, both freshmen. Mikowski's a sophomore. Teodosio's a sophomore.
Hit hard, but to the center fielder, Teodosio, with a little gallop on the grab. How about the 11th inning coming your way, tied at 2? See what's remaining for the Clemson Tigers. Series coming up against the Duke Blue Devils. Duke, of course, knocked off Georgia last year in the regional. Not quite the same power punch team that they were a year ago. Then at Georgia Tech, at NC State, and Wake Forest. You'll notice there's a weekend missing there. It's because the ACC, unlike the SEC, has a weekend off of conference play, so you can schedule whoever, whenever you want during that time frame. I don't think that Monty Lee and company necessarily love that. As you see a little rally sunglass look good, double dipping there.
That's you on a Friday night, isn't it, Mike?
That is, glow sticks in hand. Yeah, absolutely.
Little, what would be your song of choice? Little Bryan Adams.
Little Bryan Adams, huh? Cuts like a knife. Little Run to
Corey
You.
Hart.
Oh, yeah. Well, you could always never go wrong with one-hit wonder Corey Hart. Not to be confused with the former Milwaukee Brewers outfielder Corey Hart. So he's mixing it up on every pitch. That shows a lot of versatility. Meanwhile, with all the antics, Teodosio at the plate. Oh, wait a minute now. I thought we had a switch going here every pitch. He's still on the white ones.
We only switch it when it works negatively.
Oh,
against Clemson.
okay.
If
All
it's
right,
a positive, a ball, then it keeps them the same.
Well, he might just take him off altogether after that happening. That's a strikeout. So what do you do there?
Take one off.
Well, you can't just comb your hair. You gotta.
He may just give up. Did he walk back? Nice curveball from Shunk right here. What makes this pitch effective is it looks like a fastball. You can't pick up the spin, just drops out of the zone, and there go the Oakleys.
Got to lose them.
Yeah, those are bad luck. The other one's good luck. White.
Bad juju.
The white Oakleys are good luck.
Here's Jordan Green in the 9-hole. We're in the 11th, tied at 2. Shunk is now at 37 pitches. You have to wonder, as valuable as he is.
Yeah, what comes into play is they start a day early in the SEC. They play Thursday night against Missouri, and they're definitely going to need Shunk this weekend.
I can't imagine they're going to burn him, even as big a game this is for a midweek game. I can't imagine they're going to burn him before a conference series beginning on Thursday, so they're probably looking at his last inning, would be my guess here in the 11th. Sock to left. We've had a lot of hard hit balls hit right at outfielders. Rogers barely had to move a couple steps to his right to haul it in for the second out of the inning.
Green squared 2 balls up. First in the 9th on the double off the wall, and again, right there, a bullet to left field for the second out. But it rolls the lineup over to Sam Hall, the leadoff hitter for Clemson.
See Adam Goodman, the lefty, and the Georgia bullpen. At bat number 6 for the sophomore Sam Hall, the leadoff man. We've only had 10 hits in this game. Clemson with 7, Georgia with 3. By my count, only a couple of extra base hits, a double by Shepard, a triple by Hawkins, no home runs. In the air to right, Tate glides over, makes the catch. A 1-2-3 inning for Shunk. We head to the home half of the 11th, still tied 2-all. Welcome back to Foley Field. Key play in the 7th, Cam Shepard. Georgia anemic offensively for much of the night. The double by Shepard, then the error out in left field by Henderson, and Shepard's going to go all the way home. The double and 2 more bags on the error, and that made it a 2-2 game, and that is where we are here in the bottom of the 11th. This is the first extra inning game between these teams since 2006, and the longest Clemson-Georgia game since 1989. So history already taking place tonight. Carson Spires has been nothing short of magnificent in his 3 innings of work out of the bullpen. That's a season high, and he's back out there. He's been so efficient, and he really hasn't broken much of a sweat so far. Rogers to start things off, then back to the top of the order with Maxwell and King.
Georgia would certainly like to finish it here, because if Clemson comes back up again, they've got 2, 3, 4 in their lineup. Starting off with Logan Davidson.
I think the last time we had a runner reach second, I have to double check this in my book, was the Jordan Green double in the 9th.
Yeah, for Clemson. And for Georgia, it was in the 7th. And Cam Shepard tied it up with the double down the left field line.
Pitching has overwhelmed hitting tonight. And that time the defense unable to come through. Bird couldn't navigate his way near the Clemson bullpen.
Yeah, Grayson Bird got a little twisted right there, but that's tough. That ball goes high in the air. You think it's going to end up in one spot, and it moves 3 or 4 feet in the other way, and that's why you got to keep your feet moving, with Grayson Bird did. It's just too tough to handle sometimes when it's that high and spinning that hard coming down.
Rally cap time. No sunglass antics here. Now we're just going good old-fashioned rally cap. One ball, 2 strikes. Spires tries the corner and misses. Double barrel action in the Georgia bullpen as we speak. Breaking ball, nasty. Not much you can do with that.
Yeah, ball just, again, you can't really pick up the spin on that, so therefore you swing over the top of it. Spires with a tight spinner right there, 12-6 up and down. And Cheney Rogers just came in the game, just really a little unfair. You have to try to hit that.
Now, I know one of the headlines, regardless of whether or not Georgia wins this game or not, is going to be the last 4 games offensively. Where has the offense been? But, in fairness, what they have faced with Tennessee over the weekend, quickly emerging as one of the top young staffs around, and Clemson tonight, you saw a very good midweek starter. You're now seeing their closer, one of the best in the ACC. I can't say that they're completely inept at the plate because they've been facing elite pitching for much of it.
But that's what you are going to face, especially in the postseason. But I think you're going to see a lot more production from Cam Shepard. He had some good at-bats tonight, only has 1 hit. LJ Talley's going to do his thing. Aaron Shunk's going to do his. So, I think they're okay. They're not going to light the scoreboard up, but they're going to hold you down. That's what Georgia does.
Meanwhile, Spires, it's like he can just pick wherever spot over the plate or around the plate he wants, and the ball's going to get there.
Working ahead of every hitter is the key to any pitcher, to get guys out, get behind, give that hitter a little confidence.
Blasted foul into kudzu corner.
So for me as a hitter, I would eliminate that pitch now because I just crushed it. So now it makes hitting a little less difficult. Now you can pick and choose the other pitches that Spires throws. Now he might drop that 12-6 on you, and that's, even though it's coming, it might be difficult to hit, but at least you can start eliminating pitches based on what just happened.
Whole lot of legacy in the Spires family. Just surgical. Paint job on the inside corner. Maxwell goes down.
Another effect of showing the curveball to Cheney Rogers, the hit before. Tucker Maxwell has to have it in the back of his mind that he's about to get that curveball, and he just freezes him up inside.
It's the 5th strikeout for Carson Spires out of the bullpen.
And that's what I've always said about hitting, the ability to stay back on the off speed but react to the fastball. And what happens to a lot of hitters is they're not fast enough to react to the fastball, and so we start cheating on certain pitches. And right there, just no confidence in the fastball because he thought the curveball was coming.
Up the middle, base hit. King with a seeing eye single with 2 outs. Clemson bullpen finally starts to get hot. Aaron Schunk been getting it done on the mound, at the plate. Still in search of his first hit, 0 for 3 with a walk. Great matchup right here. Spires and Schunk, 2-2 game, bottom of the 11th. And he challenged him. Boy, Schunk would love to have that one back. 91 miles an hour, and that had a lot of plate.
And we talked about back in the 6th, Tucker Maxwell took off for second base and got thrown out. They were down by 2 at the time. Now is a situation where the risk would be worth it. You get to second base, you got a guy in scoring position for your 3-hole hitter. If he doesn't make it the next inning, you've got 3, 4, and 5 coming up. So the decision is whether or not you mind the guy at the plate leading off the next inning. And I would think, you know, the risk of the guy getting blown up at second, Aaron Schunk, leading off the next inning would be worth it if he doesn't make it. If he does, now you got a real chance to win the game.
And we already saw Wilkie gun down one runner tonight in the lead arm behind home plate.
And that's the decision process as well. Now he's 12 for 20. Anytime you're over 50%, you go ahead and shut the running game down. But if he gets a great jump, usually still on pitchers, not necessarily catchers, and maybe it's worth the risk to time it out and take off a little early.
That one might have been a little generous. I think Tyler Simpson's called a great game tonight.
Well, the strike zone's below the waist. Clearly that was above the belt.
And maybe outside.
And maybe outside. So now you two-strike approach, expand the zone. Now you have to. I always hated the umpire being able to ring me up, so I'm going to expand the zone and put the ball in play anywhere close.
Chased one. Upstairs. Spires. Just surgical tonight. Tremendous performance by that young man. Logan Davidson, the All-American, will lead things off in the 12th. How about some softball for you? Saturday at noon Eastern time. It's the second game of a 3-game series between 8th-ranked Tennessee and number 22 Georgia from right here in Athens. SEC softball also available on the ESPN app. Alongside Todd Walker, who was cleanly shaven when this game started. I'm Mike Morgan. Adam Goodman in the game, the 6'6" senior out of Fayetteville, Georgia. He is pitcher number 5 tonight for the Bulldogs. You see the numbers on Goodman. This is where you get to the point now with Schunk out of the game. You have to figure Spires is not far behind him. Going to see a little bit of drop-off in terms of overall experience and numbers. Georgia, of course, if they really wanted to, they could show off one of the most electric arms out there in Cole Wilcox, but I don't know if that's really in the cards tonight. As like you said, Georgia's got the start of their next series in conference play against Missouri. That starts on Thursday. So you've only got one day off between this game and game 1 of this 3-game series.
Rally balance.
That's actually not bad.
Did I see you doing that at dinner the other night, Mike?
Yeah, I mean, I wanted to get the waiter's attention. He was ignoring us for like 20 minutes. What does a guy have to do to get an extra appetizer?
Put a cup on your head.
Yeah.
And on your foot.
You do that, and before you know it, you're getting service. Either that or you're getting escorted out of there. I've had both experiences.
That'll be impressive if he can keep that leg in the air for this inning. Yeah. I did the interview with Logan Davidson. I had to hold that arm at a 90-degree angle. I'm in bad shape, man. I was shaking. My arm about to fall off of that mic. Had to hold it there for 2 minutes, man. It was like, you know, what's that workout? It's like that yoga move.
Yeah, man. You do a little down dog, do a little little plank action.
Well, now you got to do it again. You got to lead off walk. Got to balance some more.
Yeah, you've pretty much made a commitment. You can't go back on it now. Good balance in the dugout. We'll see if Grayson Bird has good balance in this at bat. 3 for 5 today. Good game for the senior, the son of the former Major League pitcher Paul Bird. And with Goodman struggling to find the strike zone, a quick meeting on the mound.
That was Goodman's 10th appearance, but he only has 9 innings, so I was going to say he gets pulled out a lot of mid-innings.
One guy, of course, who's missing from the Georgia bullpen is Ryan Webb, and he's one of their biggest weapons on the staff, a lefty. And again, Scott Strickland told me today they expect to have him on the roster this weekend for Missouri. Could see him very soon. That's good news for Georgia fans. That's going to be all she wrote for Adam Goodman, as the Bulldogs have made a call to the bullpen here in the top of the 12th. A little surprised at the quick hook?
A little surprised, mainly because the lefty-lefty matchup, but Goodman was clearly struggling a little bit to find the zone. You certainly don't want to have first and second with nobody out. That's almost a guaranteed run. They have a lot of confidence in Moody, the right-hander, to face the left-hander, Grayson Bird.
Logan Moody, the junior from LaGrange, Georgia. City that produces a lot of great football players. Logan Moody trying to add to the list of athletes out of LaGrange in the sport of baseball.
Moody only has 8 innings on the year, 11 strikeouts. As this game goes along, it might be tough to find guys who can paint, put the ball in the strike zone like you'd like them to. Again, another reason why Strickland knows his staff more than anybody, but I can't imagine anybody's going to do much better of a job than Goodman, who really only had a little bit of a chance.
This is where things get a little more complicated. Sometimes checkers can turn to chess because, as we've mentioned several times, this is a game both teams really want to have for a number of reasons. By the same token, the further along we get, we're in the 12th now. Both teams have used up quite a bit of arms. You don't want to use too much with an eye in the future for conference play coming up this weekend in the case of Georgia in 48 hours.
And another effect of the SEC moving those games up to Thursday instead of Friday, that extra day's rest for a lot of these guys. They certainly hope Emerson Hancock can give them 8 or 9 on Thursday night against Missouri to save some of this bullpen at least for another day.
Moody will inherit a 1-ball, no-strike count on Grayson Bird. Don't forget Thursday, these Georgia Bulldogs will host Missouri. How about the job turned in by Sycamore this year? Feels like he's been there about 7 years. Quality arm for the Mizzou staff. Of course, Meisner.
Cameron Meisner's a real dude. Center fielder, first baseman for Missouri. He's going to be a first-round pick as well in this June draft. And I tell you what, if I'm Grayson Bird right here, I'm coming out of my shoes on the first pitch. Guy comes out of the pen. He knows he's expected to throw strikes, so he's got to throw the fastball.
Came in at 91 miles an hour.
And he did it. It's smart. He just didn't put a bat on the ball. But that, you know, there's a lot of pressure right here on this. He just saw what happened to the dude in front of him. You've got to throw strikes, and what that means is you're going to get a fastball.
Davidson does have some speed over there at first, 11 out of 13 in the stolen base department.
And as a left-handed hitter, you're looking to pull the ball with no outs. You want to get that guy over to third base. Sullivan holding the runner on. The hole in right's there.
Popped him up. Short right. Maxwell makes the grab.
Haven't wanted to throw a strike to Wilkie tonight, especially in the 8th and the 10th inning. Have walked him both times.
Clemson tonight. It's a pretty staggering stat. With runners on base, just 2 for 22. They've had some traffic on the diamond, but they've squandered some opportunities in this game. Georgia, meanwhile, just 4 hits all night. Logan Moody, right-handed pitcher after 2 years as an outfielder. His first career start came April the 3rd against Kennesaw State. First couple years, he was not only an outfielder, actually made an ESPN SportsCenter top 10 play with a home run saving grab at Mississippi State. That came in his freshman year. But has made the transition to pitcher. Not the first time we've heard that. Remember, Trevor Hoffman was a shortstop before they turned him into a closer, and all he did was pick up 500 saves in the bigs. And, of course, the most recent example, how about Jacob deGrom, who was a shortstop at Stetson? And they kept telling him, look, you can't hit at this level, man.
I was going to say, how does that conversation go?
Either learn how to pitch or...
Look, I've seen your swing.
Yeah,
let's try throwing on the mound.
This is not working out. 1-2 pitch and strike, but the runner gets to second on the stolen base. So a strikeout, but now a runner in scoring position with 2 outs. A base hit could give Clemson the lead here in the 12th. 13 strikeouts for the Georgia staff tonight.
That's a good curveball from Moody to go along with that 92-mile-an-hour fastball. Again, only 8 innings on the year, so he really doesn't have a big feel. Hasn't been out there much. Has to do a lot here in this game in extra innings.
Don't think you want to run on Mason Meadows on that one.
No, you don't want to make the third out, first or third out at third base. It's not worth the risk. Might as well just stay there unless you can walk into third base. Nice job by Meadows just blocking that ball up.
See tonight with runners in scoring position. Clemson just 1 for 11 in that category. A case of the LOBs for the Tigers. It's one of those, if you lose, that's what you'll look back on. Too many stranded runners. Georgia really just hasn't had that many opportunities. Clemson's pitching has been that good tonight. Hawkins, the freshman, the big RBI triple back in the 6th inning.
And with first base open and 2 outs, you're not going to walk him intentionally, but what you're trying to do is throw a perfect pitch, and that's why he's behind in the count. He's certainly not going to throw him anything that he can put in play and play hard and give the go-ahead run to Clemson. So he's just picking at the corners, and if he walks him, it's okay because there's 2 outs and you got forces on the bag.
Strike, 2-1.
So it also frees you up on a 2-0 fastball count to throw a curveball. And this is a tough at bat for a hitter because now you have really no idea what he's going to throw or even if he's going to give you anything to hit. So you have to be more patient. So if you were to throw a fastball right down the middle, you wouldn't really be ready for it.
Bullet to first. Sullivan smothers it and tosses to the covering Moody for the out. Wow.
Those are some reflexes at first base for Sullivan. That's why he's over there. He makes those types of plays to save Georgia.
Clemson goes on to win this game. Carson Spires will certainly be one of the heroes, if not the biggest of heroes. 4 scoreless innings. He allowed just 1 base runner. He struck out 6. Georgia simply had no answers for the Clemson closer.
Yeah, Spires was great tonight with his fastball. He saw an elevated one there. He put it pretty much where he wanted to all night with the curveball mixed in. Now they get to face Holt Jones.
Tall drink of water.
Small kid, 6'8". Sophomore from California. Opponent's only hitting 160 off of him, so they have a hard time squaring up this angle he's about to produce right here from the mound.
LJ Talley at the plate. Talley hasn't put up many offers this year, but he's hitless tonight, including 3 strikeouts. If you're just joining us, you've missed a lot, especially for just a 2-2 game. It was provided quite a few moments. Some high drama, some terrific pitching, quality plays in the field, and even some clutch hitting. You just haven't had much hitting, but what little we've had has been clutch, including a Cam Shepard double that really changed the complexion of the game for Georgia. Dribble to second, Green gobbles and gloves and guns it to first for the out. You think about if Cam Shepard doesn't come up with that hit, Georgia might get shut out.
They would have been shut out.
And when you think about how little they had over the weekend against Tennessee, now you're really starting to scuffle, and the conversation becomes, what's wrong with Georgia?
Well, you're right, but we did talk about key hits and just timely hits, and that certainly was timely for Cam Shepard, and that's what Georgia's going to have to do, is hold teams down and hopefully get the key hit. They're not going to bang out 15 hits, especially against better pitching, but Cam Shepard certainly came up big for them back in the 7th.
Connor Tate, the freshman, hit that off the handle, and a little pop up to Green for the second out. I hope you packed a lunch, partner. I have a feeling this one might go for a while.
I think we got some chips and bananas back there.
Yeah, how's that snack tray looking? Oh,
little Cheetos.
Look at that. I know what, that bag of Bugles I had back in the 5th inning is starting to wear off. Yeah, might need a restock on some snacks here.
That energy's been used, huh?
Yeah, I burned through that in about the 11th. Cam Shepard trying to provide a little 2-out magic here in the bottom of the 12th. You remember the longest game you ever played in?
It wasn't too bad. I mean, you hear some horror stories in the big leagues about 20-inning games, 21-22. We don't get paid for overtime, man. Let's get this over in the 9th. That was our philosophy, really, and it never wasn't anything too bad.
Right.
But it can certainly happen. This dense air, especially tonight, it's not traveling at all, coupled with the good pitching that we've seen.
I'm blaming this on our producer, one Thomas Morrissey, because 2 years ago I worked with him in a super regional at Texas A&M. The game went 15 innings and 5 hours and 18 minutes. The longest game won in super regional history. So while I was proud to be a part of history, I didn't say I wanted to replicate it.
So you're saying they take one look at Thomas and they think, we're going extra.
They call him Extra Inning Tom.
Okay, I thought they called him Pineapple Head.
Well, it's okay to have multiple nicknames. All depends on what part of the country.
That came from Thomas, by the way, so he said it was okay.
I don't hear him laughing.
I didn't either.
2-2 pitch high.
That's why I said that.
Yeah, I was going to say there could be a late email. I think you just lost that complimentary appetizer late night at the hotel tonight. Off the plate, outside, so Shepard coaxes a 2-out walk to keep the Georgia 12th inning alive.
Well, Sullivan, who made the great diving play to save Georgia in the top of the inning, now comes up with a chance to put Georgia ahead and win it.
Home run cut by Sullivan. I mentioned he's only got 2 home runs. He looks like a guy that would have more power in his swing. .6'3", 215 pounds. Hits that one high and deep to left center field. Could it be? Caught at the wall. One biscuit shy of a walk-off.
Wow, partner, I sure thought you called that one. I mean, that's to the deepest part of the ballpark, the opposite direction for Sullivan, who gave it a ride, just not enough. And we keep going here in Athens.
This was a record crowd, the highest attended Georgia game this year. It is Tuesday night, and it is 11:15, so it's thinned out a little bit. You got to love the diehards that are still here, though. And they're enjoying history because 236 meetings all time between these two teams on the diamond. The first time in the history of the Georgia-Clemson rivalry, the game has reached the 13th inning, and that is where we are. He is Todd Walker, the All-American at LSU, who probably never played a 13-inning game because they were too busy winning national championships, usually within 9 innings. And Baton Rouge, Georgia won a national championship in 1990. I don't know what their longest game was in 1990. I'm sure we'll figure that out if the game continues. We are at Foley Field on a nice Tuesday evening. Mike Morgan, Todd Walker. Sharp, the batter, to start things off. And the road half of the 13th. Did you file your taxes?
I did. My brother does all that.
Okay, good deal.
My brother Mark. So as far as I know, I should probably double check that, shouldn't I?
I would. 2-2. Your tax guy doesn't have a nickname like Pineapple Head, does he?
Oh, that's my brother. If I said that, we'd get in yet another fight.
He'd put you in a headlock. Little soft line drive into left center field. A base hit. The leadoff man aboard, the freshman Davis Sharp, trying to jumpstart the Clemson offense here in the 13th.
Now this is 100% a bunt. Got the 7-hole Bo Mikowski at the plate.
Mikowski 0 for 5. Pulling one on the first pitch he sees and caught in right by Tate. Element of surprise.
The bunt's supposed to go down the third base line, not a bullet to right field. He really squared that one up. 95%, I meant to say.
Yes.
I like Monty Lee. Look, I mean, he's not trying to play for one run. He's on the road. You're trying to play for the win, and he just let it blast. The one argument against it is if you do bunt him over, you got 8 and 9 coming up. But still a little surprised they didn't put that down. But
Monty was a slugger back in the day, so he didn't bunt much.
And I like it. But it doesn't work. Make the first out, still run at first base. There it is. Third baseman was back on that one, though, King. Now he'll play a little bit closer to the bag. Still playing no doubles down the left field line. There's nobody on the right side of the infield for Georgia. Second baseman Talley's over on the left side of the bag, and the first baseman Sullivan's holding the runner on. So now as a hitter, if you look up and you see that, I mean, I'm doing everything in my power to get jammed and hit that ball to that right side.
Runner goes. Teodosio fouls it back. Teodosio 0 for 4 with a walk.
That was a hit and run. Monty Lee puts the runner in motion. Talley has to move to second base to cover the bag, and Teodosio just misses it, fouls it back.
Swings and misses 1-2. A little extra giddy up on that fastball. A lot of real estate to hit that ball through on the right side of the infield.
Logan Moody doing a good job of mixing his timing up on the mound. Sharp can't really get a great break because he doesn't know when he's going to release the ball. And as the hitter, you get a little anxious, and the longer he holds it, the tougher it is to make the contact.
Swing and a miss, strike 3.
Just good live fastball from Logan Moody. Throws the pitch before up in the zone and now down in the zone, and kept changing the eyesight of Teodosio. Strikes out for the 4th time tonight.
So Logan Moody, the pride of LaGrange High School, whose older brother Drew pitched for the Dogs back in 2014 through 17. Trying to work around a leadoff single from Davis Sharp. A fly ball from Mikowski, a strikeout to Teodosio.
How about Jordan Green? Didn't even get in this game until the 9th inning.
Right.
He's in his 3rd at bat.
And he cranked a double in his first one. Breaking ball and a beauty.
Davis Sharp over at first base, 3 for 3 on bags. And again, the decision is whether or not you would be okay with Jordan Green leading off the next inning as a 9-hole if you were to get to that spot, if Georgia didn't score, as to whether or not you'd want to try to steal and get him in scoring position.
Borderline pitch called ball 3 in a rare 3-ball count.
Now 3-1. Pretty obvious a fastball would be coming. You could put the runner in motion. If Green were to hit a gap, you could score.
Off the plate. Ooh, strike called. 3-2. Jordan Green threw the bat, which no doubt will not make home plate umpire Tyler Simpson, Monty Lee, saying, hey, don't get too worked up over it. From here, it certainly looked outside.
It definitely looked outside, but if you're Green and you do that, the first thing I do going back is apologize to the umpire, because he's got one more pitch he can throw at you, and you certainly don't want the umpire making the same call. And so you don't want to show up the umpire, and Green did not do that on purpose, but nonetheless, I want him to know that that was my mistake. Please don't call that again.
Pretty pleased with sugar on top. The payoff. That's a huge call. I mean, if that's called outside, which it certainly appeared to be on replay, you've got first and second.
With the lineup rolling over.
Position. Yeah, with their lineup rolling over and back to the top of Sam Hall. Payoff. Ball 4. Or did that actually?
I think he fouled it off.
Oh, he fouled that
check
off.
Swing.
Okay.
Yeah, Green didn't move.
No, he did not.
That's pretty impressive. That ball had some bite.
Let's see where this ball hits.
He fouled that ball off the bounce.
Off the bounce.
That's Ichiro stuff right there. Wow.
Oh, you do not see that often.
And imagine if that would have gone fair. That's impressive. That's some hand-eye coordination.
Yes, it is.
Jordan Green right there.
He fouled it off the bounce. Swing and a miss. Lengthy battle ends in another strikeout for Logan Moody.
Well, Moody throw you the curveball the pitch before. You know it's coming. That at bat, that's a gutsy pitch with a 3-2 count. Well, this is how we got here in the 6th inning. Clemson with a triple off the right center gap. Scores the 2nd run. Clemson up 2-0 at this point. And Georgia in the 7th inning with Cam Shepard at the plate. It's a missile down the left field line past the 3rd baseman. Scores the 1st run with Georgia. Cam Shepard coming around. Oh, watch out. Lost the ball. And Cam Shepard with a double and an error scores the tying run. 2-2 at that point. And that's where we're at. Where are we at? In the bottom of the 13th. That happened all the way back in the 7th, Mike.
A lot has happened. Todd Walker was a cleanly shaven individual when this game started.
You like that joke, don't you?
I do. We're beyond the 5 o'clock shadow.
It's true,
It's about a midnight shadow at this point. A well-played game and a lengthy one at that on a Tuesday night between Georgia and Clemson. And at this point, as much as these two teams want to win, they also want to save up some guys for the weekend. And Meadows wears one and then gives a little fist pump like, I'll gladly take the bruise to get the leadoff man on here.
It's not the way Monty Lee wanted this inning to start. Hit by a pitch to the 8-hole. Mason Meadows. Now you've got the 9-hole coming up, and now it's 100% bunt situation.
Now, you've told me this before.
Now I mean it.
And I'm starting to wonder.
Scott Strickland calls him over.
Now the offense for Georgia less than potent. 2 runs, 4 hits, 14 strikeouts. And they've only had runners in scoring position twice, 0 for 2 in this game in that situation.
Andrew C. going out to the mound, the pitching coach for Clemson, to talk it over as well. You know, it depends on what you got at the plate. I mean, Strickland knows his team. It could possibly be a hit and run as well. And that's why usually when the ball's put in play, the first move is either a step off or a pick off to move, just for Clemson to be able to tell what George is trying to do. And the idea as the hitter is you don't want to give it away. So if I have the bunt play on, I'm not going to show him. I'm going to anticipate he's going to try to pick just to see something from me. I'm not going to show him that I'm trying to bunt. Or if he's not bunting, then you would square around to kind of show him that. That way you get a fastball and be able to get something to hit.
You know, we've reached an interesting point of the game where the pinch runner at first is a backup catcher. Shane Marshall takes a rather conservative lead off the bag at first base, and squaring and taking is Cheney Rogers. I'm with you. I would be shocked with all that is lined up here in the scenario that we have if he's not bunting and he's squaring again. 1 ball, 1 strike now the count. Batting helmets in the dugout. I've seen every rally formation put together here. Bunt only play will be to first. Sacrifice is true. Runner in scoring position, 1 out. And the top of the lineup due up with Tucker Maxwell.
Good job by Holt Jones, because I might have been tempted to turn around and at least take a look at second base. That bunt was hit kind of hard back to the mound, but he doesn't even consider it. Goes ahead and gets the out. I think he would have been safe at second, and it would just cause some chaos for Holt Jones. So nice job for him just to make sure of 1 out.
Well, and why gamble when, again, Georgia has struggled at the plate all night? Make them earn it. Speaking of struggles, Maxwell is hitless tonight. That could be said about half of the lineup. Just 4 hits total for Georgia. 13, bottom of the 13th, 2-2 game. First runner in scoring position for the Dogs since the 7th inning.
And here's the situation here. If you're Holt Jones or you're Clemson, you don't want to split the plate. You don't want to give up the game-winning hit. So he's going to try to pick and nibble on both sides of the plate, trying to get a swing and miss on something that's not a strike. You don't want to walk him, but if you do, you still have the double play in order with 1 out that gets you out of the inning. And they're going to intentionally walk him anyway. But my point was going to be it frees the pitcher up to throw perfect pitches. If you do get behind in the count, go ahead and put him on. I would have thrown 1 or 2 pitches just to see what I could get out of him. But now they're in a situation where they need to turn the double play.
I mentioned about 4 hours ago how valuable Riley King has been this year. Came out of nowhere to be a key cog for this Georgia offense after they lost Tucker Bradley to a torn labrum, out for the year. This is not a very deep Georgia offense, as we've alluded to a number of times. There wasn't much of a track record for Riley King, a redshirt sophomore out of Lawrenceville, Georgia, Gwinnett County. But he has been one very pleasant surprise, leading the team with 33 runs driven in. 34 would be a walk-off here in the 13th.
Left side of Clemson playing normal. Jordan Green really hugging the bag at second base. Big hole on the right side.
Great cut.
See Jordan Green playing right close to the bag, which also means that the runner, who's running for
Shane Marshall,
Shane Marshall at second base, has to play close to the bag as well.
I got to admit, we don't have a scouting report that in depth to tell us how fast Shane Marshall is, but typically catchers are not exactly known for elite speed.
They're running thin out there, but again, with Green playing close, it's an easy pick if he gets too far off the bag, so they're going to keep him real close at second base, less likely to score on a base hit.
Count fills up. The Bulldogs outfielder turned third baseman. King started off in right, then went to left, then went to third when Shunk went on the pitcher's mound in relief. It seems like ages ago.
And with that, C.J. Smith is on deck waiting to hit. A Saturday starter for Georgia.
That's right. The payoff. Chased one off the plate outside for the strikeout.
Nice little spinner there from Holt Jones. Way out of the zone for Riley King. Just waves at it. It's a situation trying to do a little too much, trying to be the hero. When they talk about taking what the game gives you, that's a pitch that you just can't do anything with, and you got to really stay back and lay off.
Now Logan Moody hitting for himself here.
Well, we saw Todd Peterson for LSU in the SEC tournament last year bang one off the wall, so it can happen. When we talk about trying to do too much, these pitchers don't know any better, so they're freed up to just swing.
Burns the outside corner at 92.
Outfield playing real shallow for Clemson, trying to cut the run off at home.
We're trying to find out. Yeah, this is Logan Moody's first at bat. Remember, you don't have a DH because you once you moved Aaron Schunk around, you lose the DH. So they don't have a choice here. So you got a pitcher that has 0 at-bats all year trying to win the game in the 13th. And that pitch, boy, if I'm the Clemson dugout, there's some serious,
It's this pitch from Holt Jones right on the outside corner. And tell you what, it's been a long night for all these umpires. Tyler Simpson behind home plate, is, like you mentioned, has done a really nice job. Now we're getting out for over 4 hours.
I'm looking up Logan Moody's career at LaGrange High School. He did play outfield and first base, so we know he swung a bat in high school, and he nails one off the pitcher's chest. It's a foot race to first, and they got him. What a play!
That is crazy.
Holt Jones with a Sports Center top 10 nominee, and it saves the game for Clemson.
And Logan Moody got every bit of that baseball and was going to be the hero, with the 6'8" frame of Holt Jones keeps it in front, and the dive in the play at first. Watch the emotion from Clemson. Wow.
2 o'clock. Now, as much as I love extra inning baseball, I hope that's not the case, because I do not want to rob those football players of their place in the spotlight Saturday at 2 p.m. I want that game to start on time, and I think it will. I think somebody is going to win this game between now and Saturday at 2 o'clock.
Well, Logan Moody sure got robbed in that last inning. The pitcher had no at-bats this year. The bullet up the middle that would have won the game. And Holt Jones gets in front of it. And not only gets in front of it and the ball kind of trickles off of him, but a perfect spot for him to go run it down. Most of the time they lose sight of the baseball. Holt Jones, nice job.
Remember Shane Marshall, the backup catcher, pinch runner? He's now the catcher. We've seen a lot of odd things in this game. As we're now in the top of the 14th. Sam Hall with his 7th at bat of the night. He's 1 for 6. Top of the order due up for the Tigers. Moody still on the mound. He's thrown 30 pitches. This game started with Tim Elliott. He was sharp early on, then ran out of gas in the 6th. Then came Glover, Christofax, Schunk, Goodman, and now Moody. We want to thank the Bob Carpenter scorebook for going to 15 innings, so Todd and I have not run out of room officially yet.
It's getting close. These at-bats were always tough. Now you get into your 6th and 7th and 8th at-bat. You're tired.
Yeah.
You're tired as a hitter, and it's difficult to keep your concentration up. Not only that, it sure could ruin a game where you were 2 for 2 to start it out and end up 2 for 7. Feeling pretty good about yourself, and then all of a sudden you've had a bad night.
Yeah, that'll change your mood quickly. Good news is this game has lasted long enough. I feel like we've given tremendous biographical information on every player in uniform. I mean, we're a few innings shy of breaking out baby photos.
These kids have kids? Is that what you're saying?
No, that's not what I'm saying.
Some of them might.
That would be next level research. I'm going to leave that one up to you, partner.
Tell you what, that inside curveball right there, I might have worn if I was Sam Hall. Your instincts to get out of the way, but you've got to make some sort of conscious effort. Look, if he throws anything inside, I'm going to wear it.
A payoff pitch due to Hall with the dangerous Logan Davidson on deck.
He doesn't have to.
The board.
Have to walk.
You know, that is the 3rd time in extra innings that Clemson has had the leadoff man aboard. Might be time to flash up the old What is Clemson with runners in scoring position? What is Clemson with runners on base? I can tell you this, both numbers are bad.
Not good, and now you got the 2-hole Logan Davidson at the plate. Again, typically this is, when you're on the road, you're playing for the win. You don't necessarily bunt as you might when you're at home, but Logan Davidson really can swing the bat. Has not had a great night, but he's your guy.
Davidson, a switch hitter. And a lot of times you'll see a switch hitter, a lot more power from one side of the plate. Well, in 37 career home runs, 19 as a righty, 18 as a lefty. So he's got plenty of power from both sides. Runner goes. Pitch is cranked foul.
Hit and run by Clemson. They're trying to make things happen. That off speed just a little too much for Logan Davidson to handle. And when you get the hit and run as a hitter, you get a little geared up. You get a little amped up, and it's hard to fight that. You got to fight back and hit the ball the other way, really let it travel in, and make a conscious effort to let it get all the way in. Otherwise, something like that happens. You get a little too anxious.
Now, a couple things to keep in mind here, too. Hall, as we mentioned, great wheels, 21 stolen bases on the year, and you've got a backup catcher in the game in Shane Marshall. We know Mason Meadows.
And if it's not this pitch, it's the next one, but it's going to be off speed, which gives that runner Hall more chance or more time to get to second base. So I wouldn't necessarily go here, but if it gets to 1 and 2, I'm stealing.
Got him. Strikeout. And the runner did not go.
Just a ball that falls out of the zone. Nice changeup for Logan Moody.
Would have been a great pitch to run on.
A situation where 0 and 2 or 1 and 2, if you're behind in the count, that's the danger of throwing off speed. You give the other team a chance to run, but Clemson doesn't go.
16 strikeouts from the Georgia staff. The operative letter of the night is K. Now Bird. Bird enjoying a 3-hit night.
A long time ago.
Yeah.
Now.
Well, I know the Braves game is over. Braves fell to the Diamondbacks. So now, if Dad wasn't watching before because of TV duties, he's definitely watching now.
Hello, Paul Bird.
Hi, Paul.
Wasn't my teammate who left LSU right before I got there, but
with the meeting on the mound, Todd Walker will now tell you everything that has happened in the last 13-plus innings. Todd?
a lot of bullets, a lot of strikeouts, a lot of swing and misses, a couple crazy plays, and we're tied at 2.
We've only had 12 hits in this game. 4 for Georgia, 8 for Clemson, and again, for Clemson, the problem has been situations like this. They get the leadoff man aboard, 3rd time in extra innings they've done it, but they have not been able to cash in.
They would love for Grayson Bird to pull this ball to the right side, get the runner over to 3rd.
Runner goes, pitch out, throw to second is way off the mark. Again, Shane Marshall is not out there often. Just a freshman.
And that was a nice throw, just 10 feet to the right of the bag. I mean, it was on a line to second base. And your point is a good one. You got the backup catcher in there. It's a nice opportunity to take advantage of that. It's just hard to get a feel when you get thrown in a game like this for Marshall.
And Shane has played some this year. I don't mean to sound like he hasn't seen any action at all. Certainly when Meadows was down with the injury, he got some reps. But you've been sitting on the bench for the better part of 4 hours, and then you're asked to come out there.
Yeah, it's hard. It's hard to be perfect.
That's tough for anybody.
How about Strickland, though?
Great call, right?
Calling that pitch out when they took off.
Go ahead run in scoring position. A 2-1 count on Bird. excuse me. That's strike 2. It's still got him swinging on the nasty breaking ball. I'll tell you what, I've been impressed with Logan Moody.
Yeah, he's doing something with that off speed that these Clemson guys just can't lay off. Grayson Bird saw Logan Davidson fishing for a ball in the dirt, and he can expect a lot of the same. And if you're the hitter, Grayson Bird, right now, you just have to stay back on that changeup and fight off the fastball. But I'm not swinging at that ball in the dirt.
That number speaks volumes. 1 for 12 with runners in scoring position for Clemson. Swing and a miss, strike 3. It's been like kryptonite tonight when the Tigers have opportunities. A lot of this.
Just another off-speed pitch from Logan Moody. Everybody seems to keep expecting that fastball, and he's just not giving it to him. They keep swinging through, and he's got 2 big punch-outs from the 2-hole and the 3-hole for Clemson.
5 pitch-outs for Moody out of the bullpen. 16 strikeouts for Georgia. Wilkie the batter.
And again, yet another situation with first base open and 2 outs. You're not going to walk him intentionally, but it certainly frees you up to make perfect pitches. If you do walk him, it's not the end of the world, but you certainly don't want to split the plate or give Wilkie anything to hit that would bring in that go-ahead run.
Off the nub of the bat. And the out provided at first base. Side retired. Middle of the 14th, 2-2 game in Athens. On through downtown Athens during the course of this game. Looked like it might be over. In the 13th, a rocket off the bat of Logan Moody, the pitcher. And a terrific play by Holt Jones. He's fired up. Both these teams have had their opportunities here in extra frames, but nobody has been able to cash in yet. And now, we have not had a single review or challenge in this game. And I understand the umpires are looking at that play at first base. Let me take another look here.
There's a little squibber to the right side. L.J. Talley has to make that play, and I don't really know what they're looking at, except
I didn't think that was even close.
The only thing would be Sullivan pulling his foot, which it's hard to tell from that angle, but the umpire at first base has a clear view of that, Ryan Clark.
Yeah. Again, the challenge system goes for the first 7 innings. After that, it's umpire's review.
Another look from L.J. Talley, flipping it over to first base. The only question would be whether or not Sullivan pulled his left foot, but it didn't look like that.
Nope.
Why not have more delay?
Pretty sure this call is going to be confirmed, and we'll move on to the bottom of the 14th. And in the bottom of the 14th, it will be the middle of the lineup due up for the Dogs. And the umpiring crew gives a signal out at first so everybody can get off the field for Georgia defensively, and Clemson can get on the field defensively. By the way, for those that are used to conference games in the SEC, that would not have been the scene. The umpires no longer go away and check on a monitor. Now, of course, it's done centrally back at the SEC offices in Birmingham, which I really like because it speeds up the process.
Yeah, you have a guy already watching it, so all they need to get is the answer.
Right.
Where in this case, they have to go check it out for themselves, and they probably laughed when they saw it. What are we looking at? He's out by 3 feet.
And again, they didn't take that long, not picking on the umpires. But
no, it's not their fault. It's just the process.
It's just the process. I do like the fact, again, when I hope eventually we get to the point where every game is like that, where you just go back to some office somewhere and speeds it up quite a bit. Speed not the operative word to describe this game, as we are in the home half of the 14th inning. Yeah, none of that has worked yet. We've seen everything from guys doing balancing acts, yogas, rally caps, rally helmets.
Mississippi State had the rally banana last year, so this is where you find that. These type of games is when you find what works, and when it does, you use it the rest of the way.
Can you find a possum somewhere? We had the rally
there you
possum.
Go. That was in Baton Rouge, of course. So they're going to make their own thing, and whatever works, whoever wins this game, that's what they'll use moving forward.
Talley to start things off. L.J. Talley, the senior from Folkestone, Georgia. Talley 0 for 5. He has fanned 3 times. You didn't have a big league game that you played in that lasted?
This would be about the max, right around 13 or 14 innings. I don't remember going anything crazy.
I did a Gwinnett Braves game, Brian Jordan and I, that lasted 18 innings. I don't even want to tell you how long that took off the clock.
So what you're saying is our producer, Thomas Morrissey, is not the jinx. It's you.
He was probably in attendance.
He was watching on TV, therefore.
Exactly. By proxy, he's still the guilty party, even if he wasn't producing.
Yeah.
He's still the black cat in the room.
Well, now L.J. Talley, 4-hole, gets a 3-1 fastball.
There it is.
And he got the pitch that he could have driven out of the ballpark, fouls it off to the left side. And this is part of the effect that these extra inning games have. That's what I was trying to tell you. Mentally, you just kind of lose something. Physically, you're a little drained. It's just tough, these at-bats late in the game, which would speak to we probably are headed 18, 19, 20 innings. And then you're constantly facing these fresh arms out of the pen.
Talley cranks one foul. Home run distance, but about 15 feet wide.
Now in the back of your mind, even though it's 3-2 with nobody on, you're thinking he might drop that curveball on me right here, and so it kind of keeps you back a little longer. Percentage-wise, you're still looking fastball, but there's a little more chance he may drop something crazy on you.
Ball 4. So now Georgia has the leadoff man aboard in extra innings for the second straight inning.
And that's just smart hitting. Again, we've seen a lot of swing and misses on that pitch when it's supposed to be a fastball, and it's not. L.J. Talley knew what I was just talking about. He just cranked on a fastball. And Holt Jones thought he could get him with that changeup, but L.J. Talley knew it was coming.
Connor Tate squaring and taking ball 1. Third baseman Bird parked on the grass, now charging, and a strike taken that time.
This is the luxury you get as a third baseman. Without a runner at second, you can crash as far in as you want because you're going to make the play. With a runner at second, you got to hold back a little bit. This is Grayson Bird's ball if it goes down the third baseline.
Drops it down, foul 1 and 2. Do you keep it on?
I don't. I've never liked just taking the bat completely out of somebody's hands. It's worked before, but that was not a great attempt at a bunt. And again, Tate just got thrown in the game, so you know his feel's not there either. I'd probably let him go ahead and swing away. They're going to bunt.
And he lunges at it and misses for strike 3.
Just not much of a chance with 2 strikes. Now you put a lot of pressure on yourself to put it down, and everybody thinks bunting is easy. It's not easy, and they practice this every single day, but when you're in this game, especially in this situation, it is hard to get it down.
Well, Cam Shepard was a hero back in the 7th when Georgia was down 2-0. His double plus an error tied it up at 2. can he be a hero again 7 innings later here in the bottom of the 14th?
Grayson Bird at third base is basically straddling the third base line and back. Playing no doubles. Outfield a little back. Don't really have to play real deep in the outfield. Ball's not going to carry tonight.
We talked about the importance of getting Cam Shepard going, getting his confidence going. He was the leadoff man for much of this year. His struggles have dropped him down to the 6 hole. You know it's in there. He hit over 300 as a freshman. The defense has not suffered at all. It's been elite at shortstop.
And, you know, the idea of the no doubles is we're not going to let you score on 1 hit. It's going to take 2 hits to get it in. So you're giving up a little bit, which is that hole on the left side for Cam Shepard and on the right side. But you're going to have to string 2 singles together instead of just 1 hit, which would be a double. But there's not going to be anything from Cam Shepard here. He strikes out.
Clemson's learning a little bit about Holt Jones, showing some moxie tonight. And Holt Jones is coming off a really shaky outing this past weekend in Tallahassee. On Saturday, he worked 2 innings. He gave up 6 earned runs. The 6'8" right-hander delivers strike 1 to Patrick Sullivan, the first baseman for Georgia.
He's really been sharp, hitting that outside corner of those fastballs, throwing off speeds in the right situations, and quality off speeds. Again, the 3-2 to LJ Talley lit off the inning. That changeup was good, but LJ was thinking along with him and just spit on it. But Holt Jones has really showed Monty Lee something tonight.
Just a sophomore. Ball gets by the catcher, and Georgia has the winning run in the form of LJ Talley in scoring position.
Those little subtle errors, or wild pitch in that case, always seem to come back and bite you. And just giving them just a little bit gives Sullivan a lot of confidence at the plate.
Swing and a miss, strike 3. Holt Jones, big time. Clemson bullpen really big time. Carson Spires and now Holt Jones getting it done. Hopefully it'll be sunny and it'll be a nice economical day on the gridiron for Kirby Smart and company.
But for tonight, they went to sleep. That said, good night, Bulldogs.
As for tonight, see some blankets out there. Die-hard fans still gritting it out here on a Tuesday night. We started with a season-high crowd for Georgia. Well over 3,000 fans here at Foley Field. But most folks got to work tomorrow. School.
It only took me 15 minutes.
Maybe a hobby you want to take part in early in the morning. Stamp collecting is nice.
5, 6, 7 coming up for Clemson. Hawkins, Sharp, and Mikowski.
Two and 1. The next pitch for Logan Moody will be his 50th. Two and 2. Fouled that one off his body in the batter's box. Hawkins, freshman first base. We talked about Clemson's lineup, how young it is. 3 freshmen, 2 sophomores, so over half of your starting lineup are underclassmen. And if you could do that and still be ranked in the top 20, probably going to another postseason under Monty Lee, you think about all the guys they'll have back next year. Strike 3 called.
Yeah, and all that freshman sophomore experience is coming up, starting with Hawkins, the freshman who just struck out looking on this fastball from Moody. Equalizing his counterpart, Holt Jones from Clemson, throwing those fastballs on corners and getting people to freeze up. Maybe it's good Clemson didn't get the leadoff guy on. They've done it in the last 4 innings and hadn't been able to score. So maybe that's a good sign for Clemson.
That is the 35th combined strikeout of this game. That's a high total even for a 15-inning game. I mean, that's just... It's kind of a ridiculous amount, but I don't think your average fan now even bats an eye at it, because that's just the day and age where we are in baseball at any level, right? Everybody's swinging hard. Nobody's choking up with 2 strikes.
But there's been a lot of freeze-ups. I mean, it hasn't been a lot of hacks with 2 strikes just trying to go for yard, you know, especially defensively, even though you're right, that's kind of the age we live in. But a lot of freeze-ups where it seems like these hitters are looking off speed and they get the fastball in and just not able to pull the trigger.
Swing and a miss by Sharp. Evens up the count. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Mike Morgan, Todd Walker, top of the 15th. Clemson and Georgia, a rematch from 2 weeks ago. The Bulldogs won that one. Swing and a miss, strike 3. Another punch out for the Georgia staff. Hey, look at that. It took 4.5 hours, but we have located Don Majkowski, the father of Bo Majkowski. Yes, that Don Majkowski, the former Green Bay quarterback. Also, University of Virginia Cavalier. He's not going anywhere. I mean, he's tough. This game could go 30 innings. He's going to be right there in that chair.
Not even putting a jacket on.
No, that's true.
He played in Green Bay. So
yeah, he played. That's a great point.
Virginia.
He's like, man,
I'm like three layers deep right now.
Yeah. How do you think the concession stands are looking right now?
They're selling coffee and hot chocolate. They're doing well.
If you wanted a hot dog, you think they've got any left? Or is it like one of those at the gas station? That's
supply and demand. Now they cost you $20.
It's been sitting under a heat lamp for the last 4.5 hours.
Oh, I'd still eat it.
Peanuts don't go stale, right? So those are still good. Those are still fresh. I don't know, what's the expiration date on cotton candy? 1-2 to Majkowski with Dad looking on. Oh for 6 for Bo Majkowski. He's done it in every way possible. 3 ground outs, 1 strikeout, 1 fly ball out, reached on an error.
And he sat back nicely on that curveball, just a little too late with the swing, but you could tell by that approach that he saw that was coming.
Hey, the gun show is still on here as we get closer and closer to midnight.
He's leaning it over like he almost knows something. He wants to communicate to his son.
The magic man trying to provide his son a little magic. Payoff. Spiked in the dirt. That'll make Dad happy as his son represents the go-ahead run here in the 15th. This Clemson team, it's like kind of a who's who of relatives. You know, Logan Davidson's dad played 6 years in the Bigs, won a World Series with the Twins. We talked about Grayson Bird's dad, Paul, 14 years in the Bigs. Majkowski's dad, a quarterback with the Packers. Spires, a handful of relatives that played pro ball. Teodosio with the runner going and the throw to second. Again, they're challenging the backup catcher, and it's going to pay off. Over to third on the bad throw to second. A stolen base and an error. And a runner at third with 2 outs.
You kind of see that coming from Monty Lee. He's got to try to make something happen. His offense really isn't getting it done. And when you get a runner on, you're going to try to go, especially in the backup catcher, like you mentioned, Marshall in the game. And surely they're not trying to review this play at third base.
Surely they are.
Well, we'll see it again. Left hand clearly in there.
I don't think this one will take too long.
Kevin Elsie, the third base umpire, right in great position to make that call. And I wonder if they mind when they call for an instant replay. I would just, hey, I got it right. Where y'all going?
Right. I mean, they're you can tell how concerned about this being overturned that they are. They're enjoying a little chuckle out there at this point. This umpiring crew's been out there nearly 5 hours as well. Overall, they've done a great job tonight.
Tucker Maxwell picked that up quick and made a nice one-hop throw to third base, but not in time.
Well, after this call holds up, Clemson will have the go-ahead run 90 feet away. 2 outs, a 1-0 count here in the top of the 15th. So a wild pitch, a pass ball could make it 3-2. It'd be only fitting if Clemson got their third run, which they've been in search of since the 6th inning. If they got it on a wild pitch, because they have not been able to do much damage at all with runners on base since that 6th inning.
Well, nothing against Shane Marshall. Again, he just got thrown in the game, but now it becomes a factor for Moody whether or not he can spike a ball in the dirt and trust his catcher to block it, because if not, the go-ahead run comes across. So it almost eliminates one of those pitches. You can imagine that Moody doesn't throw to Marshall that much in practice. So Marshall's not used to some of the off-speed he's going to see.
There the official verdict comes in. Tell you what, your home plate umpire, Tyler Simpson, you've been squatting behind home plate for nearly 5 hours. Then you got to get some cardio in. You got to run over there to take a look at the monitor, which is behind the fence over there on the first base side. Probably something Tyler Simpson could have done without. Teodosio with a 1-ball, no strike count, and the runner at third, 2 gone here in the 15th. Cannot say enough about the bullpens for both these teams tonight. I mean, this started off with great performances by the starters, Tim Elliott of Georgia, Jacob Hennessy of Clemson.
And you talked about this not being a normal midweek game, and it's not for that reason, because again, typical midweeks, you run out of pitching real quick, and that game gets out of hand. But these two powerhouses here, with the depth they have in the bullpen, this is why we are where we are.
Yeah, I mean, could you imagine 10 years ago on a Tuesday night game, in the 15th inning, it'd still be tied at 2? I mean, maybe like 11-11.
Exactly.
But the pitching has been that good. Just 12 hits total, 8 for Clemson, 4 for Georgia. Swing and a miss. He chased one out of the zone. Clemson again. Opportunities falling by the wayside as another one is stranded, this time at third, and we get ready for the bottom of the 15th. We will keep it here. Mike Morgan, Todd Walker, Foley Field. What was once a near sellout crowd has thinned out considerably, but we're just getting started here with a highlight package courtesy of Todd Walker.
Well, the day has certainly changed from bugs in the air and a lot of strikeouts. That's one thing that hasn't changed. Where are we at now? 36 strikeouts in this game. A ton of off-speed swing and misses, some freeze-ups on the inside corner. Jacob Hennessy, the starter, was really good with his off speed, that slider. Look at these fastballs. I mean, wow. PJ. Tim Elliott for Georgia. Another swing and miss. Another swing and miss. Mike, you can jump in at any time.
I'm tallying up all the strikeouts. I got to get my calculator out.
Well, it's upwards of 35 and 36. That's Christopher throwing that ball on the outside
my
corner.
abacus over here. You're doing great. Just keep saying strike three.
Are we really going to go through 36 strikeouts? 37 strikeouts tonight. This is the anti-highlight reel. Look at these off speeds. But you're right, the bullpens for both sides have just done an incredible job.
19 strikeouts for the Georgia staff, 18 for the Clemson staff. So just like the score and everything else in this game, very much even.
And strikeout number 37 elevated. There you go. That was impressive. Nice job by the video crew.
Nice job by you.
Oh, yeah, no.
That's a good audition tape for one Todd Walker if you ever want to do some studio work, do some highlights. 1 for 20 combined with runners in scoring position. That is.
We have seen a lot of swing and misses tonight. My goodness.
Shane Marshall will start things off here in the bottom of the 15th. And now Holt Jones has reached the half-century mark of pitches here. Strike three called. That would be strikeout number 38. And a 20th for the Georgia Bulldogs.
I don't know if I've seen anything like this. I mean.
We're getting into uncharted waters. I'm with you.
But again, I'm sticking by. When you start getting later in the games, it is a big disadvantage for the offense. Not only is the air thick, but you just get tired, man. Mentally, you just get tired, and it's tough to stay focused out there.
It's Rogers, high and deep, left center, but playable. Hall will haul it in. 2 gone. I think your point is huge, because I think a lot of people say, well, what's the big deal? I mean, you know, they're not running back and forth like basketball. They're not hitting like football. Mentally, psychologically, to be out there for 5 hours, to have 7, 8 at bats. You got guys that came in the game cold after sitting on the bench for 4 hours, and then all of a sudden they're asked to work home plate. There's just so many things that make it difficult at this point of the game to produce offense.
Yeah, and Holt Jones just told Monty Lee he's done.
Yeah, I got nothing left, Skipper.
Nothing left, but he did a phenomenal job. But yeah, I mean, that's something a lot of people don't realize. You can stand out there for 9 innings, never get a ball hit to you, and still be exhausted mentally because you're in on every pitch.
I tell you what, that's another. I thought Carson Spires was good, and he was great. Holt Jones was maybe just as good. Think of the relief performances we've seen tonight. Spires and Jones, outstanding. Shunk, Christofak, Logan Moody for Georgia, outstanding. I mean, it's not all about bad hitting here. I certainly want to give the pitchers their due. They've been terrific tonight. But at some point, somebody has to put the ball in play. Bunch of few hits together and put something on the board. We've been locked at 2-2 since the 7th inning. Clemson was up 2-0. Georgia played to the pair in the bottom of the 7th, and there has been nothing but goose eggs on the board ever since. Justin Robleski, a freshman, on the bump now, and you can see seldom used, just 13 innings all year for the left-hander. Holt Jones, just moments ago.
Oh, he was telling him no, he wanted to stay in. Yeah, he was mad. I thought he was telling him I'm done.
Oh, you can tell he's breathing heavy, and that's not because of heat. The temperature's dropped about 20 degrees since we started
right there.
Yeah, that's just a competitor. I mean, that's just, even if you're tired and maybe it's time to go, you don't want to leave. That's what Todd Walker just said moments ago. Mike, I don't want to leave. I
stay here all night.
Each team has now used 6 pitchers in this game.
Keep feeding me Cheetos, man.
The snack bag is still strong, right? We still got, what are we down to? Pistachios, garden variety chips,
some gum.
I see an orange in there. Too healthy for me. Ball 4, a 2-out walk, a base runner for Georgia.
Send them. Go on first move. Monty Lee comes out again.
Another call to the bullpen. I feel like we never really got to know Justin Robleski.
Gone too early.
But we will get to know this guy when we come back. 2-2 game, bottom of the 15th.
ESPN.
To Foley Field, bottom of the 15th. Pitcher number 7 for the Clemson Tigers. The Bulldogs have used 6 tonight. If you like strikeouts, you've come to the right place. We've had, I believe, 38 of them at last count. Luke Sommerfeld hopes to put a few Ks on his resume. He has 9 and 8 innings of work thus far. Runner going, throw to second, no chance.
Yeah, for Scott Strickland, you've got to make something happen. I mean, we haven't been hitting the ball. We got 4 hits all night. We're in the 15th inning. So he's off on the second pitch from Luke Sommerfeld. Now they have a runner in scoring position with 2 outs. The 2-hole Riley King. I'd almost be tempted to pull the old major league play, bunt down the third baseline and have the runner come around third, headed for home as they're trying to throw the guy out at first.
You got a little Willie Mays Hayes you can throw into the equation. We've had plenty of Serrano-like swings. There is the intentional pass to King. 2 on, 2 outs. And I think we've pretty much emptied the roster now with C.J. Smith. C.J. Smith, a weekend starter, a 2-way player.
Means the end for Moody. Or was he still even in the game?
C.J. Smith, 2-way player. Sophomore from Royston, Georgia. Smith hitting just 115 on the year, a homer and 3 runs batted in. Young man who was homeschooled. Mom had to drive him to summer ball every day to get some experience before playing in college. 1 ball, 1 strike. Actually wound up playing some baseball for Westminster Christian Academy. Swing and a miss. How hard is it now? I mean, you're C.J. Smith. You've been sitting on the bench for just under 5 hours, and then you're facing 92.
Yeah, good luck. No batting gloves either.
Inside. The winning run Tucker Maxwell at second base. Very good speed. Another strikeout. Another inning upcoming. We head to the 16th. We are still tied at 2. Gators and LSU should be a lot of fun this weekend. We're having a lot of fun here on a Tuesday night. 2-2 game, top of the 16th. You heard me right. Darren Pasqua on the bump now for the Georgia Bulldogs. 6'4", 200-pound freshman. And it is officially Wednesday morning. I said Tuesday night. I stand corrected. We are 40 seconds in to Wednesday morning, so no need for a wake-up call, Todd Walker. I know normally you're kind of guys doing Pilates and CrossFit stuff at this time.
I was supposed to be off on Wednesday. I had a day off. What happened?
Hardest working man in showbiz, Todd Walker. If he's not in studio, he's working a 5-hour game on a Tuesday night in Athens.
Oh, look, another shift. Jordan Green with his 4. How about that? Comes in the 9th. He's up for the 4th time. Jordan Green.
By the way, you and I share the same scorebook, which so many announcers across the country use. And I'm not meaning to give Mr. Bob Carpenter a free plug, but I guess I will at this point. But it only goes to 15 innings.
Yeah, what do we do now? I'm confused.
Now
you start drawing in the braids?
Yeah, or you could turn the page. You could technically, that's what I'm going to do. I'm ripping out a page as we speak. And there I'm going to just get creative with this thing.
I'm just going to cheat off of you then. I'll let you write everything down.
Yeah. Well, I mentioned like 5 innings ago that my scorebook started to resemble back when we used to do spring training games. Because that was just because of all the changes, not the length of this game. Now we have both. Just about everybody that wore a uniform tonight has seen action in this game. And we are in the 16th, and we are 5 hours old. Ball 4, another leadoff man aboard. Clemson has done that for most of the extra frames.
5 of the last 6 innings, Clemson has put the leadoff guy on with nobody out, and usually that dude scores. That hasn't happened tonight. But when you put the guy on with nobody out, there's a high percentage of those that come all the way around. Why are you crossing your fingers?
Oh, is that what that is?
Wishful thinking.
Trying to thaw them out. It's cool. You packed a jacket. You are prepared. I didn't think this would go.
Well, I came from Missouri.
Yeah, well, that's true.
On Sunday, so with the mitts and the headgear and everything.
Ice scraper.
I needed the ice scraper for Sunday morning.
Leadoff man Sam Hall. Squaring and taking and called a ball there. Okay, yeah, this is, first of all, I would not recommend how to score as I have done it. This is my own little TV way of doing a scorebook, but as you can tell, it only goes to, that's the 15th inning, that column right there. So after we're there, now comes the extra sheet right here. This is for 16 and beyond.
That looks like one of my college math classes right there.
So if I have to, I can go to the 30th inning, Todd Walker. I just want you to know, with this page, I've got 15 more left in me.
Oh, my goodness. Did you just say that?
I just said hypothetically, I'm prepared. Again, swearing and dropping one down foul. Sam Hall hits the bat on his cleats in disgust. unlike the other situation where you had a guy who hasn't sacrificed all year in Hawkins, Sam Hall is a leadoff man, so you know he's certainly had experience bunting and sacrificing.
Yeah, but with 2 strikes now, Georgia, Strickland had his guy try to do it, didn't work out. I don't think you'll see him bunt now. Might be a good chance to steal, though, with an off-speed coming.
Hammered foul into the Clemson bullpen. Tell you, this is a sincere kind of tip of the cap to our crew tonight, including all the people out there working camera, everybody back in the truck, working inside and control room / truck, we'll call it. You know, it's over 5 hours, and you got some folks out there, as I like to call it, sensory overload when you're trying to put together a telecast, and everybody doing a great job tonight. We're having fun, but it's also it takes some skill and some patience and some concentration, just like these players on the field, when you're doing this for 5+ hours.
I would take off. Because, I mean, if you're the first base runner, not us.
Oh, okay.
No, not our crew.
I thought you were telling our crew like you got the night off.
I'm stealing right here.
Punch
because
the
if
clock.
it's off speed, you're going to make it. If it's off speed, you're going to make it.
Well,
he could have made that.
It is 74 miles an hour.
And if it was a fastball, you would hope Sam Hall wouldn't swing through it, but he'd take strike 3 with the curveball. Just right down the middle.
Slow curveball.
Seen a lot of that tonight. Just a lot of freeze-ups. Outguessing themselves, but again, that would have been a pitch to go because it gives you a little more time to get into second base, and Jordan Green can run.
21 strikeouts for Georgia, 20 for Clemson. We have a 41 strikeout game.
Good block by Marshall right there.
You've just tuned me out, haven't you, at this point?
Oh. Did you say something?
That's okay. It's all right.
I'll take it over from here.
You're fine. If you need me, I'll be over here. Davidson, the All-American. Certainly a prime candidate. We have not had a home run in this game. We've had very few extra base hits in this game, and we haven't had a run in this game.
And you almost called the game winner about 2 hours ago.
Almost, yep.
Got all the way to the wall at 370 in the gap. Didn't make it out, though.
I remember that one. We haven't had a run in this game since the 7th. Line shot into the glove of Sullivan, double play.
Amazing.
Clemson's got to feel snake bit. They haven't had a double play in a while.
That's the second time tonight that Sullivan saved the game for Georgia. Look at those reflexes. I mean, he's only 90 feet away. Wow. And if you're Logan Davidson, oh, what a heartbreaker.
Oh, yeah. You know, to be 19 again, right? These kids, it's been over 5 innings. They're hoping for another 16 innings. They are fired up. That's what Todd Walker said to me during the break. He said, Mike, I got to tell you something. I hope it goes another at least 10. I got no plan. So, I admire you.
Because I like wearing short sleeves in this 40-degree weather that it turned into. We had a perfect day here earlier.
Yeah, you packed a jacket. I was worried about sunscreen being on the field before the game. We were on the field at...
and I had to take the jacket off. You got to show the logo.
We were on the field at 4:45 p.m. talking to coaches. Here we are. It's 12:09 in the morning. Bottom of the 16th. By the way, our stage manager or booth coordinator, he has a test tomorrow morning, an exam, 11 o'clock. Uh-oh.
In what?
Line shot, base hit. Tally aboard to start things off in the home half of the 16th. Sam, you might make that exam, big guy. What's the subject? Journalism. Okay. Well, you're learning a lot right here. This is This should be part of the journalism curriculum at every school. Tally the winning run at first base. Connor Tate, one of the many backups now in the lineup for the Georgia Bulldogs. Back to the pitcher. Oh, he thought about it and might have had a chance at second, but plays it safe, goes to first. Sacrifice is true.
Yeah, Luke Summerfield gave the look to second base, but thought better of it. But that's when you see some crazy stuff. That pitcher tries to force that ball into second base. That ends up in center field. Or at the very least, the runner's just safe.
It'd be only fitting if someone's going to hit a walk-off for Georgia, it'd be this guy, right? Cam Shepard. Struggling at the plate much of the year. Much has been made about the decline in offense the last couple of years. Terrific glove at shortstop. He's gone down in the order. They wanted him in the leadoff spot. They had him there. He's down to the 6th hole tonight. Had the big hit in the 7th. We wouldn't be here. Georgia would not be here had it not been for his double back in the 7th inning. Now we are in the 16th, and he's got a chance to be the ultimate hero. Georgia, incidentally, tonight with runners in scoring position 0 for 6.
So we're going to find out right here if they're really trying to pitch to him or not. First base open, 1 out, 2-0 count. They don't want to give up the game winner, so he's not going to split the plate with a fastball.
2-1. Shepard out of Duluth. Father Mike played for Georgia Southern. Cam was a freshman All-American. As I mentioned earlier, one thing Shepard has done, even with the struggles, 2 things actually. Number 1, still plays elite defense. Number 2, leads the team as one of the top 10 in the SEC in drawing walks. So still very good discipline at the plate. On a night like tonight, where we've had a flurry of strikeouts for both teams, that means something.
So typically what you see 2-0, you'll get it 3-1. And right here, if I'm Cam Shepard, I'm sitting all over that curveball. And that's why he was late on it, fouled it back. Now you really don't know what you're going to get from Summerfield. Now you've got to kind of be 50-50.
Again, one thing Shepard does a very good job of, putting the ball in play, throwing walks, a 3-2 count, the winning run at second, 1 gone here in the bottom of the 16th.
Sit curveball and react fastball. If you're sitting off speed, if he does happen to let go of a fastball, you'll be late enough on it to hit that big hole on the right side of the infield. Green is right behind second base, basically.
Payoff, hit deep center. Teodosio puts it away for out number 2. Well, the guy that just made the outstanding play defensively will get a chance to do something heroic at the plate. Patrick Sullivan, the first baseman for the Bulldogs. The big lefty will dig in here.
Well, remember, Marshall is in the lineup now behind Sullivan, so I'd be shocked if they threw to Sullivan right here, the left-handed hitter.
And there it is. Good thinking. Automatic intentional walk. Shane Marshall, a freshman from Naples, Florida. Known as a big swinger. But all you need here is a base hit, and Georgia can walk it off. Catches the corner for strike one. Marshall from Gulf Coast High School. Chase that one well off the plate, 0-2.
Huge swing right there for Marshall. And again, your point, just make contact. You don't have to overswing, especially now. You're behind 0-2. Be quick, shorten up, choke up, expand the zone a little bit, play a little pepper, and just put it in place somewhere. That's when good things happen.
Strike three. Buckled him. You ready for the 17th?
Of course. Another strikeout. We're close to 40s.
Mike Morgan, Todd Walker back with you at Foley Field in Athens, Georgia, now on a Wednesday morning. And you see some of the stats of futility on offense. 41 strikeouts. We've had 27 runners left on. A combined 1 for 23 with runners in scoring position. We've seen 467 total pitches, and the game time is now well over 5 hours in length. Keep in mind, Georgia's series with Missouri starts
tomorrow.
Thursday evening. That'd be tomorrow, yes. And Clemson will have their series with the Duke Blue Devils on Friday.
You know what's impressive to me is out of the bullpen, these 6th, 7th, and 8th options are just dominating. I mean, they're accurate with their fastballs. Yeah. You just saw right there from Pascal at 90. First pitch curveball for a strike. You don't see that in the country.
I mean, Bird goes down with the K. Yeah, you're absolutely right. Usually, midweek game, if it somehow went to 17 innings, you'd have kids on the mound that can barely find the strike zone.
And he just carved up Grayson Bird right there. First pitch curveball, fastball right on the black, and then a third pitch curveball right down the middle. It had Grayson Bird all tied up, but strikeout number 42.
That's 42. Well, it was Jackie Robinson Day yesterday.
There
everybody was wearing 42, so
we're wearing 42 tonight.
Kind of a late tribute.
But I mean, it's you won't see that anywhere else in the country from not too many teams. Is their 7th and 8th and 9th guys out of the pen are that dominant.
Yeah. High and tight to the catcher, Wilkie. By the way, this guy, I don't care who wins, I'm giving him a game ball. He's been behind the home plate for the entire game. For over 5 hours.
Tyler Simpson.
One and two to the catcher, Kyle Wilkie. The
junior.
You're
talking about Wilkie. I thought you were talking about the umpire. He's been back there too the whole game.
I'm going to give Wilkie a little more credit.
Yeah, he's having to block some balls too. He's a little dirty.
I mean, don't get me wrong. I'll give Tyler Simpson some kudos as well. Slap foul, and that will reach the seats. The fan drops it. I'll bet you 3 hours ago he would have caught that comfortably.
And now, not only the Oakleys, now it's the bands. And they're just abusing. Too abused. That's Matthew Lumsden from Clemson.
He's got the Clemson basketball. They were actually dunking that in the bullpen earlier before the game started. 1-2 in on the thumbs and bounced foul. Normally at this point in the game, I kind of preview what part of the lineup's coming up for the next team. In this case, in the bottom of the 17th. Does it really matter at this point? Driven left center. Maxwell is there.
I do believe we've lost a little pep. That ball was driven. That was in the second inning, and now it's like,
yeah,
that ball.
Exactly. I'm saving it all for
the dramatics at the end.
game-winning hit, assuming one will come at some point.
That makes sense.
I'm saving it for the third run. I don't care who scores it. Hawkins. Fastball up and in.
So hypothetically, if this game does roll on into Thursday evening, do they just stay on the field?
That is a really
Missouri?
good question. I would love to. I'd love to know the answer to that. I'm not actually hoping to find it out, but hypothetically, I'd love to just see what the ruling is on that. On getaway day in college baseball, you have the curfews where if it's a delay of some kind, you can't start an inning, or even if it's not a delay, you can't start an inning after a certain time. But we are under like nothing resembling that. It'll pop up, and the catcher's going to make the catch. Shane Marshall having to navigate. That makes a fine play. Middle of the 17th. 2-2 game. How about another look?
Nice.
Oh, to be young again. This is between innings. Clemson players staying warm no matter what it takes. Get a little calisthenics in there, jump on the wall, run back, wear sunglasses at 12:25 in the morning. Do whatever you can to just stay loose. A little wind sprint action. Oh, that's pretty good technique right there. A hurdle. Who is that? Sheldon Reed. One of the few pitchers that we haven't seen pitch tonight. We've seen several. Hey, about 4 hours ago, we interviewed that guy, Tony Losi, and he's got a little ping pong game action happening. He'll be the starter in Game 3, which will actually be Saturday against Missouri. One of the best Game 3 starters in America. Cheney Rogers to start things off, and then it's back to the top of the order here in the 17th. A 1-2 count. Georgia has 5 hits in this game. Tapped weakly to third. Bird fires across for out number 1. And we were just talking over the break. I mean, there really is, I'm sure this question has come up at least from somebody out there watching. Is there anything that would halt this game? The answer is no. I mean, there's no curfew. There's no inning limit. I mean, I guess you could have, remember the All-Star game years ago where they ran out of pitchers on both sides, had to call it a tie?
Well, I was going to say, I mean, in a conference game, Missouri and Texas A&M tied on a Sunday. They took off
because it was getaway
just
day.
A tie. It was getaway day, and so if they can do it in conference, we'll see why the midweek game would be allowed to go.
Well, I think it would have to be. I mean, I'm just speculating here. If anything like that ever happened, and I've never heard of it. Again, Clemson is a short bus ride away, so they don't have to worry about flights or anything else at this point. Maybe if both coaches just somehow said, hey, can we call this a day after the, say, 18th inning? Another strikeout, 42 on the night.
Well, another familiar sight, a swing and a miss and a ball low and out of the zone. Tucker Maxwell down for the third strikeout of the night for him. You know, the jinx was somebody brought up John Isner's Wimbledon match at 58, 56 or whatever.
Because he played at Georgia. Yeah,
and he played tennis here at the University of Georgia. I finally put it together.
Somehow I feel me starting to get the blame. And I don't know if I really appreciate that. By the way, we know somebody is still watching tonight. Our own Jeremy Mills, the omniscient one, the savant of random college baseball knowledge. If he doesn't know it, no one does. He's got the longest games in D1 history. And specifically what I'm looking at right now, 2 20-plus inning games involving the SEC. Kentucky versus Kent State, Auburn versus Florida. 2 involving ACC teams as well. Boston College versus Texas in the record setter, a 20-inning game, and Florida State Wake Forest went 20 innings. This is the longest game by innings involving an SEC team this year. A soft fly to right off the bat of King. Could be trouble. It drops. King will stay at first. A little blooper with 2 outs here in the 17th. Todd?
What?
Did I lose you on that replay?
Oh, yeah. What? Am I supposed to speak? I was focused on Pasqua. Now has to hit to keep him in the game, on the mound. I mean,
you are so locked in right now. Replays
so
be damned. I admire the concentration.
Ball hit no man's land.
This is the first career at bat for Pasqua. Second time tonight I've said that about a Georgia hitter, or a Georgia pitcher as the case was. And he got some contact, so a little confidence for Pasqua. This is the second time I've had to look in the media guide and find out what a pitcher's high school hitting statistics were, if I can find anything. I've got nothing on Pasqua, but he's a mechanical engineering major. And he's got a heck of an eye at the plate. Eyelash call, an eye like a hawk. Out of Rocky Face, Georgia, Christian Heritage High School. A jam job, pop back foul into the screen, 2-2. So we know Pasqua has not swung a bat in college. I'm sure somewhere in high school he did.
We know Riley King's not going to steal. They don't want to leave Pasqua standing at home plate. Lead off the next inning.
That'd be the 18th, right?
I lost count.
Strike 3 called. We are through 17 innings of work, and we're still tied at 2.
A Cam Shepard in the 7th with a bullet down the left field line. Third baseman too hot to handle. Gets down into the corner. And Ferry just can't handle the ball. And Cam Shepard comes in to score. We're tied at 2. And then in the 13th, Moody with his first at bat ever. It's a bullet Off Jones, the pitcher who dives and makes the play. That would have been the game winner. You see Holt Jones fired up to keep the game at 2, and here we are in the top of the 18th, Mike.
Yeah, here we are. If you took a 5-hour energy at the start of this game, you'd be on your 4th to stay vibrant. This is the longest game involving an SEC team this year. Todd Walker's longest game at LSU. Who could forget the 13-inning affair in 1994?
Never forget that game.
Right? Now, by the way, I'm finally now... That was against Nicholls State? Really? You guys?
That's what they tell me.
And you lost 3-2.
Oh, that was no fun.
As if this night hasn't been challenging enough for you. We're now bringing up heartbreaking losses to Nicholls State. I'm finally able to make sense of the Jeremy Mills email. It was a well-crafted email. My brain's just not working on all cylinders here, but I can tell you the longest games in the history of the sport. As Sharp starts things off for the Tigers here in the road half of the 18th, something I've only said once in my broadcasting career before. Swing and a miss, 1-1. The longest game, and I do remember this, in the history of college baseball. 25 innings, Texas and Boston College back on May 30th, 2009. So that was a regional game. It took 7 hours and 3 minutes.
Well, we might as well go for the record then, right?
I know, at this point, right. I mean, go big or go home. Or back to the hotel, as it were. Got any rooms left at the Indigo?
Not behind the desk. I don't know. You can bunk on my couch.
I'm just going to get a sleeping bag.
Yeah.
The second longest game was College of Charleston, William and Mary, May 16, 2014. That took 23 innings. Now, let's see, 2014, I believe Monty Lee was the head coach.
Yeah, he was the head coach there.
I'll bet you.
Time.
Yeah.
So it's his fault.
It is his fault. Well, now we know the curse. Another strikeout. Stop me if you've heard that before. 40-something strikeouts in this game. And Georgia pitching has struck out a school record 22 of them. Now I'm guessing the previous record of 21 didn't take 18 innings to accomplish, but still an impressive feat nonetheless. Bo Mikowski digs in. Golfs one to center. Maxwell he gives way to the second baseman, and then Mikowski tries to stretch it into a double. He's safe.
Great heads-up play by Bo Mikowski, sprinting out of the box right away. And there would be no reason not to slow down going around first. The ball drops in center field, and Clemson has a little something happening in the 18th. Watch this ball just straight up in the air. Talley goes back for it. It's going to be a difficult play for him.
I thought it's Maxwell's ball all the way.
And that's a deal where Tucker Maxwell comes in and just calls you off. But he got content with Talley being up under the baseball, and now the play at second base. He's in, but did he slide over the bag?
And guess what? We're looking at a
replay. The tag was
replay.
getting thrown at him, and we'll have the third replay tonight. I'm not sure he had the tag on him.
Oh,
there he did.
There he did. He got him.
Yeah, I think he got him. Bo Mikowski put his foot off the bag. Came off the bag in time. And nice job to keep the tag on him the whole time.
And in the game where we haven't had a run scored since the 7th inning, this is a huge call.
And he's going to be out. And this is the benefit of, or non-benefit, depends on how you look at it, for the instant replay. Because that would have just been safe, man on second with one out. But they're going to go back and look at this, and his foot clearly came off the bag. Again, I guess that was Talley that was holding the tag on him, but the wherewithal to keep it on him the entire time, that's going to turn out to be big.
Umpiring crew tonight: Tyler Simpson at home plate, Ryan Clark at first, Danny Everett at second, Kevin Elsey at third.
Get another look at Mikowski, who's initially safe. He's hustling so hard, he's going to fly all the way across the bag and comes off with his arms and has to try to hook it with his left leg, and he does initially, and just comes off. There you see there's some daylight. I don't know. I mean, that left side, it has to be. Well, there has to be enough there to overturn it, and I don't know if you clearly see daylight between his foot and the bag.
It has to be indisputable video evidence. In regular time and in the regular frame, it looked like he was out. On that extreme close-up from that angle, I'm not positive. But they have to be positive that the call was wrong on the field in order to overturn it.
I just don't think you can see daylight enough to overturn that call.
There's the Magic Man, the father of one Bo Makowski.
Let's take a look at it again. Pulls the tag up and then sees he's about to go past the bag, so he puts the tag back down on the left leg. The foot does come off right there, but does it come back down before the tag's made? It's just hard to tell. Hand comes back and grabs the corner of the bag. I just don't know if there's enough there to overturn it. That's a tough one, even slowing it all down.
Yeah. Actually, slowing it down almost made it tougher.
Made it worse, yeah.
Usually slowing it down gives us a little more conclusive view of what happened. I just wonder what's going through the minds of both these coaches right now. Monty Lee, Scott Strickland. I mean, you know they want to win this game, but at some point you also know they got some big things ahead to worry about. And you're at a point where we're not far away from this becoming a 6-hour game. Another look there. Again, we're past the challenge point of this game. Now it's just umpire's discretion on a close call, and we've had 3 of those since we went into extra innings. Wow.
That's Shepard making that tag.
Yeah, because Talley went out for the pop-up.
Yeah, that's right. Talley's out in right field somewhere. So I think the cleat got back down when Shepard put that tag back on him the second time. There was some daylight prior to the tag, but right as he's making that second effort, I think that cleat got down on the bag and slid across.
I don't disagree with you. I do think had they called him out initially, they wouldn't have overturned it. But now that they've called him safe, they might not overturn it. So
correct.
That's always kind of, if it's too close to be definitive, you've always got that as a fallback.
And this is pretty dramatic right here.
This is very dramatic.
He's going to wait it out.
Safe.
Yeah. There wasn't enough there, but I do think he got that cleat down right at the split second that he got tagged the second time by Shepard. Nice hustle by Makowski to get around.
Teodosio digs in. Go ahead run in scoring position. One gone here in the top of the 18th. Squaring. Only play will be to first. And a bang-bang play, they get him. And the last thing you want to do there is throw one wildly and allow the go-ahead run to score on an error.
It wasn't an easy play for Georgia, but with one out, I don't know why Teodosio would elect to bunt unless he was clearly trying to get a base hit on that play.
Are we really looking at another review? This is starting to resemble what we would see at the end of some college basketball games this year.
Which was what?
Which was in the final 2 minutes where it's no longer where anything is reviewable, anything close, and you reviewed it, and it got to the point where the game would just drag on. I think that needs to be cleaned up in college basketball, and I will tell you this. You might have to consider a challenge system, not just for the first 7 innings, but for the game. I mean, I can't imagine they're going to overturn that.
No, I don't think they can. Nice stretch by Sullivan to make that play happen, because if he stays back at all, he probably is safe, but he's out by half a step right there. I'll tell you what, that instant replay machine probably has smoke coming out of it now. Completely overused tonight.
Yes. But don't you think, I mean, at some point you're taking it a little too far? And again, this is no blame. The umpires are doing what they're instructed to do by the rules. You know, replay is relatively new to college baseball. We have the challenge system this year, but again, that's only for the first 7 innings. So after that, it's kind of like the final 2 minutes of a college basketball game, where anything close, they're instructed to review it. So that's what they're doing, what they're supposed to do.
But if anything, it shows you how accurate the umpires are.
Oh, there's no question. There's no question. And they've done it. I think we've had a very well umpired game tonight, especially considering, just like the players, these guys have been out there for 5 hours, 45 minutes. Look at Monty Lee. He's cracking a smile. I mean, at this point, you almost have to chuckle a little bit. Again, he's been involved in one of the longest games in the history of college baseball, the second longest, back in 2014 when his College of Charleston Cougars took on William and Mary. That took 23 innings in over 6 hours. They're getting their cardio in, I'll say that. I mean, that's a good...
Do they get a doctor's excuse for school tomorrow?
Yeah, there's the official verdict. I mean, that's a good, 150 feet each time you go in and out of that little confined area over there.
That's why I thought you were saying Tyler Simpson got a game ball. He's been doing that.
I'm giving him one.
Yeah.
No, you've swayed me on this. I don't think I've
2 game balls tonight.
I don't think I've ever given an umpire a game ball. We'll give him one tonight.
He's got his sprint in, that's for sure.
All right. So again, this is where some anemic numbers are flashed onto the screen. 1 for 15 with runners in scoring position. 0 for 8 for Georgia.
And Jordan Green, this baffles me. Came in the 9th inning.
Right.
This is his 5th at bat.
Right.
So coming to the ballpark, he wasn't a starter. He was thinking, man, I hope I can just get a pinch hit.
Just get
in
bat.
somewhere.
Make the most of it.
5 at bats later and a double off the wall. His first at bat. Jordan Green has a chance to be a hero.
0-2. Remember, it was Green who thought he had a walk, 4 innings ago, and pitch that looked to be outside was called a strike, and he had to go back and let the home plate umpire Tyler Simpson know he was not pleased at all with that call. That's a huge play by the catcher, Shane Marshall.
Wow, he saved a run for sure. Shane Marshall has to jump for that fastball.
Shane Marshall's another guy. Remember, Mason Meadows started this game. Marshall's logging in about a whole game's worth of action behind the dish. Got him. A lot of drama in the top of the 18th. Yeah, let's go. Let's go to the bottom of the 18th, tied at 2. Time to break out the blankets. Trying to catch up on a little nap. School tomorrow, right, Todd?
Not for me.
No, me neither.
But
I think we should
I think everybody gets an excuse.
Yeah, we'll all sign off on that note. Talley jumps on the first one, pops it up. This could be trouble. And nearly a collision. Somehow Davidson barks out to Bird, I got it, and makes the grab, and they can laugh about it now.
Wow, what concentration by Logan Davidson, the shortstop at Clemson, has to go over. Again, that ball is spinning. You saw where Bird thought it would land and where it ends up landing, and the concentration by Davidson to hang on to that baseball might have saved the game.
Plenty of reps for the backups tonight, including Cole Tate, the man at the plate for Georgia. Three plate appearances, 0 for 2 with a sacrifice. Getting all kinds of text messages from people I haven't heard from in years.
Is that your voice I hear?
Are you still really working this
half
game?
Asleep?
Is this an encore? Our own Wes Clements does a lot of work on the left coast. He's watching. And yeah, when you think about it, over there,
not too bad.
It's coming up on 10 o'clock at night. We're inching up on 1 in the morning Eastern time. But yeah, if you're in California, there's some prime time viewing right here.
You know, I've actually been training for this late at night. You know, I've had nights where we played Fortnite till 2 or 3 in the morning with David Pollock and Marcus Spears, which is sad to admit.
I was going to say, that's a cry for help. This has now turned into a therapy session on top of everything else.
And Peter Burns, our host at the SEC Network. We're all squad.
Well, Peter just turned 40, so he might be even sleeping right now. 3-1, scorched to the shortstop. Davidson loads up the throw and delivers a perfect strike. That's why he's a first rounder. That and a great bat.
That was nice. You have to have a cannon to take your time like this from Logan Davidson. Kind of sets up nicely. No problem with a missile across the diamond. When was that interview I did with him? Was that like last week?
It was a little after 4 o'clock, 4:20, I think, 4:30. Shepard to center, and a diving catch. Boy, if he misses that one, Theodosio has some explaining to do. But he makes a highlight grab, 2 highlight plays by the Clemson defense here in the bottom of the 18th.
Yeah, you're right. You got to make absolutely sure that this ball stays in front of you. And since he made the play, nice job by Theodosio.
Hey, the grounds crew getting some extra work here, hopefully an extra paycheck as they continue to manicure the infield. They've had to do it a couple times tonight as we're ready to go in the top of the 19th inning. And when you play a game that's lasted nearly 6 hours, you do a lot of things to stay focused, keep entertained, keep the blood flowing, keep the guys lively in the dugout. I don't know what the heck that is. I'm afraid of it. I know that much. A little calisthenics in between innings. Yeah, some sprints. Saw a guy hurdle a fence. Tony Losi working on his ping pong game. I don't know what that is either.
Anything to get a run. Again, when you go 18 full innings, you would expect the score to be a little higher than 2-2. What a credit to these bullpens on both sides, the pitching staffs. That's just unheard of.
This ties the longest game in Clemson history. We've already had the longest game in Georgia history. Who could forget the Clemson Fordham thriller back in '88? I'm told that was played in New Britain, Connecticut.
So I played AA in New Britain. I could definitely see those games going extra innings. New Britain Rockcats, AA for Minnesota. And now that grass is wet, you know, the dew started to. So The ball on the ground is going to be wet for an infielder to pick that baseball up. That's why you saw Davidson a little earlier kind of double click, make sure he's got a good grip on it. It's going to skip through the infield a little faster than it would have 8 hours ago.
This is the 9th at bat for Sam Hall. 9 times Sam Hall has grabbed a bat, walked to the box, laser focus, hoping something good would happen, and it almost did there. Turned on one. The 3-2 the count. Yeah, that looks like a guy who's played 18 innings. Dirt on the front, dirt on the back. Been a while since he's gotten a hit, but he did have one in the 6th inning. This is the kind of game that's going to be an average killer for a lot of players.
I told you, I mean, these are the games. Harder to focus, harder to get your energy up when you come to the plate.
Another strikeout.
And I was okay. You know, you get 2 hits, you're 2 for 4, all right. Then you're 2 for 5, okay, that's enough. And then you go 2 for 6, 2 for 7, 2 for 8 because your focus is down. And you're right, these are killers, especially offensively, because you've had to be in there the whole game. They keep switching pitchers in and out, but as position players, we've had to hit every inning, and the focus you just lose it.
Here's Davidson fouling one back. One thing for both these coaches, Scott Strickland and Monty Lee, they're seeing some young guys out of the bullpen that ordinarily wouldn't be on in this spot. We've already seen both closers for their respective teams. But you got some young men certainly gaining some confidence. Because when you think about it, every one of them that's been out there has been kind of a do-or-die situation. And we have not had a run scored in this game since the 7th inning. I mean, that's the most amazing part to me.
Again, credit just to the pitching staffs on both sides. I mean, you won't hardly ever see this where both teams hold each other down. Nobody can score. The depth of the pitching staffs in college baseball.
We've had 47 strikeouts in this game. 23 for Clemson, 24 for Georgia.
Well, at least they're evenly distributed, but
yes,
that's got to be some sort of record.
Breaking all kinds tonight. Great job just to stay alive and spoil that pitch by Logan Davidson. We're not that far off from the June draft, and when we get there, this young man's name will be called early. Golden Spikes midseason watch list. Father Mark played at Clemson. Played 6 years in the Bigs. Two, and there is another strikeout. 48 total for the game.
That's a nice sequence by Pasqua. Throws the curveball up in the zone that drops down. Now he's got Logan Davidson looking for it, thinks it's another curveball, and the ball just never comes down.
This game has officially reached 6 hours in duration. I'll tell you what, the Georgia fans that are still here are loud. A lot of students that are figuring, hey, let's make a night of it. Oh, I love it. 0-2 to Bird. just got a piece to stay alive. The shortstop will field that one on the shifts, and we head to the bottom of the 19th. 2-2 our score. This might be my favorite note of tonight, or of last night, I should say. We are now Wednesday morning. The last run scored in this game was 9:03 Eastern Time on Tuesday. That would have been in the 7th inning. We are now in the bottom of the 19th. The longest game in the history of both schools, and inching closer and closer to college baseball history.
That was 4 hours ago, by the way.
Yes, it was.
The last run scored in this game was 4 hours ago.
You could have gone to the movies, watched a romantic comedy twice, come back, and still seen the rest of this game.
And didn't miss anything except a bunch of swing and misses, freeze-ups.
We have had plenty of those. Sullivan socks one to left, but right at the left fielder. Hey, when I hear contact, I get excited. In a game where we're approaching 50 strikeouts combined.
That was the most exciting fly ball to left I've ever heard you call.
When I hear that ping, my blood gets going on a night like tonight.
I thought he put it in the football stadium.
I've called weekend series that haven't had this many strikeouts. Oh, it's a good-looking bunt. Good-looking bunt. No chance. The moment he picked it up, absolutely, positively, no chance. Marshall with a bunt single.
And a little life, and that's the play for Grayson Bird at third base. When you know you can't make the play, you just take a chance that it'll go foul. It looked like it might catch that lip and go foul.
That's what I was thinking, too.
And as a third baseman, you don't pick it up. You just let it roll. And it's hard over there because you really are trying to make the play. You don't have anybody yelling at you. We saw it in the LSU-Missouri game a little while ago down the first base line where the first baseman had the catcher yelling at him, let it go foul. But over there, you're kind of on an island. But you got to know as a third baseman, if you can't make the play, then the only chance you got is to hope it goes foul.
Cheney Rogers is the batter. The winning run at first, one gone in the bottom of the 19th. Getting more intel from our own Jeremy Mills, who's focused in and checking the record books on a number of different things going on tonight. The record for combined strikeouts in a Division I game, 51 on March 4th, 2009. Akron, NC State. Akron struck out 31 times. NC State struck out 20 in an 18-inning game. So 51 is the record.
And we're at?
Getting there. The calculator is out.
It's 44.
Carry the two. 48.
Okay.
48 strikeouts, so we're 3 away from tying the record in a baseball game. To second. There's one. Throw to first. Double play. Moving right along. Good defense turned in by both teams tonight. Not just good pitching. How about a twin killing to send us to inning number 20? Welcome back, everybody. How about a reset? Mike Morgan, Todd Walker with you at Foley Field in Athens. You are not reading your screen wrong if you just woke up, or maybe perhaps are having a really long cat nap. It's the top of the 20th. We're tied at 2. That has been our score since the 7th inning. Just about everybody on the respective rosters has been used, and the only question now becomes, Will there be any pitching left if this game goes much longer? The guy at the plate, Kyle Wilkie. Boy, I hope he's got a chiropractor that he can see between now and this weekend. He has caught every inning of this 20-inning affair, which has lasted now 6 hours and 10 minutes. Oh, by the way, he's 1 for 6 officially. It's the 9th time through the order for Clemson. I don't think, I'm looking at my scorebook, Todd, I don't think anybody's in danger of the dreaded 0 for 10 if we go that far. I think everybody that's still in the game that started has reached at least one time. So that's good. It was a 4-pitch walk.
Kyle Wilkie gets the walk. Well, Clemson has put the leadoff guy on with no outs quite a few times.
I think
in extra innings now,
yeah.
It's something like 5 out of 7.
I think
6
I have
out of 8,
5 times,
like
yeah. 5 or 6 for Clemson getting the leadoff man on. But again, you see Jack Gowan warming up. They have not been able to take advantage of any such opportunities. Double play ball. 6-0. Hesitation, and that cost him. Shepard a little bit slow getting it over to second base.
Well, I told you that grass is wet, so you got a little bit of dew on the grass, and when you get the ball in your glove as an infielder, sometimes you can't grab the handle. The ball's wet. And when we're turning double plays, you always want to at least make sure of one. I'm surprised Vitale was able to even get that ball over to first base without throwing it in the stands. But again, we're okay with one. Don't try to rush a wet ball and don't get any outs.
Breaking ball misses low. Davis Sharp, he's been in the game since the very beginning, the freshman DH. His 9th trip to the plate, 1 for 7, a single and a walk. Sharp, one of 5 underclassmen who started this game for Clemson, and one of 5 players from the state of Georgia in the starting lineup for the Tigers. Of course, Georgia's been fertile recruiting ground for Clemson in every sport, really. Neighboring states, a lot of great high school talent, a highly populated state. So Clemson not far away. Pretty wise to do some recruiting. And if you take Atlanta alone, the amount of high school baseball talent that comes out of that area is enough to fill a lot of rosters across the country. Georgia, Georgia Tech, they can't get them all. We only have 11.7 scholarships. It's 1:13 in the morning, but if you're a Georgia student, maybe you enjoyed a little bit of nightlife on a Tuesday, why not come out to the ballpark, right? Payoff pitch due to Davis Sharp. Runner on the go, and we'll do it again. Last time we had an extra base hit was in the 9th inning. That was the double by Jordan Green. That was 11 innings ago.
If you're Hawkins at first base, just remember it's not a steal. You're just being put in motion because of the fastball that's coming in to Davis Sharp. So you don't want to get picked off. You like Make sure that he goes home before you take off.
In the air to right. Right at the right fielder. 2 gone. Cole Tate hauls it in. Is Don Mikowski still in the house? We know son Bo Mikowski is. He started this game. There's Don, the magic man, still magical. 6 hours and 15 minutes into the action. Yeah, I think we're all a little bit delirious at this point. Oh, goodness, that's great. That is a loyal dad. Son Bo started this game and has stayed in.
He's got the jacket on now.
Yeah,
though.
the jacket's
it was cold earlier. He didn't have the jacket on with the gun showing now.
Some people were smart enough to bring a jacket. I am not one such person. One and one. Mikowski had things getting exciting back in the 18th when he had the double. Breaking ball and a beauty. Of course, the double was later reviewed. It was upheld on review. It was a little blooper that probably should have been handled by the center fielder Maxwell, but Talley was backing up on it, tried to make a play, it dropped. It looked like at that point maybe Clemson was just destined to score a run. Look at the Georgia students. Still lively. Line shot. That's going to be trouble. A fair ball. Digging for third. And this throw. And he beat it.
Oh, wow. That was close.
He beat it. Was that ever close?
Guess what we're going to have?
Oh, you know that's going to be reviewed. That one actually was close. A couple of them I think were pretty easy. This one's 50-50.
Look at Bo Mikowski going the other way. Good job of the pickup in left field to get it in quickly, and that is close at third base. I think he got in there. The tag was on his knee.
This is our 4th review in extra innings. Now, Bo Mikowski, again, his father was the magic man. He's provided magic in extra innings. This would be his 2nd extra base hit in the extra innings.
Take another look at it. Left foot in the bag right there. Well, shoot. It's hard to tell.
Again, the call on the field was safe, so it's got to be indisputable to overturn it. Wow.
I think it's an absolute tie. I think right when his cleat hit the bag is when the tag was put on his left knee. But like you said, they called him safe. It's just not going to be enough there to overturn it.
I wouldn't think so. Third base umpire Kevin Elzey on the spot for the call. One more look.
It's.
I don't know how you'd overturn it.
No, it's completely even. Completely a tie.
So if it holds up, you've got 2 more in scoring position for Clemson, and that has been kryptonite for the Tigers. Absolute kryptonite. They've had this spot many more times than Georgia tonight, but they have not been able to do much with it.
Well, they're going to have 2 outs in the 8-hole. Bryce Teodosio coming up. I like how he waits. He's going to sprint a little bit.
He likes a little drama.
Call.
He's
Yeah,
going to sell
drama,
it a little bit.
Drama building.
Wait till we get inside the line.
Wait for it.
There we go.
Oh, let the second base umpire make that call. Danny Everett gets the honors this time.
Hero time. Clemson 1 for 16 with runners in scoring position. Matt Cooper is the batter.
Matt Cooper steps in to pinch hit for Teodosio, who struck out 5 times tonight.
Cooper seldom used, hitting .222, no homers, 2 runs batted in. The go-ahead run in the form of Briar Hawkins at third base. Again, we haven't had a run scored in this game since the 7th inning. We're in the 20th.
Marshall, great block, still has the energy to get on his knees and keep that ball in front of him.
You know, even a 19, 20, 21-year-old has a little sense of history. Somewhere in the back of these players' minds, you got to be thinking, I'm going to tell my grandchildren about this game one day. Because you're never going to be involved in anything like this again.
No, I've seen and played in a lot of baseball games. I've never seen it.
Strike 2 call. And a rowdy ovation from the Georgia faithful. Some of these are diehards, and some of these are, I'm not kidding, college kids who, after having a entertaining night out, decided, hey, let's just go on over to Foley Field and have some fun. Not all of these fans have been here for all 6 hours and 22 minutes.
Here comes the Pasqua curve. Oh, fastball paint.
The Georgia dugout nearly exploded on that.
Wow.
No lack of enthusiasm from either side here in the 20th. What does he come with here?
I'm 0 for 1 now. I think he'd throw that curveball. He's been so effective with it. It's been hard to hit for anybody tonight. He probably doesn't want to speed up the bat of the pinch hitter, Cooper.
Fastball,
That's
got him
smart.
swinging. Georgia dugout elated. To the bottom of the 20th, tied at 2. You like strikeouts? Oh, you've gotten your money's worth tonight. 49 of them combined in this game. Again, the all-time Division I record in a game is 51, so we're 2 off that pace. That was NC State and Akron in 2009. That was an 18-inning game. This is a 20-inning game. The top of the order is due up for Georgia. It all starts with Tucker Maxwell. Maxwell, the junior from Dawsonville. And another pitcher in this game will hit 50 pitches for the night on that offering, which is in there for a strike. Luke Summerfield, the senior, probably his game the rest of the way as long as he can get it over the plate.
Which he's been able to do. I mean, again, just can't say enough about these guys coming out of the pen and the effectiveness they've had. They've walked guys here and there, but they haven't given up 2 walks in an inning. They haven't given up any hits. Defense have been solid for both teams, and that's why we're at where we're at in the 20th.
Three-ball count.
put Tucker Maxwell on, and they do. 17 of 18 stolen bases for Tucker Maxwell, and you put him on with no outs to lead off the bottom of the 20th.
Does he have the juice to swipe a bag here?
I don't know.
I mean, I think, you know, in the 13th he might still have been full throttle, but in the 20th, do you lose a little something off your giddy up?
Well, it's still Wilkie behind the plate who threw him out in the 6th inning.
Wilkie still has that cannon.
So good behind the plate. I just don't know if that risk is worth it. Probably going to bunt King.
Third baseman crashing in, pitches low and away.
And they don't. So that tells me they're looking for a pitch to steal. Somehow Summerfeld were able to get ahead in the count. You might see some sort of off speed. Gives Tucker Maxwell a better chance to get to second base.
Maxwell was caught stealing in the 6th inning. And the guy that threw him out is the same guy behind home plate, Kyle Wilkie, who's been working the catcher position for Clemson for 20 innings.
And if you're Summerfield, you got to think about that. I mean, it can't throw a whole lot of off speed, or I better mix up my timing real well. It means hold the ball a little longer than you would otherwise and pick.
Wild throw. Maxwell on to second. Winning run in scoring position for Georgia.
Keep in mind, Pasquale still holds down the 3 spot. That's the pitcher. The 3 hole behind Riley King. So if they were to try to bunt, you got a pitcher, Pasquale, coming up, unless you're willing to change pitchers and throw a pinch hitter in there. I don't know if they've got anybody left on the bench.
Andrew C., the pitching coach. I can't remember the last time he's been out there. Most of the pitching changes have been between innings. We wanted to make sure how many visits he's had in this game. Double barrel action going on in the Tiger bullpen. 41 and 37. 37 is Ryan Huggins.
Minter's been in the game for Georgia. Cable's been in the game. Marshall is catching. All the guys they had on the bench to start this thing has already been in, so I'm not sure if they've got a pinch hitter for the 3-hole coming up next.
King is 2 for 7. Little squibber to the right side, and everybody will be safe. They're at the corners with nobody out. The winning run 90 feet away.
Probably the last guy they've got on the bench, James Williams, will come in to pinch hit for Pasquale. Just a nice little inside-out swing for King. Puts it in the right spot, and that's something that's been available all night with the shift. There's a big hole to the opposite side for most of these hitters, and he takes advantage of it right there.
James Williams is another pitcher. If it is Williams, and it appears to be a sophomore from Kennesaw, Georgia, again, he's listed as a right-handed pitcher. We've already seen a couple guys today who have been called to take a swing who haven't had an at-bat all year, a couple of pitchers. And how about this? Clemson is going to go with, are we looking at a 7-man infield? You got gloves going all over the place. No, okay, 2 outfielders. Yeah, I had this the other night.
So Bird's going to be up the middle. They're going to have Davidson still at short.
Yep. So 5-man infield.
Green still in the normal second base position, so just an extra infielder to cover the middle of the field.
Yeah, I've actually had this in a game earlier this year at Baylor in Texas.
The runner will trot on into second base.
Williams to the plate.
That run doesn't mean anything to Clemson.
We have no at bat this year for James Williams. He is hitless this year. Again, he's a pitcher. Maxwell, the winning run at third. Pitch almost got by the catcher, Kyle Wilkie.
Wow.
Oh, by the way, King goes to second on the pitch.
That is picture perfect for a catcher to try to get outside. He can't get his body in front of it, but he drops his knees, turns the glove over, and makes a nice stop to save the game.
We are now 6 hours and 30 minutes into this game, bottom of the 20th, and a strike called on the outside corner. Williams, the third Georgia pitcher with a rare plate appearance. It's the third career at bat for Williams, 0 for 1 with a walk. 3 times a Georgia pitcher without a hit in his career has come to the plate in extra innings in this game. Swing and a miss, strike 3. That's not even fair. Summerfield said, enough of this nonsense. I'm just going to go straight at him. Now L.J. Talley.
And I would imagine they would walk L.J. Talley, set up the double play.
Set up the double play and also
force it home.
Force it home. And who grabs a bat here for Georgia?
Well, Tate's still in the game.
That's right. Connor Tate is still in there. I've never had a messier scorebook in my life.
No, it's hard to keep up with.
Meanwhile, Clemson's just, they're again exchanging gloves here because now they're going to go back.
Normal
3 outfields. This is fantastic.
Yeah.
He's basically a runner. Right now, Grayson Bird is a runner to get the right gloves out to everybody. This is like a Cirque du Soleil act. I mean, just gloves being tossed all over the place. Strategy still being employed by Monty Lee, Scott Strickland.
And is Grayson Bird staying in right field? Now the corners are in. Their play is at home plate for the Force. Hopefully they go home to first.
We have now had, sorry Todd, 50 strikeouts in this game, one off the all-time record.
Up the middle, they're playing for the double play.
Winning run is at third and Tucker Maxwell.
Corner outfielders are shallow.
Two. Connor Tate, a redshirt freshman from Bishop, Georgia, Oconee High School. He redshirted last year. His twin brother Cole, also an infielder on this Georgia baseball team. Left side, that'll get through, base hit. Maxwell touches home, and Georgia wins it in the 20th. One of the zaniest games you will ever see played at any level of the game of baseball. Over 6.5 hours, 20 innings, 50 strikeouts, and Georgia finds a way to walk it off in the bottom of the 20th. The first run scored since the 7th inning, which might as well have been forever ago. Todd Walker, you and I have called many a game together. This one is in a separate category, all on its own.
Luke Summerfield had done such a fantastic job for Clemson out of the pen. He was ahead on Tate in that 0-2. Had some pitches that he could have wasted, but he puts it too close over the plate and gives Tate something he can handle with the third baseman drawn in. It finds the hole on the left side, and Georgia comes away with their second win against Clemson this year.